Hi y'all, welcome. I'm gonna work on my game today, as I often do here on this YouTube channel every Wednesday and Thursday. I also stream on Mondays for members only, and then we do a game jam every single Friday, which is pretty cool. So if you're new around here, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I appreciate it. Then you can know about stuff that we get up to and whatever. The game that I'm working on has, yes, this giant heart. That is a part of it. Technically, it's like a morality system, kind of like a karma system, you know, different words to make it make sense. You get the idea. If you do bad things, this heart will shrink. If you do good things, it'll get bigger. Now it's moving a little more smoothly. The game is about you being an alien, that alien actually, and you're tasked with invading Earth and abducting humans in a nice way, in a moral way. You can choose to be evil, but it's going to have consequences. And today I want to continue to set up that system. There's probably other things I'm going to want to work on, probably bugs, maybe other gameplay things. We'll see, but this is something I've been meaning to implement for a long time. So yeah, so the story of the game is like there is I guess there's like a conflict on Earth where there's this like government that's taking over the world or whatever. It's silly, but it's just supposed to be a game. And if you abduct or eat the innocent humans, there's a lot of skin. There's also a lot of skins in this game that you unlock over time. We'll keep it simple for now. If you eat or abduct the innocent humans, that is to say the ones that are not a part of the oppressive government, then you're good. You don't lose karma. You don't lose empathy, as I'm calling it in this game. If you eat or abduct the military or the bad guys, then you won't lose empathy. Did I say that right? If you eat the innocent ones, you will lose empathy. If you do the other ones, you won't. So actually, it says 0 right now. That's supposed to say 2. I kind of need to tell the HUD to like update that. So let's just fix that bug real quick. That's the kind of stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to be doing it for the next 6 to 11 hours. Anywhere in between that giant range is true, I know, but here we are. Yeah, so we only have the label updating not at the beginning. So I'm gonna put this in the ready function so that way we can see it. Technically, we're starting out with 2. Now, you're not gonna start out with 2 when the game actually starts. That you are not. That is not gonna be the way this begins. We should say empathy that, and then I want to put this in like a string. This is the kind of stuff we get up to. A lot of coding, sometimes some art stuff. Empathy, and then this is gonna be global's empathy, right? Then we'll just put that like that. Now imagine that doesn't say 0. Imagine it says 2. All right, just imagine with me here. So we're going to go for an innocent human first because they're readily available. So there's an innocent human just standing around, and as soon as I eat it, my empathy went to 1. Remember, it was technically at 2, all right? We're here to fix bugs. We're here to make things work. And the heart in the center is actually quite tiny. It shrunk down. Now I'm going to eat one more innocent human, and the heart actually goes away, and empathy goes down to 0. Now if I keep eating these humans, it's going to go further to the evil side. So now we have +1 evil, right? And that's that. So if I don't want to lose empathy, I actually need to eat military stuff. So I just spawned in some helicopters. If I attack these helicopters, some not so innocent humans parachute down. I'm trying to grab them, but it's actually a little difficult. Okay, there we go. I've eaten an evil human, and as you can see, my evil has not gone up. So the way this is gonna work is you're actually going to be punished. You're going to be punished if you are more evil. So I think of it more as like a difficulty thing, like the game is more difficult the more evil that you are, and then the more empathy you have, the easier the game is. That's kind of the way that I'm going about it. So, and there'll be like a different ending or whatever, so there's also that if you're interested in pursuing it. So yeah, so that's generally the game, and there's power-ups. It's gonna be kind of like a roguelike, of course, and you're gonna die, and then you're dead, and you have to start over. These skins that are all in the beginning, you unlock them actually by losing. If you die, every abduction that you did get goes towards that progress, so that's kind of nice. All right, it says empathy 2-0. Okay, so we need to put a little bit more intention into that right there. That'll be task number 1, is fixing that. So there's a lot of things that I want to do today, but the main thing that I want, yeah, it'll be a fun challenge, gamer. And then like the main thing that I want is to set up how you unlock the empathy system, because you're not actually going to start out with 2 empathy. What you're going to start out with is 0 empathy, and you have to earn your 2 empathy first, and then you can start having your empathy. So anyway, I know I didn't explain it great, but hopefully if you stick around, you'll find out how that goes. Now, if you're watching after the live stream, I understand you don't want to watch a whole 6 to 11 hour stream, but I'm going to try to stay engaged and be engaging, and I hope you'll engage with me and stick it out through the whole time. I hope you do, but feel free to skip around. That's okay. See what we got up to. I always recap what was achieved at the end, so maybe I'll see you at that point. All right, guys. Let's make this a game. I got lots of work to do, and I want to do it. Who do we got in the house? We have Dungeon Martian. We're putting bugs in today. Is that what the current title is? I might change the title. The title currently is, what is the current title, actually? I don't actually know what it says. But it implies that. We don't always type things great. Welcome to Dungeon Martian, good to see you. Gamer Therapy is here with us. You'll see that progress screen in a second. We didn't get anything though. Oh, and now abducted times empathy appears. Nice. So that's gonna happen too, where if you have empathy, you're actually gonna get a multiplier. Welcome MK525. You're gonna get a multiplier at the end, so you can work towards skins faster if you keep your empathy up. So the idea is just making sure to incentivize empathy and stuff like that. What did I say? I said making my game's karma system, fixing bugs. I said fixing bugs! All right. So, let's keep up. Let's keep going. And I'm probably going to change that title if you're watching it after. It's probably not going to be the same one. Let's do this. So here's the idea, right? The idea is that you're going to stumble onto a conflict. That's how you're going to unlock empathy. So there's going to be an innocent human and a military human. And there's going to be, so today we're going to be doing a little art, because I want to design speech bubbles that appear above their heads. I said fixing bugs. I want speech bubbles that appear above their heads and that, kind of indicate an argument between them. And then you as the player have a choice. You can either ignore the conflict, which doesn't unlock empathy at all. You can choose to attack the military person, which will earn you the empathy, or you can choose to attack the innocent human, and that just gets you nothing. So like, you won't be on the side of the military. The military will always be trying to attack you. They'll always be the enemies. Oh, we just got a bug. What was that? Flying enemies, cute, not declared incurred. Oh, okay. Can I call method get children on a previously freed instance? What? Flying enemies queue. Why would I free the flying enemies queue? Okay, that's an interesting bug that I didn't know existed. Oh, okay. So this was something new. See, this is why I said fixing bugs, because we got bugs to do. I'm kind of new to game development and Godot, so I'm learning along the way, and sometimes we make mistakes. And you know what? I think that's just part of it at the end of the day. Here's what happened. I created this spawned node, and it looks like it's there to me. Flying enemies queue. I created this spawned node, and all of the helicopters that spawn in actually get added into this node when they spawn flying enemies. And when you attack them, they get added to flying enemies dying. Until they actually die, then they get deleted, queue freed. So I don't understand why it's saying flying enemies queue is freed, because first of all, it's right there. What are you talking about? What kind of error even is this? Let's look at the stack variables. So we've got, this is it, we're digging right into it, y'all. Flying enemies queue is null. How? How did that become null? That is amazing. All right, let's look for queue free everywhere that it exists. I am genuinely shocked. It's not even on that Script. Wow. We got things to look into here. So that's going to be fun. We also have members in the house, which means there's some member songs to sing. I would love to sing those member songs to you guys. I try not to do it right at the beginning, but I do want to make sure you guys are recognized for being members. Being a member is easy. There's a join button right under this video. Also, if you click that join button, click on the 3 dots in the top right. Make sure you have gift memberships turned on to be received. You might not have that option. If you don't worry about it. But yeah, it's a cool thing because you'll get songs sung to you in these streams, and you'll get an extra live stream and emotes, and you'll know you're supporting this channel. So thank you if you're willing to check that out. Let's see. Projectile. Okay, who cares about that? Yes, the projectile gets deleted. The body part, that is deleting things that we abduct. Terrain controller, that's not important here. What could possibly be doing that? What is preload.gd? I don't even know what that is. Oh yeah, and you get emotes on screen if you remember. Absolutely correct. Completely accurate. I honestly don't even... Oh, I think this is something that I use... Do I actually use this? This might be something I use to, like, load... I don't know. I honestly don't even know what we're doing here. I think this might be for, like, loading materials early. Or whatever. That's probably part of what that is. All right, well, we got bugs to deal with. What? What is this bug? I don't even understand it. We'll have to see. At the very least, I need to fix this text. I'm going to play some music while I get to work here. Obviously, we should sing some member songs. That is true. We're still in the first 11 minutes. I feel like that's a good time to finally do the member songs. Okay, so who do we got? We got Dungeon Martian was first. So I'm going to pick a song that I like doing member. Well, here, I'm going to pick a random one. I'm trying to find the songs that I feel most comfortable doing member songs to and stick with those. But I'm still kind of finding all the ones that I think are good for that. I think I could go to this one. I think this one is sing-songable. Yeah. Alright, let's try it. It's embarrassing, okay? But I do it out of love. Dungeon Martian is in a dungeon. Dungeon Martian is in a dungeon. I'm in the dungeon too, trying to be plundering gold that I can use. Dungeon Martian is in a dungeon. Dungeon Martian is in a dungeon, protecting gold that I'm trying to plunder so I can use it and buy stuff. Oh yeah. Dungeon Martian came from Mars and crash landed in a dungeon. Now I'm in that dungeon too, and I'm trying to get some gold to use. Dungeon Martian is protecting that gold. Gamer therapy. That's what I'm engaging in by going into the dungeon. It's a game that I'm playing cause I need therapy. Gamer therapy. I'm a gamer and I'm getting some gold as a gamer, which is dopamine, which is therapy, which makes me feel good cause I'm getting gamer therapy. I'm a gamer getting therapy. That's what I do. I go play a game so I can feel happy and not the same. Duh. MK525, oh yeah. Since I went into the dungeon and I plundered the gold, now I got some dopamine and it gave me the gamer therapy that I needed, and so I'm feeling MK525, you know that it's alright since now I feel like MK525, I'm feeling alright. Thank goodness for the dopamine that made me feel alright. MK is how I feel. Thanks to MK525, I would say I am feeling alright. Feeling alright. Feeling alright. Feeling alright. Feeling alright. Alright, guys. There's a member song. I told you it'd be embarrassing, but we do what we have to do. We do what we have to do to salute the members. I don't think I do like that song for member songs. It just like the music just like vanished for like so long. I was like, I gotta do something. All right. So we got bugs immediately to fix. So we're gonna deal with that. I think the first one I'm gonna deal with is the text. Now the text is tough because it's like it's gonna be right now. It needs to show up as 2, right? For now. I see what the problem is, by the way, because the text is 2 different things. There's the empathy label, but then there's the empathy score, which is not very well named here, I now realize. So we're gonna name that a little better, but, well, maybe not. Maybe I'll just leave it bad, and I'll just have to know. But we're gonna say that this becomes globals.empathy. So it's tough because, well, I mean, I think this is actually quite okay, right? Because this is still gonna return the right thing. The difference is that we actually don't want it to show up. I don't want the empathy label to even be visible at the start of the game. Like, you start the game, it doesn't say empathy at all. You have to actually unlock it in the first place for it to become visible. I think that makes the most sense. So, you know, we'll see. It's gonna be a little bit of effort to set up this like conflict between the people, because I also don't even have like the people running around yet, which might be something I do today. We might set up the humans actually moving, which means pathfinding stuff. So that's when I said I got other stuff, a lot of things. That's possibly one of them, and that could be a big one. And when I say pathfinding, I am not talking about nav agents. I am talking about actual A-star crap, like from scratch, or not, maybe not A-star, but you know, like actual from scratch type of stuff, which is gonna be wild. Okay, now it says empathy 2 at the beginning, which is true for this sake of testing, and you can see we have a big old heart in the middle of the alien. If I eat an innocent human, this is the best demo now after, you know, the intro, we finally got there. If I eat innocent human, watch that heart, it shrinks, it goes zoop, so it gets a little smaller, because, and the reason why it does that is because that's part of this game, right? If I hit one of my limbs on an obstacle, you'll notice that the limb shrinks. So that's like just a function of this game or a mechanic of this game, that limbs take damage and they get smaller. And not only do they get smaller, but it affects your ability. So you'll see how the right arm, the like green circle on the bottom is like extending out a little bit. If I fully break off that arm by running into something, you'll see that circle is now much smaller and it isn't lopsided anymore. And so the heart is like it's like a limb, just like all of those parts. Again, let's see if we can get some helicopters. I don't really understand what happened with the helicopters. Oh, I can't attack them because I don't have any arms. So this is another problem, right? Is there is no way to not lose empathy, because I can't actually reach that green circle in the ground represents what you can actually interact with, right? So you'll notice these humans get a little green circle under them when the alien's green circle passes over them. You can even kind of see a little shader lights up stuff that's in the vicinity of the green circle. And what that's saying is you can actually interact with that. I actually cannot interact with these helicopters right now because I don't have arms. So that means I have to eat an innocent human in order to even be able to get to the helicopters, which has the humans that aren't evil. So it needs to be adjusted. And this is something that's important to me, is not just having the components together, but having it be a total game. So that's actually a bug right there where I healed too much. I overhealed. That's not supposed to happen. So there's plenty of things to work on today. Alright, we can abduct this guy and it will cause us no problems. Other things I might want to work on are randomizing the humans further, so that way, you know, we don't have the same looking human every single time. So as you can tell, there's quite a menagerie of things to do, and whether I'll get to them all, I'm not sure. But that's okay. All right, let me try something. I'm gonna try dying. I don't really know why it said that previously freed thing. I'm not even sure how to make that bug happen. So I'm just going to actually get killed and see if I can make that bug come up again. And then as soon as I feel like I can move on from that, and it may just be like, well, I guess I just have to let that one go. I may well just have to let that one go. And if I do, then we'll probably stumble on it later. But once I feel like I can either let it go or resolve it or start working on it, then we'll move on to the next task. Alright, so I guess I'll put a task up at the top that says what is being done or whatever. Oh wait, the game's starting. I have to play. I have to play. Actually, we get a little bit of time before I have to like play. Okay, so if I try to spawn those... Ah, okay, that is the bug. Okay, so the bug is... Nice, that was really easy. Okay, so I'm gonna put this task as... fixing copter bug on restart. Kind of unclear, but we know what it means. Okay, I know what it means. Alright. So, the reason why that happened, or at least the circumstances that the bug was reproduced under, are if... Well, I mean, I could fine-tune the circumstances a little bit, but I restarted the game, right? That is to say, I didn't come up here and I didn't close the game and reload it, right? I'm staying in the game, and I pressed the in-game restart button. And that led to some issue of cannot call method get children on previously freed instance. You know, it makes me think... And it's when I'm spawning them, that 4 key is the button I press to spawn them. It makes me think that something isn't being purged. I think I know what might be happening. So let me try something different. This time, I'm gonna restart it without spawning any helicopters. I think what might be happening is when the helicopters are there, spawned in, and then I hit restart while they're spawned in, I think they might be getting left over in the node, but then the game is also removing them because we reloaded the scene? I don't know, I'm a little confused. So there is... Yeah, I'm generally a little confused. I don't fully understand what is going on. So I'm just gonna try playing it and restarting it without spawning any helicopters at all, and see what goes on with that. Because we set up this new queuing system so that way we could have the evil humans be able to like parachute down, and so it's all kind of related to the empathy thing, but it's introduced some problems. All right, so I'm just going to get deaded and then let the game restart. So we didn't spawn in any helicopters, and I want to see that if we do this restart, actually I can start spawning in the helicopters right away. I don't have to wait for the game to start. So let's try spawning them in right now. Ah, we got the bug right away. Wow. Okay, so it has nothing to do with the helicopters spawning in. Whoa. Wow. That surprised me. So I don't think it's things getting left over. I'm still... And what script are we on here, pray tell? This is on NPC spawns script. So it's on... Oh! So the NPC spawns script is auto-loaded. It's global. So when I do reload scene, this ain't reloading. Does that mean I shouldn't on ready in an auto-load? That's confusing. Oh, okay. So that makes a lot of sense, right? Because we have the spawned. Let's go to the main scene. We have the spawned node and the spawned flying enemies. That's what that is on readying to, is this node. We have that in the main scene, and I reload the main scene. So the auto load script that NPC spawns, that one on-readied the old version, not the new reloaded one. So I need to re-on-ready it or reload the auto-load. I'm surprised I haven't had this problem before, because I do have a global script here, and the global script, wow, I don't on-ready anything. Wow, so don't on-ready things in auto-loaded scripts. Okay. If you're going to be reloading the main scene and the thing you're on-readying is on a scene that gets reloaded. Wow, that is not something I ever thought about, but it makes perfect sense. So what is the workaround then? So I would think we need to assign this somewhere else. I think that would make the most sense. What's up, Froggy? Maybe we could have different modes like easy, normal, hard, and extreme. Actually, I'm building that into the game. Welcome, Froggy. So that's actually the whole empathy system that I'm setting up, is really just a device for difficulty. So that's to say, if you play the game more evil, the game is going to be more difficult. If you play the game less evil, it's going to be easier. So the default is normal. If you earn empathy, the game moves down to easy. If you get less empathy and you go to evil, the game moves up to be more difficult. So it's kind of built in already. Well, it's supposed to be. We're working on. That would be another thing to think about doing, is like the consequences of empathy. What would a hell mode be like? Lots of enemies? So I need to set up this node. We need to declare it. I mean, what I think makes the most sense. And where do we use it, pray tell? We use it in function flying enemy okay. And when does that run? What calls the flying enemy okay? On spawn, so when we spawn an NPC, so okay, as long as we're not spawning an NPC as soon as the game starts, we can say on reload, recapture this. I wonder, okay, alright, so I'm gonna go to the globals. In the globals, I actually have a restart, which we probably want to put that on retry. So there's two different functions here that pertain to restart. I haven't set up the retry officially, which retry versus restart. What restart does is it takes you back to the main menu. What retry does is it'll start you over right at the gameplay, except you just like don't have all the progress that you had. And retry is really buggy right now, but the way that I'm setting it up is that a restart actually just triggers retry. So, and the point of that is to say, well, what things are unique to restarting the game versus retrying? I think this is unique to restarting, because that spawned flying enemies node isn't going to be freed if we're just retrying. So I think we only need to put this in restart. And then what we'll do is, so we have retry emit, level update emit, swap game state, pre-intro. We could do it in the pre-intro. Something else that I think about is we could just emit a restart signal. And that restart signal could trigger something on, I think to me that makes the most sense. I mean, I could do it with the game state pre-intro, because that's basically the same thing, where as soon as the game starts, that's the pre-intro state, then check it. But I don't know, I think it'd be nice to have like a restart signal. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna create a restart signal. I have this messenger script that just holds all my signals for better or worse. Restart emit. Now what's this retry true or false? What does that even mean? Here is restart. Oh, okay. Yeah. So retry stuff behaves differently depending on if it's a restart, which is wild. But I don't think we need to worry about that. So we're just gonna do restart emit here normally without calling anything, and then I'm gonna go to my messenger here, and I'm just gonna look for the retry. Oh, we do have a restart. Interesting. Okay. Do we use that anywhere? I don't think so. I think restart emit call deferred on the pause menu and on menu buttons. Wow, we do have this. What? Oh, I see. So the restart signal emits. That's confusing. The restart signal emits when the button is pressed. That's when it emits that restart signal. Very well. I wonder if that's not a little too late or a little too early, right? Because that means that signal is gonna fire before the, potentially before or at the same time as when that node is freed. So you know what I think? I think we should do the pre-intro. That would make the most sense. All right, wow, okay. Hey, good thing we have a process for setting these things up, because then I can make those discoveries and not make mistakes. Okay, so let's do the pre-intro thing, because we know that pre-intro, and that makes sense too, because look, this is right after we reload current scene. Pre-intro happens after that. We would have had the same problem if I was emitting the restart message here. So I think we're actually okay. I don't know what this is. This was, oh, I guess there were like, this was like an alternative way to do it. Anyway, we'll leave that in. That seems like that seems like that was a solution to a problem, and I left it there in case that problem came back. Okay, so we want to say that when this state happens, so let me go check in the game states script. Make sure that signal, that pre-intro signal actually happens when I think it does. Okay, so where is it? Pre-intro, right here. Okay, so there's the pre-intro. So it does some stuff. When does it actually emit the pre-intro signal, though? That I'm not sure of. All right, I gotta look this up. We're gonna search pre-intro emit. So wait, we never emit a pre-intro signal? Really? Because we emit game intro. We never emit a pre-intro signal. I am surprised. Do we connect a pre-intro signal anywhere? That would be concerning. No, it's just, wow, okay, because I use this convention very carefully. So I should be able to just search this. Okay, cool, well, then, let's do that, finally. I had no idea. I guess I never needed to load anything at pre-intro because I never had this problem. Okay, cool. So then we're gonna say actually right here, this is gonna emit game pre-intro, which I think we, oh wow, oh pre-begin. What the heck is pre-begin? Oh yeah, that's this. Oh yeah, I remember what pre-begin is. So that's before the game begins. It makes sense. Okay. So actually, I haven't even created a pre-intro signal. Well, that confirms enough for me. All right, great. So we're gonna come here. We're gonna say, game load, project load, basically. Pre-intro. Wow! First time. That's reassuring, because I don't have to worry about, conflicting with anything. So then we're gonna come back to game states, make sure we actually emit that. Pre-intro, emit. Okay, now I'm gonna come to that auto load, which is NPC spawns, which I still don't like the way this is written, but we'll let it go. Okay, and then it doesn't have an underscore between this, like instead of a space. I really like the underscores versus spaces, but it's fine. And now in here, we want to connect messenger game pre-intro, connect to on game pre-intro. Let's set that up pretty early here. Func on game pre-intro. And what we want to happen is establishing this variable right here. It does make me concerned about this as well. I feel like we shouldn't be on readying things. Yeah, but this is a new one you're creating. So I think that's safe, unless you want that interval timer to like change. But I don't think we have to worry about that. I think that one actually is quite safe right there. So we're gonna have a problem though, because identifier flying enemies queue is not gonna be declared in the current scope, which is quite all right. We can just make sure we establish it otherwise. So I guess I will put it up here. We're just not gonna on-ready it. And then we don't have to type this, because that's already now obvious. So we are setting it, but we're making sure that it's getting set every time the game begins. Okay, let's see if we have resolved this issue. And I can move on to my empathy stuff. Take a bite of my meal. Kick back, relax. So hopefully everything works right off the bat. Dang, that's good. Hopefully everything works out right off the bat. It does not. Tell me more, tell me more. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I love those problems. Those are my favorite bugs. When it's like, oh, I just gotta rename it. It's just a spelling error. I love those. No complaint. Timeless just updated their phone. This is the first thing you see. Hyper Game Dev is live. Oh, it's beautiful. Your phone knows what's up. Oh, cheers to that. Cheers to that. I love that. Let's go. Welcome, Timeless. Your phone is hip to it, man. All right. So far, so good. I could have spawned some helicopters right now. Might as well. Doesn't really matter either way. But, oh, nice. Okay, so we got an error just from spawning right off the bat. I seem, okay, no. Okay. It's not looking for the 4. Okay, so it is, okay, so that did not work. That is what not working is. Huh. I wonder why. Because the pre-intro, I guess we should check to see if this is even happening. Pre-intro ran on, we just look out some work on this. Pre-intro ran on NPC spawn script. Okay, I spelled script wrong, it's okay. I just want to see if that would work. So today I really want to expand the empathy system in the game. That's what I'd like to do. I'd like to make this system work well and correctly, and things that are related to it be set up good. Oh, dude, I forgot to tell you, we have a cat around at the moment. And you know, I've just kind of, I've encountered a bug from the stuff we set up yesterday. I need to, like, I mean, honestly, like, that's kind of like a thing. Like, at the beginning of every stream, we gotta check last week's or last time's work to see if there was a bug. All right, here we go. I'm gonna press this, it's gonna go down. And I'm gonna check the output here. So that didn't print. So the pre-intro isn't emitting. Alright, that's interesting. Why not? So we've connected it. On game pre-intro, we know that that is connected correctly because we're not getting an error about that function not existing, and we can jump to that function. Let's go back to game states. We emit game pre-intro. We know that's a real thing. We know that the pre-intro happens. I wonder if this happens before the NPC spawns is in the scene tree. I wonder if we're pre-introing a little too soon here. Dude, it says await get tree process frame. I'm just saying, I feel like that would literally mean that it's like a frame too early. If get tree current scene. So maybe we'll wait. Let's wait. Let's put it right here. I'm gonna see if that makes all the difference. We're gonna put it, make sure the current scene exists first. And then we'll be done with, and there was a reason why we put that in. There were problems because that wasn't there. I don't remember the problems, but I know that that was an excellent solution. So that stuff stays. All right. Okay, so I'm not seeing any prints in here, but oh, this let it actually. The editor always like lags a little behind the game starting. There we go. Pre-intro ran on NPC spawn script. Let's go. All right, good. Now I'm gonna try spawning a helicopter. Yes, helicopter is in. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's get in there and see if we can restart the game. I could probably just restart it there, but we might as well just go all in and do the whole thing. You're not supposed to spawn helicopters there. It looks kind of weird. All right, so let's do the restart. I could press pause. Main menu is the same as restart. Okay. So it looks like pre-intro ran on NPC spawn script. Excellent, good. Let's spawn a helicopter. Bam, helicopters, bug fixed. Let's go. Okay, whew. Nice. All right, let's get rid of those. Wow, we got some prints here. Continue hovered. Pre-intro does not see tree. I feel like a lot of these we don't need. So let's clean up a bit here. Pre-intro does not see tree. This was helpful when I was debugging that other issue. I want to go to the NPC spawn script and make sure we get rid of that other leftover bit on there. Good. Probably don't need that print, honestly. Do I really need that print anymore? And then there's also the continue hovered. I don't feel like I need that. And I'm sure that was quite useful sometimes, but not this time anymore. All right, things are clean, things are good, and now this task is done. I like finishing things. I like fixing stuff. Oh, liking. By the way, guys, if you're here hanging out with me watching this stream, don't forget to hyper smash that thumbs up button. Like this stream. If you press that like button, it means more people are going to come through and know about this stream now while it's live and after it ends. So thank you if you're willing to do that. Hit that like button only once. N+1 times. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Like the stream. So now I'm going to make a GitHub commit, and then we're gonna start working on empathy stuff. So I think what I want to start doing is I want to set up that dialogue between. Really, it's like kind of like a random event, basically, where. And it needs to have a lot of conditions under which it actually happens. So the idea is, let's just for, so there's some humans. Let me make this commit real quick. Fix the bug where helicopters couldn't spawn on restart. Okay, we'll get it. Helicopters now can spawn after restart. Had to add a signal for pre-intro after its process frame and current scene check, and now the NPC spawns adds the flying enemies queue node to an assignment before the game starts instead of relying on an on-ready, which on restart would get queue freed. Okay, it's kind of a mess, but if I'm ever looking back and confused, that will be helpful. All right, so I want there to be a dialogue. So you'll literally be playing the game and you'll stumble on two humans having actual speech bubble cartoony dialogue. And they're not all the humans that are standing around are going to be like that. In fact, most of them won't be. And that's the situation where you as the player make the choice. And it's not going to tell you that this is a choice. You just are going to see this event. I want to make sure those speech bubbles are really obvious so the player is like, what is that? Right? And then you're going to be faced with that moral dilemma. Like, who do I rescue? Or how do I intervene with this situation? And so this needs to only happen under certain circumstances, right? We don't always want these to appear. It's only if the player... There's two scenarios where this would happen. Number one, if the player hasn't unlocked empathy yet. then we want to make sure, I want to make sure, once per level, that happens. So literally, if you blow it, it's over. Now, that's very different than you missed it. You might say that if you miss it, it could come up again in the same level. Missing it is very different than messing it up. Right? So I think I should need to sketch this out, actually. This is a lot. Hey, what's up, Stoner? I'm doing pretty good. I'm getting to do my favorite thing. You know, I was running a little late today, you know, but I was cooking food, so that was nice. Overall, I'm doing great. I'm seeing the game move forward, and that brings me a lot of joy. So I actually have nothing to complain about. I'm feeling good. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Welcome. All right, so I'm gonna open up Excalidraw, and I'm just going to, we're gonna plan this out just a wee bit here. So the situation is, I also like your emoji, like you're coming through the clouds, because it's like very like Jesus-y, right? Like Jesus coming through the sky, falling down to the earth. Is that what Jesus does? I'm not Christian, I don't know. But also like a puff of smoke because you're stoner Jesus and you're like peeking through a puff. It's actually like the perfect emoji for your name. Okay, so anyway, here's what we're gonna say. We're gonna say this is the empathy event. That's what I'm gonna call it for now. Empathy event. Very nice. And then when does it happen? So it happens if empathy not unlocked. Basically, yeah, if empathy not unlocked. I don't want to say if it's 0, because you could get down to 0 and you have unlocked it. So empathy event happens if empathy is not unlocked. There's another situation where it happens, but that's only after it gets unlocked. So the empathy event occurs, but there's actually another situation as well, right? I think you manifested all these UFOs in New Jersey because of this game. Is that news right now? Is that news right now? I'm not, this is member stream behavior. I'm not gonna look up too much, but I'm now you've made me curious about alien news. FBI probes car-sized drone spotted over Trump's New Jersey golf course. Okay, so to me, what that sounds like is, military stuff, dude. They're just drones. They're just drones. Welcome, Cody. Good to see you. All right, so I'm gonna duplicate this. We're gonna say if it's always military stuff. Oh my God, thank you, dude. Oh my God, like sometimes I say that and people are like, "How do you know?" Because it always is. All right, anyway, I'm fine. So we want to say not only if, I mean, yes, it's going to happen if empathy isn't unlocked, but also, we want to say that if the event was missed, so it's kind of like both, right? So if empathy is not unlocked and the event was missed, then we want, I guess I don't know. I know I'm not doing this brilliantly. I almost want the arrows to go this way, you know? Like if the empathy is not unlocked, you can potentially miss, I guess we don't need the arrow here. We'll just say this. I guess I'm gonna do it like this. If the, well, okay, what if I do it like this? Huh? If empathy not unlocked, or if the event was missed, which can only happen if empathy is not unlocked. Nice. Makes sense to me. All right, let me make sure I group these. Okay, cool. Stoner is good. I don't know, something like that. I ain't Christian either, but I know, right? I totally agree. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. I mean, I figure if your name is Stoner Jesus, you're probably not Christian. My Jesus is a stoner Jesus. So let's say That's when the empathy event will happen. What about when it won't? I mean, this is very comprehensive. But how many times? Like how often? Like if you miss it once, is there like a timer before it shows up again? And when does it? I think it should show like right away. I think as soon as you start the level, like the game, basically, I think it should be there very quickly. And I also have to figure out how is that event going to appear based on how the game is designed. So the game is designed with all of these like sections, right? So this is one section, and all the sections stack next to each other and move towards the player. And they're all semi-pseudo randomly loaded in. So I could make a special event section. I don't like that idea at all, because then, I don't know, I just don't like that idea. I think that that's very limiting and it bothers me. What I'd rather have is that the event can appear on any section potentially, but that comes with some issues, right? Because there's only certain areas. Like I wouldn't want the event to occur on top of a building. I wouldn't want it to occur, you know, on top of a solar panel with a tree in between it, right? I would want to make sure that it's happening in an open area. So that means whatever is going to decide where these events happen, that needs to be predetermined. So that makes sense. I guess maybe on every section I could, or every section where this is relevant. This is actually, oh, woof, this is actually kind of tough. This is kind of tough. Because think of it this way, what if the player keeps skipping it, right? And they get to, because there's probably going to be 12 levels in the game, and you get to level 12 and you still haven't, you've just been skipping it all along or missing it. That means I would have to make for every single freaking level in the game a potential event to appear, which is, that's not good. So, I mean, it's okay as long, it would be okay unless I'm going by this method of making sure I predefine a section where they show up. It's just, I mean, I'm going to make hundreds, like twos of threes of hundreds of these sections. Like, I cannot have to choose an area for the event to happen, especially when it's incredibly unlikely that the player's going to get that far. So, okay, so I could say that it only happens in the first level, right? But that does present a problem. But we could say this, we'll say this, because there's actually kind of two different versions of the empathy event, right? There is the first empathy event, and then there's the second empathy event. There's actually gonna be a second one. This is a lot of logicking here. I gotta get my logic down. There's a second one, and this is where I'm worried about on a level situation. So we're gonna see how this is gonna play out. This is gonna be very interesting. Okay. So first empathy event, if the event was missed, but only on, so we also need to say if empathy not unlocked. I would even say a bigger circle here would be if on level 1. It's only gonna happen on level 1. So all of these conditions have to be met for the first empathy event. So if you miss it, well, that's the other thing. Like, what if you miss it on level 1? Do you just never get it? That kind of sucks too, right? Yeah, you just never get it and you play normal mode. That's it. It's just, I'm just trying to keep it as simple as possible. It's safe to say you'll only need it for the first level. Yeah, maybe. I would just make your terrain controller also an event manager. What does that mean, Dungeon Martian? A lot of people's Jesus is Stoner Jesus. Yeah, maybe. You might be right. It's funny because this one stream I go to, they started saying, "May the blunt be with you." Oh, that's beautiful. If blunts are your thing, I could see that being quite lovely. And it's giving, and that feels very Star Warsy as well. Okay, so if on level 1 If empathy not unlocked, and if the event was missed, then we get the first empathy event. Terrain controller and event manager. I don't understand what that means. But, yeah, I mean, yes, we're going to need to have the events be managed somewhere. But the trouble is figuring out where to have the event physically, positionally appear in space. Okay, so assuming that all of this is true, there's still the second empathy event, because all the empathy event, the first empathy event gives you, do we have a heart shape? That would be nice. Excalibur probably isn't gonna give us hearts, so we're just gonna get a heart. Heart image before 2023. Yeah, I don't want an AI one, okay? Is that so bad? Is that so bad? Okay, so come over. Oh, it was already open. So that's gonna give you a small heart, right? That's not giving you a big heart, that's giving you a little heart, just a tiny one. The second empathy event gives you the full heart. Now, I also could just say, never mind, the first empathy event gives you the full one. Right? But, you know, again, I want this to be like the limbs, like the legs and the arms, which those are supposed to function such that when you get your first hit point to your limbs, you only get one limb size. So that is to say, the limbs all have 2 hit points. The empathy heart has 2 hit points. I want the heart to be just like the limbs. So if the first empathy event gives you a full heart, then that means it's giving you 2 hit points, which is fundamentally suddenly not working the same as the other limbs, and I don't like that. I want that logic to be consistent. So I would prefer it do this. But then we need to say, well, how are you going to get the second heart? Because eating an evil thing or abducting an evil thing doesn't increase your empathy. That's a little problematic. You know, it just doesn't lower your empathy. Right? I don't like that. I don't want that. I don't want you to be able to get back empathy. Like, you lose it, you lost it. So that means I need a second empathy event. And so does this follow all of these same rules? You know, do we have to say it's on level 1? Obviously, so I guess this would be a little different. It would be if on level 1, at least, maybe, possibly. So empathy is obviously unlocked at this point, but we'd want to say if empathy level 2, really what I would say is if first empathy event successful. But then we also want to say no evil acquired. But then we also want to say, it's getting tiny. We also want to say wait, why didn't that have text? It yeeted the text? Don't eat the text on me. I like the text. I want the text. We also want to say in here that, just like before, previous event missed. Right? That's a lot. That's a lot. It's getting complicated. And we have to track all of these things. I would like to go whatever is the simplest way. Simple is my desire here. And this is not simple. Even though it's what I would prefer, it is certainly not giving simple. I think just one specific event tile and have them 80 to 100% priority if the conditions are met. I mean, so I don't know, something about that bothers me. That is simpler. That is simpler. It bothers me because, well, to me that works better if it's level 1. Because if it's going to be on multiple levels, then I need to create a special tile for every level, which, I don't know, that just feels like kind of a waste, because it's like a whole tile that you don't even see otherwise. And you're going to like recognize the tile. I kind of want it to not be recognizable. I don't know. I don't know. That's definitely a good idea. But it's something that I find myself not going towards. Okay, first empathy. I appreciate you. You're helping me so much work this out, of course. Because if it. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so yeah, I think you're right. It's safe to say level 1 is enough. I say that you only can choose level 1. So we'll keep if on level 1 as a primary condition. That opens up a lot more possibility. I feel a lot better about potentially having one specific tile that's just for that. So, yeah. Okay. So if you're on level 1, first empathy event successful. First empathy event successful. No evil acquired. Previous event missed. All of those situations would lead to a second empathy event to upgrade your heart more. It's tough because it's like, you know, you really have to pay attention on level 1. You really got to set that up. But again, if it's supposed to also be like a difficulty choice, it makes sense to give you that choice early. As opposed to like, you know, you choose throughout the game. Although you do, basically throughout the game, you can choose to start to make it harder. You just can't choose to start to make it easier. You can only choose the easiest mode early. Empathy %, let's go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's totally gonna be a possibility. I'm excited. That's really want to get this. Let me say that with words. That's really why I want to get the system set up, is so I can experiment with that. But there's so many other things to get involved too before it's like really gonna work right. First empathy event. Okay. So if it's a tile, all right. So I'm you know what, Dungeon? I think you're right. I think a tile is gonna be best. Because if it's only on level 1, it's not a big deal to design a special tile. Ugh, I kind of hate it. But it will be a lot easier. Well, but you know what? No. Because if it's only level 1, that means it's not as stressful to me to think about adding an event area to every single tile. It's a lot, that is a lot more stressful if I think about having to add an event tile to every single tile in the entire game. But if it's only for level 1 tiles, that's not as bad. I wouldn't mind scattering event areas throughout all of those. So I think maybe I will do event areas on different tiles on level 1. So we're gonna need to keep track of these things. And like, how many times are you allowed to miss it? I would say infinite times. Wait, but we also need to say no evil acquired, because you can't... We need to also put this here. I mean, it's really the same. It's really the same. Nothing is different, if I'm being honest. I should actually just duplicate this. Here, let's get rid of that. Get rid of all that. And we're just gonna say all of this is the same here, except instead of first event successful, it's empathy if empathy is not unlocked. So otherwise it's exactly the same. If you keep missing the event, it'll keep appearing as long as you're not acquiring evil, assuming you haven't unlocked empathy yet, and if you're on level 1. So for the second empathy event, if you're still on level 1, I mean, why am I doing it this way, right? Actually, we could delete this and just stretch this. I'm just, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, just on like a design. Yes, I must design this circle perfectly. Wait, can you it is ungrouped? Okay. So if on level 1 can just be true for each of these circle areas, right? Alright. So if you're on level 1 and you haven't unlocked empathy, and evil hasn't been acquired, and the previous event was missed, you'll get a first empathy event. It is not going to give you 2. It is going to give you a little heart. If you're on level 1 and the first empathy event was successful, and no evil acquired, so I don't know why I'm putting this here. Actually, it would make more sense to say that it either comes from the previous event missed or no evil acquired. If the first empathy event was successful, no evil is acquired, and or you missed the previous event, the second empathy event will trigger. Simple as that. Now, what of the other aspects? So, I mean, we just say that it just stops happening. No, I think this is fine. I think this is something to start setting up. Now, I still need an event, so let's start this way. I'm going to create a placeholder empathy event so we can set up all the logic. So, making a placeholder empathy event. Okay. That's where we're gonna get this started. So this should be pretty simple and straightforward. I think I'm just gonna create like a new scene for now. And I'm just gonna grab one of these humans. Let's just take a human that's already in here. I'm gonna slap it in. Copy it. Paste it over here. Whoa. Oh, yeah. That makes sense, I think. Yeah. We'll keep it at the origin here. Or approximately. Maybe we'll put it over here. Just like a general idea of what this might look like. Let's duplicate that human. This one is an enemy type, so I'm gonna mark it as enemy. And they'll just be having a little conflict. Not gonna worry about setting up that conflict just yet. I'm very excited to set that up, but I think that that's not the priority at this moment. Whoa. That's not what I expected to happen. I guess that's like a local thing. Here we go. Okay. Great. Now, it doesn't really look like much. I feel like I won't necessarily notice it. I really want it to be like kind of visually obvious. So we're just gonna add something kind of silly in here for now. I'm just gonna add a big old box mesh. Just something that stands out like, oh, there's the empathy event. Debug-wise, I can see that clearly. Everything is fine. All right, there it is. That's our placeholder empathy event. Now I'm gonna save this. We're gonna call this empathy event. Where do I want to save this? Projectile script spawners? I guess it's technically spawning. So is that an NPCs? A human NPC? I mean, it's gonna be... yeah, it's just gonna be two humans, but it's specifically two humans. Yeah, I guess that's humans. Let's say humans, and I'm just gonna make a folder called events. And this will be where that is. I don't know. I think that makes some sense. Okay. Great. Now, we need to figure out how this actually gets added in. So I need to kind of define an event area. So let's say define an empathy event area. So that is to say, how does it know where those areas could be? So there's already a bunch of humans here. Now, I mean, look, I don't even know where all humans are going to be. I feel like most humans, innocent humans, are going to already be inside of buildings. I think that's the idea, which is its own entire task to figure out how that the heck is going to work. But for now, especially because these are all buildings I'm not even going to keep in the game. For now, we'll just do some temporary areas. So let's just slap in. I'm gonna do markers. I think that like makes sense. But I kind of want that to be its own scene. I mean, I think it could just be a marker that's named. Because I would want the code to be looking for where are these potential places. And we can put them in a group, maybe give it a special script. It can be looking for marker 3Ds that are in certain groups. So it can iterate through and say, do I see a marker 3D that's in the group event location or whatever. And if it finds that, it's gonna randomly pick out of that array which one. We don't even need to do that. We could just have it iterate through the group array. And then it just spawn the event at that position. The event is going to need to parent itself to that particular section, that tile. In order for that to work. So the empathy event is certainly going to need a raycast. Now the humans actually already have a similar raycast. So actually maybe we don't, because the humans have this raycast on them that parents them to that. So actually that'll be fine. Now obviously this brick does not have that parent set up. And the speech bubbles, I would actually build those into the humans. So you know what, I think we should forget the brick. Because I would rather not have to create a new raycast that reparents itself if I could just use the raycast that the humans already have, and we could put the speech bubbles on the humans. Something I don't love about that is like every human is going to have a potential speech bubble, even though it's going to be very uncommon that humans will even bother using that. So I wonder if we don't want to instantiate the speech bubbles onto here. So maybe, okay, you know what? Maybe I'll do, okay. Let's go back to creating a placeholder. I'm going to say create a placeholder, extend the humans for talk humans. No, I'm not doing any of the extending. No, I tried setting that up yesterday because I did do the extending thing on like a project that I started for fresh in my free time, and it was great. It was beautiful. I loved it. It was resplendent, and I loved it. But on this, where I already have so much embedded without that, to detangle that and try to set it up so we have that like class inheritance it's an enormous amount of work. It was super stressful and it was just slowing me down, and it's so much easier to just not do that. But the lesson for me is in the future I must start out with that class inheritance potential. I definitely am super into that, but I have come to the realization that it is absolutely not worth it for this project. But yes, that would be nice if I had already structured everything to lend itself to that. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, I need to give you credit for helping me talk out some of this stuff. I appreciate that. I need to take a bite of my delicious food. I guess, do we have any empathy related credits? We don't. I think that's its own entire credit right there. That's what I think. So whatever, I'm just gonna slap this in somewhere. Empathy system. Any of Dungeon Marshman credit. It entitles you to no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit in the game. I'm actually going to give you 2 because you were like giving me a lot of advice along the way. Oh yeah, so many. We've got, my God, 113 different people, 112 because one of them is the top row. So let me move out of the way. 112 different people who've contributed. And then, I mean, whatever this sums to be, I'm sure there's an easy way to sum, oh, right there. 905 individual contributions across over 900 contributions across 100 people. Yeah, I'm a bit of an empath. I'm sorry to hear that. Be careful. Protect your heart. Protect your heart. Not everybody deserves it. All right. Okay. So yeah, so I'm gonna make a placeholder dialogue box. It's not gonna be that, really. Without these, my game could be a disaster. Without those, I think the game wouldn't be a disaster. What I think is it would take me 2 to 3 times longer to make the game. And the game would be less efficient, and I would have learned less good coding habits. That's what I think. So I don't think it would be a disaster. I just think it would be less ideal, and it would take me a lot longer to have finished it. You can stick with it, and it'll be perfect. You know, perfection, to me, if by perfect you mean good enough, I agree. For me, a motto that I often employ is good enough is perfect. Now, this is just for the sake of this project. You know, if I was like, I need to make lots of money, I have to sell this game, and it has to make thousands of sales so I can put food on the table. Okay, then I might need to not say good enough is perfect. But because I'm just using it as a learning project, and I'm okay if it doesn't like sell very much, good enough is perfect. Yeah, good, exactly, good enough. All right, so let's make these things. I guess I'll create a new scene, and I'm just gonna be I don't know why I did a whole thing for it. And this probably I'd want to be I feel like I want this to be a viewport. We can also do 3D text. I don't really know. Ooh, how do I want to design this? My least favorite thing about using a viewport is we just have to think about the volumetric fog. I guess we still would want it to be 3D if we're going to be adding a sub-viewport. Yeah, maybe we do a sub-viewport. I'm not sure yet, so I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. But that is just going to be, you know, a little bit of effort. A little bit of effort. It'll be kind of fun, though. Alright, so we're going to slap that in there. This is going to be dialogue box. I'm going to say this is dialogue box, dialogue in-game, or dialogue in scene. This is to differentiate it from potentially like dialogue that could be like on the screen, but I want this to actually be like in there. I think I want that to be a differentiation. So we're going to save this. This is humans. Dialogue? I don't even know where to... I'm just gonna put it in... It's not just humans, though. I think this is UI. I'm gonna put this in UI. It's a weird kind of UI, but I think it's UI. So I'm gonna make a dialogue folder, and we're gonna put that in there. Okay. And then I'd want some code that actually makes this appear on humans. So let's go to an abductee script, and we're gonna say if this human is part of an event, basically. So export variable is Now, events are very different, so we should say is empathy, because there might be other types of events in the game. So for now, we're going to say empathy event false. I guess we want to be instantiating this event, so I think we can put this in the ready function for now. We'll see. That could change. If is empathy event, then I'm going to want to instantiate, and yes, I'm just going to borrow some random instantiation code here. We're going to want to instantiate the dialog box. So specifically, I'm going to go grab that and drop that in here as the string. And we're going to call this dialog. And I think we just add it to itself and call it dialog. So there's obviously going to be a lot more to think about here, but for now, we're just going to say that's good enough, just to get this thing tested and set up. Now, I need a position for it. We could use the existing marker that's on humans. Let me find the right thing here. I believe it's this one. Yeah. So there is a marker already here, and that marker is for the arrow that appears above the human's head. I do have some concerns about this potentially interfering with that arrow. That's a very serious issue. Because the arrow animates like boop, boop, so that means this whole area is kind of blocked. I'd almost want to say that the arrow would appear higher if there was a dialog box. Ooh, that's messy. That's a little messy. I mean, it's not that messy. It makes me wish I had named this. All right, let me look around here. What do we have this marker 3D? If has node marker, so we are matching that name. Oh, girl, you need to change that. You need to change that immediately. Yeah, you need to fix that. I'm gonna rename this, which is possibly risky. We're gonna say this is marker arrow. Okay, that means I need to refactor this to be marker arrow. Now, I should look everywhere else in the entire game code for marker 3D and make sure we're not using it elsewhere. Now, this is actually looking on a different, this isn't looking on abductees, so I'm kind of good there, but I'm kind of wanting to like fix this everywhere, just as like a matter of habit. I think that might be a good idea. On the copter has its own, oh, that's a different, that's on the player. That's a totally different marker. Handwrite, those are different markers. Abductee, that's a different marker. We just refactored this one, I think. Yep, we just refactored that one. Crosshair, different marker. Arrow hover. Okay, this, that's messy. That's messy. That's where calling it marker arrow is going to be an issue, because I've been just calling it marker 3D on everything. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Nope, don't refactor it. Nope. Not doing it. Bad idea. Danger. Sorry. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna create a new marker that is not called marker 3D. And that's gonna be the dialog marker. That in retrospect, I wish I had not called that marker 3D. But again, I'm just gonna waste so much time trying to fix that I don't think it's worth it. Maybe if I switch to VS Code one of these days, I could make that refactoring a lot easier. But, you know, Godot doesn't let you just find all of the instances in scene trees of marker 3D name. So that means I have to go find each file myself, unless I use VS Code, which I do have, and I could, but I'm scared, and I don't want to. Familiar is nice for this project, for now. That would be its own day, is switching to VS Code. All right. Marker, we're gonna call it marker dialog. So that means I'm gonna wanna make sure that the marker 3D actually gets moved up in the event that it is a human. So we'll wait until, or it's an event human. So we're gonna wait until that's an issue. Familiarity is king. Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. Because, you know, I'm a little self-conscious about that. Like, you know, that I'm not making this project perfection. But, like at the end of the day, I just want to finish this, you know? And I'm going to do it better next time. I am. But, like, I don't want to, you know, impede my momentum to finish this game. Timeless, I gotta give you some moral support. Who else gave some moral support that oh, that was about aliens. Well, that's less related to the game. But it was enjoyable to be supported about it's always military. But let's definitely give Timeless thank you for the moral support. Wait, Timeless, you're not in here? Are you in here under a different name? I've never given Timeless a credit. Wow, I guess you just come through and you hang out. All right, Timeless. Well, these credits entitle you to absolutely no compensation. However, they are going to entitle you to a credit in the game. So thank you for just giving me some moral support. I appreciate it. It means a lot. All right. So we want to say that marker dialog is what we want abductee if is empathy event. It's gonna load marker or the dialogue, but we want to say that dialogue global position equals the marker dialogue. So I'm gonna actually on-ready that. I think that's probably fine, right? It's probably okay. Great. Looks fine. Where to go here? Set it to marker dialog global position. So we just want it to be right there at that same place. Now it needs to stay there in case the human runs away. I don't know if we're gonna want animations and stuff, if I'm being honest. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I hate to put something extra in process, but I imagine that they're just gonna stand still. That's what I'm thinking. You know, most humans are gonna run away as the alien gets close, but maybe for the event, it's a little different. But, like, it could be cool if, like, a person is, like, escaping a military and they're like, I'm gonna get you, and the person's like, no, please don't get me. And they're like chasing them across. That could be kind of awesome. But I wonder if it'll stay the same. I don't know. We'll see. We can experiment with it. We might be able to use like a remote transform to keep that marker in the same place. We could connect it to like a bone on the human's head. That way, it's always moving with the human. It might actually be fine. I don't know. We'll see. Just trying to think ahead a little bit. All right, so that will spawn in above. Wait, where is this position? It's not in a good position. Put this up here. So it's actually right in the same place, basically, as the other one. Which means we're going to need to move the arrow as well. But for now, let's not worry about it too much. Okay. So back on the empathy event, I'm going to want to mark these humans as is empathy event. So that way they have the box above their head, which is going to be weird and it's going to look silly, and that's okay for now. All right, empathy event is there. Now, if I want to instantiate this at different points, I need another like marker in levels. So let's just, oh, I wanted to make a special scene for that. I think you can just do a marker and then put that marker in a group. So I think if anything, we want a special like script probably would make the most sense for there. So I'm gonna add a marker 3D to the scene, and we're gonna call this marker empathy event. Okay. And let's just start by putting one over here. Just so it's like there, around, existing. I'm not gonna think too hard about it just yet. Now I want to put a special script on this. I mean, yeah, we should. We think that makes the best sense. I'm gonna attach a script. Let's put that in. I guess that is in terrain stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So what this is gonna do is it's going to ensure that it's basically in a group. That's it. That's the only thing it's gonna do. Add to group empathy event marker. That's what I'm gonna call it. Okay. So if we're gonna iterate through everything that's in the group empathy event marker, I feel like I should put this on a couple different ones. I think that would be wise. So we can test that as soon as possible. And we won't know which one it's gonna come on, and that'll be like fun or something. Which is, I think, why, Lise, you should save this as its own scene. Because you want to just be able to easily slap this on. So we're going to save this as marker empathy event as a scene. And then that way I don't have to think about setting it up every time. We just drag and drop it on. So let's open up a different section. Find that marker. Why did the name of the game, of your game, turn to undecipherable, that? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened. That sounds scary. I hope that's resolved quickly. If you're genuinely asking for help, maybe give us some more info. Like what engine, but otherwise maybe you're just like announcing. I'm gonna put another event over here since this is kind of an open area. We could even put it over here in the woods somewhere, which is a little bit weird. Like, why would that event be there? I don't know. Why not? Why not? It's there because I said it's there. Plop one here. Probably could go back to that other level and drop one in, an extra one. So it could happen there, or it could happen, this would be a tough spot over here to get to. Maybe that's a good place for it then. I'm surprised that that went to the same location. Huh. It could appear there. We could say, I mean, it feels a little risky to say it could appear over here. That's not the origin. It's so weird. Maybe it could appear over there. And then let's open up a different level. ranch, a different ranch. Apparently I'm putting them all on these, which makes sense. But they could even be on the safe chunks too. I think they could be on all different, because there's things that don't have a lot going on, like they're just cornfields. Those we call in safe chunks. We could potentially put them on those too. So maybe right there. Just here to say I still exist. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you still exist. Welcome back, Jay Jordan. Today I'm setting up empathy events. That is to say, what will allow the player to unlock the empathy system in the game. Well, I'm glad you stopped in, even though you couldn't stay for long. It's like so nice. It's like so nice of you to do. I love this friggin' community. What the heck? It's good to see you. Something I'm probably gonna want to think about is like rotating it. Enjoy your time here. Enjoying time from Timeless. Who says you need to be timeful to wish a good time? Okay, so I'm gonna drop this. We're gonna put one more in here. Seems like an open spot. Maybe I'll regret it, who knows? It's good to experiment with a variety of areas after all. Let's open up another ranch level area. So many potential places. Why is the human thing here? Is there humans in here somewhere? That little green circle is only there if there's humans present. Or in theory. That's so weird. Why is that there? I'm very confused. But okay, whatever. So that's there for some reason. Maybe that's... Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it. We're not gonna worry about it. It's probably fine. Okay, let's add another marker on here. I guess like in the... Whoa. Whoa, that just went way away. Maybe in this little section up here. Could be there. Or it could be over here. And be careful we're not in the way of something. Oops, I meant to duplicate it, not save it. Not really a lot of good places. Like we could say over here in the corn. Yeah, that's a harder one to spot. But maybe there's some good about that. Maybe. You know, it's the early game. Now, the other thing too is all of these levels are gonna be changing. So that's something to think about as well. I don't want to work too hard. All right, let's just put it there. That's gonna be the only places where we put this. I don't want to go overboard. So there's a variety of spots. Now I need to actually have that area be iterated through. So make spawns happen at the empathy event area. So to do that, I'm going to go to the block script, which is on the top level of all of those chunks that we just set up there. They all have this script on them. So I'm going to want to tell it to look for that. But like, why is it going to look for it? I guess this is where we need to think about the conditions, right? We don't want it to bother iterating through to find it if those conditions aren't met. Namely, these. So where, I must ask myself, do I want this to be checked? Well, we do have a level check here in the ready function, but it doesn't really make sense. Well, actually it does. because these blocks are loaded. So when you get to level 2, it actually is going to delete all of the level 1 blocks, and it's going to instantiate all the level 2 blocks. When we get to level 3, it deletes all of the level 2 blocks and instantiates all of the level 3 blocks, which means we could put a check here where it says, am I level 1? If I'm level 1, then I know that I need to consider checking for these other conditions and possibly spawning an event. And this is all in the block script. So I think that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool. Great. So this is saying, if it's not menu, then do all this. Is level seen? So this is actually assigning a level based on what the file path says. It's a little wacky, but the file paths down here are designed very carefully. And it finds, oh, I see that we're on level 1. It goes like 30 to the left, 2 to the right, and then it converts this into an integer. Something like that. And so it's gonna find level 1. So I guess we could say we check right here, is level 100. Well, that's because it's kind of cool, right? But I'm not sure. I guess we can say in here, if is level 1. Let's see. Let's have it print is level 1. I just be kind of curious to make sure it knows that. And then the other things we're going to want to check for is if empathy is not unlocked. So we're going to need to know if empathy is unlocked or not. So I guess I should create a globals boolean for that. So I'm coming back to globals here. Let's look at the empathy stuff. Variable empathy unlocked boolean false. So it's not going to be unlocked to start with. So that's what it's going to want to be seeing. If is set to level 1 and empathy is not unlocked, is level 1 empathy not unlocked? We need to say globals empathy unlocked. What's another condition? No evil acquired. And if the previous event is missed, we really don't need to set a condition for previous event missed. What that would be is, because then basically that's kind of unnecessary to say that, because as long as empathy is unlocked, well, I guess we'd want to make sure that, unless there's going to be something fundamentally different between the first and second event, there really isn't. The only difference between the first and second event is that there's actually nothing. Because if they just give you +1 to empathy, I don't think we need to actually have them be different. It's really just +1. So they're really identical at the end of the day. We just want to say, I guess we'd want to differentiate between empathy unlocked and empathy full for the first time. So the first time that it's at 2. Because otherwise, it's going to keep happening. I guess we could say, and I know what we could do. And global's empathy is less than 2. But we also want to make sure that it's greater than 0. It can't ever go down. We can't ever be acquiring evil. This is quite a lot. And global's empathy is greater than -1. This is one heck of a condition. Just got an ad. Yeah. Thank you for tolerating the ads. They help support this channel, and I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, it's not able to like base them on what I'm saying. But otherwise, I have to remember to press it all the time, which is not gonna happen. So global's empathy less than 2. Global's empathy greater than -1. Print is level 1. Empathy not unlocked. No evil. We all heard that. The global new subs. It does choose certain people. Not everybody gets them. Is level 1, but I mean, everybody's got to know about the global new subs. Is level 1, empathy not unlocked, no evil acquired, empathy never filled. It's kind of ridiculous to put this specific of a quote, but I want it to be accurate, so it's just what I want. Okay, cool. So this should actually be true right away. So I'm gonna go, oh, there's actually a lot, hold on. I'm all moving to the right, like we're about to test it. There's actually some more things I need to set up. I wanna say that the empathy does not start out at 2, we wanna start out at 0. Now if it's 0, that means that your heart isn't visible yet. And your heart needs to actually be disappeared. You know what I haven't set up is the heart growing. I haven't set that up. Oh, whoops. So the heart shrinks if you lose empathy, but it doesn't currently grow as you gain empathy. Forgot about that. So the empathy heart has a animation player on it. And we've got a shrink animation that brings it down. That's if you have 1 HP. And then we have shrink death, which makes it go down to 0. Now I could like play them in reverse. I don't really want to do that. I just don't. So I think what I'm gonna do, we could also say the heart is not visible. And then the other thing is we want the torso to be filled in. And I'm kind of like debating how I want to deal with the torso. Is it even possible for me to scale this? Oh, but that looks like that. So I might want to make shape keys. You know, it could like fill in gradually. It's tough because right now it's just like boop, 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 boop. And it looks a little silly for it to just like appear and disappear. I think I would add like a particle effect that would happen. But to be looking like this and then all of a sudden... So I need to also make a particle effect. Wow, there's a lot of things to do. This is a lot. It's a big task. Okay. So we don't want to start out with the heart cavity. We want to start out with the body. And what we could say is that the heart is already shrunken by 1. We could start out the shape key on the heart here. Have shrink be at 1 already. Because the first time you see it, it's going to already be at 1. Now I could have it shrink from 0 up. That's also an option. Shrink depth is tough. I gotta make it like 0.55 or something. And then we would, what, animate this to 0? Yeah, I think that would be nice. I have a script set up for small YouTubers that disables my ad blocker if the YouTuber has less than 10,000 subs or if it is in a list of channel IDs. Oh, that's so cool. Dude, that's awesome. I want that. That sounds, wait, you made that? Okay, you're amazing. Number 1. Number 2, that is such a nice thing. Wow. Oh my gosh. That is so cool. Thank you. Thank you for supporting this channel in that way. That means a whole lot. I really appreciate that. Wow. I mean, that's like a nice thing. Like, that's a nice thing. If you ever wanted to put that out there, share that with the world. I bet more people would want to do that. Thank you. Wow. That's neat. I like nice people. So, yeah, I'm thinking we do all the juice. I think I want to do all the juice. I think that's what I want. So, I'm going to have shrink and shrink death. That makes the heart bigger or smaller. I'm going to have these all the way up. And then what we're going to say is if you get an empathy point, then this goes to 0. All right, we got a lot to set up. Oh my God. Okay, so we're going to change this to the task to making empathy heart gainable. That's it. That's what I'm doing. So the way this is set up now, I believe on the player, it here on empathy update, amount changed. If amount change is greater than or equal to 0, pass. Okay. So what this is saying is empathy added, and then this is saying empathy lost. That's what these are doing. So we already have that all set up for empathy lost. So what happens if empathy is added? We would want to say globals. So let me also ask myself this. Where does that get called? Empathy update emit on the HUD. So on the HUD is where it's actually subtracting it. Why? Why do that? Why put that on the HUD? Oh, because the numbers appear on the HUD. I don't want to do that. Don't. But then the update won't be accurate. Yeah, no, actually that makes sense. All right. We just have to do it in a different place. Okay. Although I would think we want actually all of this to be attached to the signal. Because otherwise, if I emit the signal from somewhere else, all of these things won't happen, which we do want to happen, which is updating the empathy UI. So we're gonna say here on empathy update, which calls with the amount. Get sets on your variables. Nah, I don't need get sets. The only times, I mean, look, I'm not saying get sets aren't useful, but, you know, it's kind of like going outside of anything that's conventional for this game project. In general, the only time I've really had much use for get sets is, like, real-time adjustment of variables that I can see in the scene. Specifically, world environment stuff. Anyway, no, I don't need to do that. Instead, I'm just gonna have this signal here. I'm sure that would work. I'm sure that would work. The sole project is what I currently use. It isn't perfect, but I may try something next time. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Correct. That's absolutely correct. I don't even know if I would use get sets, though. I don't know if I would. And maybe I should, but I don't know if I would. But yeah, that's very true, Timeless. Absolutely true. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a signal up here, messenger. Because this isn't, I mean, I like that you came up with the suggestion, but truly, I don't have an issue right now. There's no problem to solve. I was just talking it out. Messenger, empathy update, connect on empathy update. So all that should happen right after. I see what you're saying, because it's like on the same script, and then it could happen and update it. I see why you say get sets. I see why. But to me, this is just more the way that just makes sense to me, because I'm already going to be emitting this signal and doing stuff with it, and then I'm going to want to emit that signal elsewhere. I don't know. I like using signals, and maybe there's a reason not to, but I like doing it this way. But that's also a way. Totally. Alright, so now I'm going to go to the place where it gets added. So where do we add empathy points? If you succeed in one of these events, that's a little tough to test right now because I don't have the event quite set up. All right, you know what? Maybe we can get this going easier. So really, the only thing that makes you win the event is if you abduct or eat the military or the enemy human. So what's the moment when an abductee gets eaten? I think that's on the body part script. Yeah, right there. Abductee destroyed. And that actually sends out a signal that abductee is destroyed. And it clarifies whether or not that abductee was an enemy. Interesting. Where are we connecting that? Abductee destroyed, connect. On the HUD, of course on the HUD. Right, that's where that actually happens. Alright, well I guess we can just keep doing this on the HUD then. Fine, that's fine. If is the enemy, okay, oh yeah, okay, so if it's an enemy that is destroyed, yeah, this makes sense. Alright, fine, we'll do it right here. Just brought us right back. But this is not just if it's enemy, so we need an extra check here. If so if we go back to the block script, right, we've got that huge giant and if check. If and check, whatever. It would actually be in this situation. So that makes me wonder if it wouldn't be valuable to... We're gonna set another globals thing. Oh, I guess if empathy is unlocked? No, we need more than that. We're gonna say variable empathy possible. Boolean true. You actually should start the game out with empathy being possible. So let's go back to the HUD. I don't know if this all makes sense, but we'll see. If global's empathy possible, then... So this means we actually did destroy an abductee that's an enemy. But it also needs to have been flagged as an event. It can't just be any enemy. It has to be an event enemy. So we actually need to call something extra in here on abductee destroyed. So let's go back to the body part script where this gets emitted. We don't just want to know if the abductee is an enemy. We want to know if the abductee is whatever it's called, event related. Is empathy event. If abductee is empathy event. Welcome back, Sable. Good to see you. We got so much stuff set up yesterday with empathy things and enemies that I'm able to get into more having that morality system, that karma system in place. And it's a lot. It's a lot of conditions to be true for everything to work out. But we're going to get there. And it's going to be cool. Welcome. Okay. So now it's calling with two things. Not only if it's an enemy, but if the abductee is an empathy event. Now the only place we actually call this function is here. So that's easy. We just need to say is enemy, but also is event. So if is enemy, if global empathy possible, and is event, then global's empathy plus equals 1. I will spell globals correctly. Eventually. Okay. And we also are gonna run, want to run, weird. Empathy update. And instead of -1, this is +1. Okay, now we can come back to the player. Or, yeah, let's go to player script. And this will run on empathy update. Amount changed will be greater than 1. The system you mentioned a long time ago. Nice to witness becoming real. It was a long time ago. I know. I talked about it so long ago, and I've talked about it since then repeatedly. Just like there's gonna be a karma system. It's gonna exist. It'll be there. It is happening now because since yesterday I set up enemies. There's actually something that the other half of that karmic scale. Before there was only innocent humans, so there was no balance out to that karma. So now that there is, it can be implemented. And a lot of it's there, but a lot more needs to be there. So there's going to be this event that occurs. If you're on level 1 and empathy is not unlocked, so you haven't already gotten empathy, and you're on level 1, and you haven't done anything evil, and maybe if you missed a previous one, an empathy event is going to appear. These zooms are much more aggressive than I could ever want them to be. So the first empathy event is going to appear, and what that is going to be a innocent human and a military human arguing. They're going to have a conflict, and there's going to be like these big obvious dialogue boxes above their head. Hopefully I'm going to be able to set all this up today. I think so. Big dialogue boxes above their head, so they really are obvious, and you have a choice. Either you ignore it, in which case it'll pop up again as long as you're still on level 1, or you attack the innocent human, eat or abduct. And if you attack the innocent human, you are going to brick yourself from getting empathy for the rest of the game. You don't get empathy ever. It's gone. You're immediately evil, and that's it. If you choose to abduct or eat the military person, or somehow rescue the human from the military person by just picking up the human and moving them, the innocent one, and moving them, however you get that innocent human to safety, you will then have succeeded at the first empathy event, and you will get +1 empathy, giving you a heart and stuff. Now, there's a second empathy event that can happen to give you +2 health, or you'll have 2 hit points on your heart. And again, as long as you're on level 1, if the first empathy attempt was successful, you haven't done anything evil, and in case you miss the event, you know, that's okay, it'll come back around as long as it's still level 1 and everything else is true. Then the second event will come, and it's going to be just like the first one, but it might be in a different place. The circumstances might be a little different, but it's the same rules. As long as you rescue the human, you'll get +1 empathy, and that will be the last time that it happens. And after that, no more empathy events, because you can only lose empathy from that point forward. So you'll have the big heart in the center, and that will be the way that you get that for the rest of the game. And so right now, I'm setting up how you actually get empathy added. Because right now, we only have empathy being removed. So if I, key in 2 empathy on the global script, the player will start out with 2 empathy, and then we can lose it by eating innocent humans. But now what I'm adding in is a way that you start with 0 at the beginning of the game. So the globals will say 0 empathy, and then you have to win these events, which I'm also setting up simultaneously, to add empathy so you unlock the heart in the first place. So yeah, that's where we're at. And this is the player script. We do have the stuff where empathy gets lost. So empathy gets added. If empathy update happens and the amount changed happens, I want that heart to get larger. Would be nice. Sable says, it's interesting how you allow the player to be good while the core concept of the game is to shamelessly feast on human hearts while skipping in the wheat fields. I know. Honestly, the idea came about, I don't know what it was. I was reading some article or something somewhere, or I was listening to some podcast, I don't know, something somewhere, and it was just talking about, complicity of violence in media, and how, and it wasn't really making a strong point about it, it just said it in passing, and it just made me think about it a little. How, often in media, violence is just so, accepted, and there is no morality prescribed to it, which is, fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But it just made me think for a second, what would be kind of interesting is if, there was some morality to the killing. And it wasn't just, oh, you're just skipping through the wheat fields, killing any old human. But rather, there actually was some meaning to the killing. And so then for there, I thought, actually, I think this will add something interesting to the game. Yeah. So I like that there's that, conflict of ideas almost. Yeah. I'm glad it's interesting. That's what I want. So if the empathy update amount changed is positive, empathy is added, I want the we need to make I need to make a new animation. But also we have to make sure that the heart cavity appears and disappears. So we have here the mesh body heart. We need to invert this pretty much. We want to say that the heart cutout becomes visible and the solid becomes invisible. So that has to happen. And then we need to create an animation where the heart grows, is how I'd like to do it. So I'm going to duplicate our shrink death animation here. This is going to be grow, I guess 1. It's not greatly named, but I don't care. So we want to do the opposite. Literally just flip these around. Take this, put this here. I might want to change the easing function a bit, but other than that, just the same. Okay, so we need to make sure that the heart is already shrunk. Okay, so then that becomes a little tricky to make sure all this is reset correctly. Okay, go to grow. Sorry, let me get out the way. Go to grow. Oh, I see. This needs... I'm a little surprised that it's starting it... I think this is... Wait, what? How is the heart... How is shrink getting set back to 0? Is that because that's the reset? That's what the reset is. Wow, I guess I need to redefine the reset. The reset should have it be full. Wait, now I'm confused. Which one is which? Shrink death 0.55, value 1. Why isn't that happening? I'm very confused. 0.55, that's it gone. We come to the reset. Okay, the reset looks correctly set up now. Good. Okay, animation player. Go to grow 1, and then that brings us to that point. Perfect. Okay, let's check the animation. We don't need the easing function on the end here, but I am gonna put it... Oh, I guess we want it 1. Come over here. Maybe an ease out? I don't know if I like the ease out. Maybe show me an ease in. Oh yeah, ease in is better here. Ease in is the way. Okay. I'd almost like it to overcompensate and come back down, but the heart's gonna also be like beating, so I think it'll be fine. Okay, good. Grow 1. Now I'm gonna come to shrink, and I'm gonna duplicate this, and this is gonna be grow 2. Again, I'm just gonna swap these here. Whoops, a little too far. We're gonna get rid of the easing function on the end. Come to the beginning. And this should give us the biggest heart. Okay. It's like parking it's like parking like a normal human in GTA 5. Wait, what is... Being empathic? Yes? That's some serious effort to park normally in that game. Let's try and ease out. I think I like the ease in. Oh, that wasn't even an ease out. That's okay. I think the growing looks good with an ease in. Okay. So there's that. Save it. Now I'm going to come back to my player script. And we want to say animation. I hate when the autocomplete is covering what I'm trying to see. Let's just copy this. And we're going to say it's going to play the heart grow 1. When that's finished, we want beating shrunk because it's still small. So that's fine. Now I need to be a little bit more specific here. We have to say if global's empathy is set to 1, so it's actually quite similar to the other thing. And then here we want to say if it's set to 2. We don't need to change the body heart carve setup. We do want to say grow 2. And then we want to do beating healthy, I want to say. I think it's called beating healthy. Let's double check. Beating healthy. Yes. All right. I think that'll work. No. Is that it? Is that all? Are we done here? I feel like I'm at a point where I just want to test it, because I'm not actually sure where we're at. Wait, no, because I don't think the events are gonna spawn. We're still over here on block GD. Right, so if all those conditions are met, it's gonna print is level 1, empathy not unlocked, no evil acquired, empathy never filled. So this is, we need to do one more thing. I would want to say, I could just do the print, but let's go all the way. I actually am gonna want to add an instantiation in here. Do I still have that on my clipboard? You bet I do. And we're gonna say variable empathy event. Now this is gonna need to run multiple times, so I'm actually gonna say make this a function. This is gonna be add empathy event. I think this needs to be a function because this is gonna have a bunch going on. Okay. Func add empathy event, and I'm gonna want to call this potentially at another time as well. Maybe. We'll see. Definitely. That's the other thing, is like, we only want one at a time. So I don't want to see like 3 level sections, 3 chunks that all have an empathy event. It needs to happen once per like area that you can see, basically. And I want like an interval between them. That's a little complicated. Maybe for now we don't worry too much about that. But I will need to. Okay, so for the empathy event, that is a scene that we have. So let's drop that down. We want this to be added to this very node. So we can just put it right in there. And its position is going to be determined. This is where it gets a little tricky. Because it actually should only add if it even has an empathy event. Okay, so actually we need to do one more thing. I need to add an export variable here. So I'm going to say @export variable has empathy event. That's a Boolean and it's true or false. It's going to be false by default. So I need to come back to all those levels that I added those empathy event markers. And I'm going to say has empathy event. This one has them. I'd rather them be at the top. I don't know, it's just what I want. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Okay, put this up here. And we're gonna say has empathy event. Open up. I put it on just these few, so it's not that many. Has empathy event. Save it. And then open up this last one. Has empathy event. And save it. Okay. Now we can also be sure to say in this increasingly obnoxious if and statement, wherever it is, there it is. If is level 1 and global's empathy unlocked and global's empathy less than 2 and global's empathy greater than -1 and has empathy event, then add empathy event. Thanks for streaming this late/early. You started at 8 p.m. for me, which is why I could join. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I do love, like, even though I know, especially for, like, the game jam, I can't catch everybody. With these streams, you know, they can be at a time that pretty much works for every time zone. There's, like, a couple time zones, like Philippines, that are tough, because from where I usually start, they're, like, literally 12 hours different. But by streaming for so long, starting at the time I do and ending when I do, I can pretty much catch the vast majority of time zones. So I'm really glad that that works for you. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for being willing and wanting to join. It's my pleasure. All right. Are we back? Okay, I seem to be unplugging my microphone. I was saying I like you, Jay Jorn. I appreciate you. And you've even contributed to this project a little bit, which is very nice of you. Okay, add to child empathy event. Or add child empathy event. Print it. Okay. Oh, but we need to tell it where to go. So we need to iterate through all... Oh, right, and I only want one to happen. So even if it has an empathy event, doesn't mean it should be the one that this runs on. Because this script is going to run on every single block that has an empathy event. But I only want it to happen on one, and it has to be one that's actually in the terrain controller. It might not make sense to put this on here. I think this is not... I think we do need to put it on the terrain controller, which Dungeon Martian said hours ago. But long time since I last saw the game being played. Can you show me what's changed? Yes. Hopefully, well, my only concern with that is if there's errors. Because I'm in the middle of setting this up. But let me... Yeah, I got you. Let me see. I think as long as I comment out this, we should be safe. I'm not going to be able to show you the empathy stuff. I can a little bit. I can show you a little bit of the empathy stuff. But yeah, I think I need to actually move this code to the terrain controller because we want to make sure that it's currently in the terrain controller and it's only picking one. The terrain controller is what decides, or is what holds the sections that are moving towards the player. And we want to say pick one of those things randomly that meet all those conditions. Anyway, all right, we'll get there. So yeah, so we've actually added some skins into the game. You have to unlock these skins. You unlock these skins by getting abductions and then dying. Here, we'll leave that up so the context is there. Yeah, so right now I have them all unlocked, like as a little cheat code, but technically this would still be a sea of green aliens. But, you know, we're testing all the skins, so they're all visible here. I've added a nice system where it shadows out everything else on the menu, or all the other aliens, as it were. Yeah, yes, there's a cat cam, indeed. So it shadows out all the other aliens, except for the one that you're currently choosing, and it gives you some feedback to make sure it knows, hey, you're picking this one, because it's a little hard to, like, pick the right one. So this gives you, like, a chance to, like, get the one that you actually want. So we've got all kinds of different skins of different varieties and stuff. And then once you're ready, you can start. And it picks the one that you chose. The whole loading menu is new. Nice. Yeah. So much has been added. Also, you can see multiple blocks have met that empathy condition. So that's something. I haven't really fine-tuned this UI here. It's just kind of there for now, but that has the empathy score on it. I don't even know if you've seen the ring. I paused the game. The player can't do that. I did that. there's this ring around the character, and this is the interact zone. And what it does is it determines what you can actually interact with. So if you see, these humans have green circles underneath them, but these don't. So I can't actually interact with these ones. They have to be close enough to the player. Yeah, and it looks at the cursor, yes. That was something that we implemented a long time ago, and then it got broken for a while, but we got it fixed again. It was like a process order kind of thing. The ring is new, yeah. So the ring is representing how much like arm ability you have. So if I eat one of these humans, I'm gonna lose empathy because that was an evil act. And then we're gonna get +1 hit point to each limb. And you can see that ring has gotten larger. And now I can select more humans. Another new feature is that if I grab with my left on the left side, well, in theory, there we go. If I grab on the left side, it uses the left arm. If I grab on the right side, usually it uses the other arm. You know, it depends. It makes a choice based on certain conditions. So it's possible for it to do the other arm. Decrease when your arm, yes, absolutely, yeah. So there you see, we just got it a lot bigger. Because I ate a second human. We can dunk these in here. Again, it can choose left arm, right arm, depending on which side the thing is. So if I attack this, that's on the left. If I attack this, that's on the right. So it's able to make that distinction, which is pretty cool. So yeah, so if I run into this, boop, it says -1, and our arm gets a little smaller. And then we can do that over here. I just broke off a leg and broke off another arm, so they do get smaller, and the ring also gets smaller. So you can see now the ring is lopsided. So we only can reach on the right side, but not on the left side. So it dynamically changes based on your arm health. That was a whole thing. Currently the leg damage doesn't do anything, but it will. But for now, it's not doing anything. So yeah, and then our height changes dynamically as we take that damage, which is something that was a more recent addition. Yeah, and then, so the helicopters, I just did this the other day. The helicopters spawn in a better way formation-wise, and check this out. When we attack one, an evil or an enemy human will drop down. Yeah, one-sided, exactly. So that way you actually feel as the player, oh my gosh, I am now a less effective, I'm less effective at playing the game. So yeah, so this helicopter I can reach. Now if I attack it, check out what happens. Boo! I don't know if you saw, but a little person parachuted out. So let's break this one. Little person parachutes out. It's a little obnoxious that, it crashes on top of them, but just think of it like a resource that you get. So these are the evil humans. These are the ones, yeah, it's cool, right? These are the ones that if you eat them, you don't lose any empathy. So you're totally safe to abduct and eat these ones. That's why I'm able to do the karma system today, because it finally is, there actually is evil ones that we can counterbalance that with. So yeah, so the enemies drop out of the helicopter, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, everything's still destructible, and I've made a couple new assets. I plan on really redesigning a lot of these levels, truth be told, but for now, it's all kind of there. There's like a shader, that appears as you hover over these. Like in the interact zone, you can see they get a little lit up. That was kind of a newer thing, so that way you know that it's interactable. And then there's a secondary shader when you hover it, so you know you're hovering it versus it just being interactable. Oh, and so then if we take damage, the helicopters can also shoot you, but I currently have the shooting turned off for debug purposes, but they can. So when you die, every abduction that you get gets added to your progress, and when this progress gets full, you unlock a new skin. So that's what this is. I need to add 100, a little less than 100 more, like 80, 70, 50, 60, 70 more, and then we'll get some progress. And then it'll say you unlocked a skin when you do that. So that's all very new. We have this whole calculation that happens. really it's just gonna see if you have empathy above 0, it'll multiply your abduction number. So 5 is what went into this progress. So let's unlock a skin just for that extra thing. And then the restart works well, which is nice. Where is... I'm gonna unlock the skins. I'm gonna nerf the skins. Yeah, I think we can just see what I've actually earned. Yeah, it's not gonna multiply it like flatly. It's not gonna be like if you have 2 empathy, it's times 2. It's like a fraction, you know. So if you got 5 abductions, I don't remember what it is, but if you get like 5 abductions and you had 2 empathy, it might like it's gonna like multiply. It'll add onto that by your abductions times like whatever 0.3, something like that. I don't remember, something like that. Just to incentivize you to have empathy when you play the game. Primarily there. You got it, yeah. So as you can see, this is what it looks like when I take out the skins cheat code. Oh, we also have saving. We have saving and loading. So it remembers the skins that I've unlocked from the last time I played. And this goes in the player's like user folder. So it's actually got progress saving, which is kind of nice. So these are actually the only skins that I've unlocked, not any of the exciting ones. It's a late game that you get all the super cool ones. But let's do the purple one this time. So I'm just gonna cheat a bunch of points on so we can just see the skin unlock thing. It's not the juiciest it could be, but it works, and that's good enough for now. It's a lot of debugger. What's going on over there? Oh, the marker dialogue thing. Yeah. So we're in the middle of building that. Alright, so I'm gonna just cheat some points in here, just so we can get that going. Alright, so I just added a bunch of points. There also are some power-ups that work now, by the way. There's a lot. There's so many different things. Can you still run away to the sides? So at the sides, let's see. I'm gonna have to level up all these level ups first. Hopefully the game doesn't crash, because we just did 12 level ups. We're unlocking stuff. I guess I could try to pick a real one. There's only most of these are all useless. Because they will be. Okay, Fantastic Arms is a real one. So this actually makes your circle larger, but you have to have arms, so we're not actually going to see it. But technically it makes the circle bigger. There's a drone. This appears and shoots bullets. It doesn't look exactly like I want it to look, but, you know, one day it will. Today's not that day. Fantastic Arms, you're not going to see that one. It's just a placeholder name, Uncle Ben Power Up. It's just a joke. I'm going to replace it. I've actually already decided every single power up. Oh, dang it. Ah, frick. Crap. All right. Whoops, there's not a 13th level. I should have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. The game kills your uncle. Yes. So that was a mistake. That wouldn't happen in normal play, but because I cheated, I brought up a bug. And I wanted to show you the sides. There's too many things! It's too many things! Well, what I will show you... We do have all the power-ups figured out while that loads up again. Apologies for that little slip-up. We do have all the power-ups decided. So, Uncle Ben power-up, not killing your Uncle Ben. Those are... I might as well add them in. Like, right now I don't have them added in to the list, but I might as well just, like, type in the correct names for everything. There's really no reason not to. Oh my goodness. Power-ups. Okay, here we go. So every power-up does exist, technically. Let's get into the game. Let's pick a blue one. Fantastic Arms, Interact Zone widens, Power Glove, every attack does explosive area damage. Oh yeah? Grab glove can grab up to 2 abductees at once. That'll be interesting. Herbivore can only heal by eating plants, so humans will no longer heal you. It's not bad for an empathy run. Alright, so anyway, J-Jorn, if you go all the way to the side, right now there's a big giant fog and just a collision box. So you just run into it, and that's it. And then you can see there's some extra, like, level over there that isn't real. It's just, like, visual. So that's how we decided to deal with that. In my ideal world, it would wrap around and the level would just keep looping infinitely, but that was like too complicated for this game and it just didn't seem worth it considering like this works just fine. So yeah, that's how that works. Other power-ups. We've got thick skin. This will... Oops. Obstacles with 1 HP do no damage when run into, but all healing is halved. Nice. Nice. Then we've got tense legs, can slow down movement for a short time, so that actually is already in here right now. So if I like, you can kind of see me pressing it. It makes it easier to I forgot we had that. It makes it easier to move around because you're moving more slowly. So that's a thing. And then there's twitchy legs, which makes you go faster. That's, oops, that's the speed up that you often see me doing. So that's one. And then, what else? Stampede, this is going to spawn a bunch of cows. So you get the idea. There's a bunch. I'm not going to go through all of them because there's a bunch, but we have them all figured out. None of them are Uncle Ben. Idea in the loading menu, when you... Cat abducted, sent to Earth, the others look at you. Yeah, you know, that suggestion has come up a lot, and we could do that. It's gonna take some work because currently those aliens in the main menu don't actually have any like bones, right? They don't actually have a head that's separate from their body, so they're just like a simplified version of the player character, so that way they don't like, you know, take up as much space since we're loading a million of them. So I would have to make sure I like redesign the menu alien to have like a head with a bone. So that's the only reason I haven't done that, is it's just like gonna be a lot of effort. But I agree, and that's definitely come up a lot, and I think it would be nice, but I have to like decide, is it actually worth my time, considering that it's gonna be a lot of extra effort. But yeah, it's definitely a good idea. It just rotate their whole bodies. That's interesting, but then they're not gonna look up, right? They'll just look like rotate this way, so then they'd have to like tip backwards. No, it's gonna look stupid. That's gonna be worse than if we didn't do it at all. I hate that. I despise that. Another option could be is that they start moving again once you select it, so that way it explains like what they're doing. Yeah, to be funny, but that doesn't make it worth my time. I'm trying to finish this game, guys. not have fun. I mean, I am trying to have fun, but I'm trying to have fun in a way that gets the game done. Alright, so here I'm gonna end the level so you can see what it's like. Hopefully I can actually get dead here before we get to level 12. I think that'll be possible. Get a poll, just kidding, yeah. No, I've learned that we don't make joke things polls because then I get in trouble. Oh, wait, can I actually die? Dang it. Alright, hold on. I actually have to spawn the helicopters, but the helicopters are currently not shooting. Wow. This demo, I was not prepared for this demo, but I like you, J-Jorn, and it's good to show off the game once in a while. Alright, so let's find... Oh god, we're just zooming in aimlessly. The can shoot or can attack is attacking. Okay, we're gonna set that to true. So I should be able to spawn, since we're spawning them in, we should be able to bring in the helicopters and they shoot us. I did all this just to show you that when you unlock a skin, that bar fills up and it tells you what skin you unlocked. Oh, there was a blue one that we had. Now we get the purple one. So it says skin unlocked, purple alien. And then you hit continue and you can restart the game. Again, since it's saved data, restarting it, it'll remember all that good stuff. No, oh yeah, the cat walked away. The cat's location has changed. It does happen. And then we unlock this purple one. Something I want to add is like where it says new. So like the ones that you've just unlocked that you haven't used yet, I want like a little new arrow to be pointing at it until you interact with it and pop it open in this ready. So that way, because otherwise they kind of get lost, the ones that are new, and I want that to be a little more obvious. So yeah, I hear you. It would be nice if they all looked. I know. At this point, because everybody's saying it, I feel like I have to do it, but that's not always a good reason to do things just because everyone in your live stream chat is telling you to. Alright, so there's your demo. It's probably something I missed. There's still more. There's so much, man, there's so much more work to do. So let's get to it and get this game back together. So the empathy stuff. So we do see that those conditions are met and it's printing that out, which is excellent. That's just what we want. However, I think I need this to be somewhere else. Do it, join the dark side. And where else that I want that is on the terrain controller, because I think having it on the terrain block script itself is not going to be as useful. Pre-pressure is the best reason to do anything. Okay. That's funny. Alright, so I think I want this entire check at all to not be here. We want to say that when it gets added in to the terrain controller, that's when it actually does this check. So this is going to be a little messy, but we're going to move it. So I'm going to go over... Oh, and this error was... Oh, the marker. Oh, yeah. Right, yeah. We can't really on-ready this because it's only available on some of them. Whoops. Okay, let me actually fix that real quick. So we'd want to say if is empathy event, then we add that in ready here. Well, I mean, at that point, we can just assume that it's already there. I think what I'm gonna do... Yeah, let's make marker dial. I'm gonna go to the human right now, real quick. So that marker, this is basically where the dialogue will appear. So the little box that's gonna pop up, that's what this marker is for. I'm gonna have it accessible as a unique name. And then in that script, we're just gonna say, reference that specifically. I think that will be totally an okay place to do this. Completely random question. What do you think about installing a breathalyzer in cars that forces you to blow before driving? No opinion. I don't know. I don't know, J. Jordan. What? I have no idea. I don't understand any nuance to that situation at all. I don't know. I think there's a lot of issues there potentially, right? I'm not Thor. This isn't Pirate Software. You can't just ask me an opinion on anything and I'm gonna have a hot take. Like, it's not what this is. But I mean, my first concern would be like, if I was gonna have a take, my first concern would be, yeah. Again, oh god, I pressed a bunch of buttons. Surveillance, exact. Oh god, I'm putting up the patron scroll. Guys, I just pressed like 8 buttons on accident. This is what J-Jorn does. No, my private pirate software. What? J-Jorn leads to chaos on the stream. What? Private pirate software. Emergency end stream. Guys, we have to go. We gotta go. Yes, I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, first of all, you don't know that it would stop drunk driving, number one. For example, somebody else could just, I just like pressed all the buttons on my stream deck on accident and smash them all. Yeah, so I mean, first of all, that definitely would not necessarily stop drunk driving because someone could just be like, hey, can you blow into my breathalyzer for me? Thanks! Like, very destructible or get aroundable. And then, you know, you could always modify it potentially. There's so many reasons why that would be, you know, avoidable or, you know, getting aroundable. And then, besides that, yeah, surveillance, man. Like that's opening up the possibility where you get arrested for even trying to do that or something. I don't know, it's tough. It's tough. I have no idea, Jay Jordan. Why am I answering this question? Get out of here with that. All right, so okay. So the marker dialogue, I'm really going back to work, and if you try to distract me, I'm gonna yell at you. So marker dialogue, we want to make sure that this only happens. I think this is fixed. I think I just fixed that right now because it's only going to even check for the marker dialogue in the event that it is an empathy event. So I think we're quite okay with that bug. Next thing. It was. I mean, I didn't have to take the distraction. Look over there, a distraction. Really? Wait, yo, stop it! I didn't have to listen to that distraction. I didn't have to listen to Jay Jordan's distraction. That was my choice. That was my choice. All right, we're gonna pull open the terrain controller. Now. You'll never complete the game. You don't mean that. You don't want me to never complete it. Guys, listen to me. You want me to finish this game. When I finish this game, if you guys are interested in this channel and the interactions we have here, like when I finish this game, I am going to do community streams. Do you understand? Like instead of me coming here and working on this game, I'm gonna come here and say, hey guys, what do you want me to do today? Do you know what I'm saying? Like we could have so much more fun in these streams if you let me finish this game. Okay? So I'm just saying it is yeah. And for people who are members of this channel, you already know this because in the Discord, I've posted some of these ideas, and this is gonna be a while. It's only when I finish this game. It's gonna be a while before this starts happening. I'm gonna go survive this game. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. That is absolutely not gonna happen. So yeah, I've already been discussing it and planning it out on the Discord, and it's gonna be really fun. And you guys can be a part of it if I get this game finished. So let me finish this freaking game, you troll. Who I appreciate. Who I appreciate. All right. So on here, this is very serious. I'm literally gonna ignore you now. So on here, I want to have it check if it is an event having block. So there is I haven't looked at this in a long time. Somewhere on here is where it decides when it adds chunks to the terrain controller. And so that's where we want to intervene and say, hey, one's getting added in, see if it needs to have an empathy event occur on it. Wow, there's so much going on in here. Assign the first chunk to this variable and remove the chunk. What? Oh, I see, last. So I say first, but it's actually the end, right? Because it's like, you know, imagine this is the whole train controller. This is where the player is, right there. Here's the back end. So this is the last terrain chunk. This would be the first terrain chunk. I see. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So, last terrain Assign the last chunk in the array, -1, to a variable. Okay, so we need to look at last terrain, because that's the one that we're looking. Append to far edge, last terrain chunk add. Okay, so I think actually in here could be where we check what it is. And that's where we could add it in. All right, let's try it. It's a bit risky, but I think it could work. So if we need to say if target block is level 1 and global's empathy unlocked and global's empathy less than 2 and global's empathy greater than -1 and target block has empathy event, on that target block and only on that target block add an empathy event. Okay, now it's making some good sense. Assuming this works as I want it to. So let's come back here to the, what do you call it? The block script, right? And on here, we actually want to keep add empathy event. That's actually quite a good thing to leave on here. I thought maybe we were going to get rid of it, but I actually think this is fine. However, we do need to decide that it only happens on one and not a bunch. But let's just set this up anyway. I'm going to say, well, we probably actually do still want this there. I'm going to say for... let me go back to an actual terrain block. For get children... No, for marker, because we're just trying to get all the markers. For marker in get children, my bad. Confused. If it has empathy event, add empathy event. Yep. Yes. So the reason why it says has empathy event, that is just a Boolean, basically. So there's a bunch of different level blocks, a bunch of different level chunks, and either they're going to have has empathy event checked or not. In this case, it's saying, does this one have has empathy event checked? And then if it does, then and the reason why this has an empathy event is because we've set up these markers on here, right? These markers are where empathy events would happen. So it has the potential for an empathy event, but that's the way that that's been written. Hopefully that makes a little more sense. Okay, so we want to say for marker in get. I like it when you guys ask questions. I do, because it helps me just like make sure we're in the right place. I like it a lot. Liking, like. Oh, I almost forgot. By the way, guys, if you're hanging out with us watching the stream right now, don't forget to like it. Hit that thumbs up button. There's a thumbs up button right underneath this video or on top of it, depending on if you're watching on mobile or not, or TV or something. Make sure you press it 1 time or 3 times or 5 times, but don't press it an even number of times. Thank you if you're willing to do that. Like this stream, guys. Get those likes up. It helps a lot. It means more people will see it now and in the future. Thank you, Kai Guy. Oh, we got a member in the house. Looks like we gotta do a little song. So, thumbs ups for songs. Can I sing to this one? Let's find out. Oh, I definitely don't like singing to this one, but yeah, we shouldn't sing. I gotta sing to one I like singing to. This one's got like other words in it, and so it's just like a little tough to like sing to it. All right, let's pull up one and give. That's what I do for members. I do give songs to members. It's very true. If you come through these devlog streams for the first time, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do what I have to do. Oh, I appreciate Kai Guy. I'm saying hi to Kai Guy with the song that I have to sing because I said I would, Kai Guy. I'm saying hi to you and you're saying hi to me with your thumbs up. I think that's actually pretty cool, Kai Guy. Oh, well, I'm gonna say hi to Kai Guy. Thank you for coming through and saying hi. I'm saying hi to Kai Guy, cause Kai Guy is cool, oh yeah. Kai Guy is cool, Kai Guy, we did it. Let's do it. We give Kai Guy a song and say hi to Kai Guy. There you go, this is your song, Kai Guy. Thank you for supporting the channel in the ways that you do. It means a lot. Hi, Kai Guy. Kai is the Kai to end all Kais. Alright. Let me make sure we have all the songs queued back in. Good. Okay, get children. Let's get those children. For marker in get children, we want to iterate through, and we want to say if. Really, we don't want to say marker. Really, this is for every node in get children. If node. Now it's tough because we don't want to just say is marker. Oh, it's in a group. Oh, actually, I don't even need to. No, we do. Because we're in a group. Yeah, we need to say a certain group. Let's get those children. Go get the children. Are all the children in? Oh, we got a cat back, actually. So that's nice. What's up, cat? How you doing? How you doing, cat? We actually have another Kai. Oh, yeah, there is another Kai. K-A-I. That's true. I don't know if the other Kai is here. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Do I sing Kai a different song? I don't even know. I think I sing. Do I sing you guys the same songs? I don't even know. I don't remember. Because Kai usually, you know what? The other Kai never comes in the devlogs. Kai always comes in the member streams. That's the other thing about the member streams is they're much quieter. So, well, not necessarily, but they're much less people there. Sometimes those people are very talkative. That's okay. That's part of what the member stream is for. Talkativity. All right. If the node is in group, oh God, what the heck did I call this group? It was something ridiculous. Empathy event marker. That is one serious name. He did a big stretch. Oh, what a sweet boy. If it is in group, empathy event marker, then we actually want to pick one randomly. How am I going to do that? I guess I have to add it to an array. That's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. I actually think I need to set this up differently on the terrain controller, truth be told. I don't think, because I also want to pick a random, this is going to be kind of tough. Because we don't just want it to be the first one that comes by that has it. We want it, no, because it is right. No, that's fine. I think it's actually fine. Because it's randomizing which one will be that first one. Actually, I think this is okay. All right. So if the node is in group, empathy event marker, I'm actually going to want to add it to an array. So let's create an array. This is going to be marker array. And it is an array. And it is going to be empty. I guess we don't have to make it empty. We could just... No, make it empty for now. Make it empty. Make it empty. And then what we'll say is... expected a colon after if condition? What? If node is in group, every event marker colon. Is this not a colon? Oh, I gotta put a dot there. There we go. Marker array. So we create the array. Of a life to be a cat, lazing around by a cozy fireplace all day. Yes. I know, right? Good for him. He deserves it. All he's been through. If node is in group, every event marker array. We create the array. And then we need to say that no, or marker array append node. We want to add that to that marker array. We then want to say marker array pick random. Right, that's all. We don't have to put anything in there, yeah. We want to pick a random one. Not knowing you are being recorded sleeping like a couch potato, but on the floor. Yes. Yeah, you're right. That is a little, yeah, maybe there's an ethical question there. Is it ethical to record cats and put it on the internet? I don't know. I think it's ethical. But it kind of makes it cuter, right? Isn't it like so cute? He's just there, like, being seen and cute. He has for funsies. But he has no idea that other people are like, look how cute he is. That's pretty beautiful, actually. Go to Dreamland, J. Jordan. Enjoy your sleep. And thanks for coming through. I'm glad I got to show you where the game was at. And thank you for the distraction. It was interesting. You're gonna join the cat, yes. You will both be frolicking through fields of hopefully not alien-infested corn. Why would you be dreaming about cornfields? I don't know. I've just given you the sentence of dreaming about cornfields. You'll see, it's gonna happen now. So we wanted to pick a random, we don't just want to pick a random one, we want to assign that to be the one that loads in the empathy, that is the empathy event position. So we're gonna say marker for to spawn at. All right, that's what we're gonna call this. So we're creating a variable. This is variable marker to spawn at, and it should be a marker 3D. A corn mare, oh no. The amount of cat internet crime that has been committed that I know, right? Could you imagine? Not only cats, but every other animal too. Ferrets, huh? Okay. So I think we just put the instantiation right in here. But this is gonna run multiple times. So that's a little tough. Yeah, it's fun, right, Timeless? Members get to have the bouncing emojis appear. That's why they only appear sometimes. Mods can do it too if they're not a member. That's not supposed to happen. It's a bug, but it does happen. We got bugs on the stream. But it's a members only thing, essentially. So I want to make sure this only happens on the one that has the random marker picked. Which is a little tricky, because I don't want this to happen multiple times. So I gotta figure that out. Bugs all over. Because right, if there, let's say there's 4 markers on a block, right? It's going to iterate through this 4 times. And it's going to... Yeah, this is incorrect. You're doing this wrong. Oh, I know what needs to happen. Is there a bug? I know what needs to happen. This is... I'm making mistakes. I'm making big mistakes. This is very incorrect. We do not want to create this array here. We want to append it at this point, but we don't want to create it here. We need to create this much sooner. We want to say on the empathy event being added in the first place, that's where we create the marker array, right? You're a member, but other mods who aren't members also get the emotes on screen. Yeah, that's the bug. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Sable. Yeah, that's what the bug is. It's not supposed to be like that, but we're using a scrappy chat tool, and it is what it is. There's worse bugs. And hey, it leads to more emotes on screen, so that's fun. Plus, you know, mods deserve to have a reward, I suppose. They don't get any other member benefits, though. Just that one. Okay, so it's creating the marker array outside of it here. I'm also going to need to say, after this iteration, could you please set up or choose which marker to spawn at? So After the iteration is finished, it is going to create a variable marker to spawn at based on a random marker array choice. And then we want to do our instantiation. Oh, wow, it's already there. Great, good. So we say, create an empathy event, which is the empathy event. It instantiates and adds a child. And specifically, we want the empathy event global position to match the marker to spawn at global position. All right, let's go. Why am I suddenly tempted to fill the screen with bouncing emojis of every country flag emoji available? Do it. I don't know if the flags will appear. For some reason, emoji flags are always super weird. Also, the members end up getting like message priority. Because if you're putting a bouncy emoji on screen, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to show your message so there's context to the emoji that's bouncing around. So there is this kind of interesting side effect, which is a good side effect, that members actually get priority message highlights. I don't even know how to find a flag. I feel like for some reason they don't allow flags. I think there's some technical reason why. But you should do it. Use your privilege as much as you want. That's what it's there for. Yeah, right. It'll just It'll just say those letters. I think it will. I think it actually literally will do that. And those will bounce around, which is also cool. Jadron's old laptop internal screen died randomly a few days ago. That sucks. You have to set up a bloaty Win 11 laptop. So sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, you might be able to get it repaired. Oh, it worked! Hey, it worked! I was wrong! Flags! Nice! Wow! I could have sworn that's what it was gonna do. That was dope. Nice flag choices. Dude, awesome. Alright, cool. Empathy event, globalization marker to spawn at. So I think this actually is potentially good. The only thing is, it needs to stop on the terrain controller. We don't want it to keep happening every single time. Right? It's only supposed to happen sometimes. Yar, matey. I know, like, oh, they got a pirate one. I guess that makes sense. Why not? It's iconic. Literally. So we don't just want to say this, we also want an extra thing on here, which is unless another one exists on the terrain controller. So, I mean, I would even say we want to iterate through all of the blocks that are currently in the terrain controller. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we can just say if this happens, we'll say empathy event active. And we're going to say that becomes true. Right? So I'm going to create a new variable out here. Somewhere in here. This is actually very organized. Which makes sense because this is a very confusing script. So it's actually a good idea that it's so well organized. We're going to say variable empathy event active, boolean false. And that's going to be yet another check that we put onto this massive situation. And event active, but not. I always say I'm going to stay, but such good streams, but now I'm going to say for real. Thank you, Jadro. I'm so glad you like it. I'm so glad you do. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that. Get some sleep. You need sleep. You deserve it. Could have sworn seeing a video on a natural selection game by the creator of the game with a very mono and, to be honest, great voice from 2015. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think I know which one you're talking about. Actually, I feel like Dungeon Merchant was talking about it like a couple weeks ago. And I was like, oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, that's a cool one. I remember that video. Okay, so, and empathy event is not active. You have to make sure that that's not true. So then it becomes true. Now I need to set it to false again. That's going to be to false when one gets removed. So I need to find where things get removed. It needs to check. I think I need something extra on here. We need to say on the target block that something extra happens. Yeah, you got my blessing. You won't break it. Do it! Do it. You only have so many characters you can add at once, so you might want to queue up multiple messages ready to copy and paste. Just to give you a little tip. One day we'll have more things members can do on stream through the website. I promise. Okay, I need to go back to the block because we need something on the block that says it was chosen to have the empathy event. Just trying to help you out. As empathy event, maybe I'll refactor it. You know, Jay Jordan was confused, and I think there's a good point there. Instead of saying has empathy event, we're gonna say empathy event possible. Is what we're gonna call this. So now I need to find everywhere has empathy event is referenced, and we have to refactor that. Okay, we obviously just changed that. Here. Empathy event possible. Now, hopefully that didn't mess up my Boolean. Oh, it did. Pity. So now I actually have to come and reset all of these Booleans. So check that. Check that. And then we'll say has empathy event is if it actually did get the empathy event. Every time I look up the video, even digging through my super old computer's history, you couldn't find it. I might be able to help you. I mean, if you remind me on the Discord, if you like tag me in the video channel at least, find the video, I might, and it might not be the one that you're thinking of, but I know of one that's similar. I'd be willing to go look for it because I think I have it saved on a playlist. I might be able to find it. Equilinox. Yeah, this is it. Yep, that's the video that I was thinking of. Is about this video. Or this game. Yep. I think that's it. Nice job. That's definitely the one. Not the one you were thinking of. Oh, dang. There still might be some other things sitting around in my playlist that could be related somehow. Wow. Sorry. Sorry. At least we confirmed that. Still worth tagging me, because you never know. I might have another one saved somewhere. Maybe. It's less likely now. Empathy event possible, making sure all of these have that Boolean check. Since I just renamed it, it meant that it got unchecked. And then we're gonna say has empathy event for if it did in fact receive that empathy event from the Turing controller. That's how this is gonna work. They all have empathy event possible, I think, probably, hopefully. We'll almost never know if I missed one. And then we're gonna add a variable has empathy event. And it's only gonna be blessed with that truth. If this works out. Target block, we should put that probably before. It might even be nice to make sure it doesn't already have one, just to be on the safe side. Target block has empathy event true. So actually we might want to just leave that on now that I think about it. No reason to take that off. Has empathy event is false. Actually, we'd want to say that it's no. We wouldn't want to put. I don't know why it would happen on the same one twice anyway. Like, that seems pretty unlikely. You know. So only do it if it's already false. Then mark it true. Empathy event active, true. I'm not sure why we're setting this. I guess just to keep this function from running too many times. Yeah, that makes sense. Target block, add empathy event. Whew. Okay. Then we just need to find where it checks each one before it throws it away, and make sure that that one that it's throwing away, find out if it has empathy event on it. If it does, we actually want to remove empathy event, has empathy event from it, and then we're going to want to set an interval that waits before the next time it's going to run, it's going to allow empathy event to be active again. It's kind of chaotic, but Kaiga is on your phone currently, not the most effective quick method for flag spam. Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, you can hold down and drag and copy, but yeah, I understand. If you're not used to doing that, or if you're in a certain situation, that can be really hard to do. Pity. I was waiting. I was like, when's it coming? When we getting it? One day. You think the video you were looking for was removed from YouTube entirely. You look through every single video on your search history. Oh, that sucks. I hate when that happens. This is a long shot, okay? This is a long shot, but there's this website called Filmot. It's a long shot, all right? But what it does is it searches through YouTube videos, subtitles, captions, transcripts, and it happens to have a lot of videos. It'll search unlisted videos, basically. So videos that were made, so if it wasn't deleted, if it was just made unlisted, you can find stuff, and you can look at specific channels. So you can find the channel that you're looking for and search for what would be in that video, and it might pop up, because a video doesn't have to be public for it to fit into this search. See a list of unlisted videos here, so it will find unlisted videos. Just something to think about if you wanted to try that. This website was specifically designed to help with people finding videos that aren't on YouTube anymore. Some of them are a little tricky. Unlisted videos uploaded before 1st of January 2017 become private in 2021 unless the owner opted out. So it's, you know, it's just an option. It might help you. All right. Cool. So where do these actually get removed? And we need to make sure we check that we uncheck has empathy event, and we start the interval timer that we're gonna set up that doesn't exist yet. Yeah, it's an awesome site, Filmont. It's a really, really good site. I use it for finding text in these videos. So if I'm like editing, like trying to make a video, I mean I have hundreds of hours of live streams, right? And so if I want to search just Hyper Game Dev, right, I can say where have I talked. If I want to make a video about power-ups, right, I can search power-ups in the subtitles. I might have to spell it differently, but should be able to find it. So there's all the videos where I've mentioned power up, and so it'll say power up menu, power up menu. So everywhere that I've ever said it in here, it's even got the vertical streams, which are currently unlisted. So it's got all those. Again, these are unlisted, but it still is able to find them because they're not like private. If they're private, then it can't find them. Yeah. So I use this. The reason why I found out about it is because I wanted to be able to quickly search through my old live streams for editing purposes, so I don't have to actually watch every single one, or even like, you know, make a spreadsheet. This day I did power up, so that day I did this. I can always just go and search through that and figure it out that way. Super useful site. So I think they get removed down here somewhere. I think it's, yeah, if it's first right here, delete old level chunks. Oh, this is actually different. So this is checking, this is indeed when it comes to the front, but it's checking, this is like, so when I said earlier, a long time ago, if we go from level 1 to level 2, it deletes all of the level 1 chunks. Well, not quite. It deletes all of the level 1 chunks that haven't been loaded onto the level yet. But if level 1 chunks are still there, like if you're standing on a level 1 chunk, it's only gonna delete those once it passes the player. And this is what it's checking. It's like, did one that's the old level just pass the player? If so, delete it. So this is basically where we want to check this stuff for sure. If not an old level chunk, oh, okay, yeah. So here's basically where all that goes. If it's a safe block, so I mentioned very briefly earlier, there's these different types of blocks or chunks. There's safe, obstacle, and points. The safe ones don't hurt you. They have like cornfields on them. They have grass, nothing dangerous. The obstacle ones have nothing but danger. They just have like trees and maybe a building, something you can run into and hurt yourself on. The points ones have a mix of obstacles and humans. So things that can hurt you, but also things that can get you points. So it's resorting them. It's saying, oh, that was a safe one, let me put that into the safe place. That was an obstacle one, let me put that in the obstacle place. And then it pulls from those different places to decide which one it loads up next. So this is actually the perfect place to check. We'd want it to kind of check before it checks all of this stuff, which is a little messy, if I'm being honest. So we're about to get really indentally deep, which means this would probably be better served as a function, but I don't care. I'm gonna say if first terrain has empathy event, then we want to say first terrain has empathy event becomes false, and then we want to start this interval timer, which I haven't even conceived of yet, so I need to do that. But we'll just put a start interval timer here. Still didn't find it. It sounds like a cool video. No, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me indent that. Yes, we're going into indent town. So if it doesn't have an empathy event, let me do all this. Now that concerns me a little bit, because then is it never gonna do that? That seems like a mistake. Well, no. But, okay, wait. Wait. This is wrong. I'm doing this wrong. And that's okay. But I think it's true. I think you want to put it on this else. You just want to put it right here, right? Yeah, you don't need to indent it, because then you'd be doing it instead. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can just put this right here. Whoa. What did I do? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, there we go. If first terrain has empathy event. Yeah, this is fine. This is what we needed to do. Otherwise, it just continues. We don't need to say else. It'll just run through the rest of this. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. Okay, cool. So not too many more indents. So interval timer. What the heck is that gonna be? How am I gonna make that work? Let me remind myself how we do a new timer, because I forgot. Right, so we want to create a timer. And then, how do we start the timer? So this starts it. This is when the copter shoots bullets. It starts that timer. Okay, I see. Whenever a bullet on projectile timeout. When do we run that interval timeout? Just whenever it times out? Well, then it has to start somewhere else, too. It does. It starts in the ready function. Okay, got it. Alright, so I think I know how to do this. Come to terrain controller in scene. I should create a couple of variables here. Whoa, I copied copter offset? That was a mistake. This is a lot. I know it's so much, but you know, this has been a thing that I have intended to implement for so very long. It's like basically a core feature of the game. So it's worth all the effort. We're gonna call this empathy event interval timer. It's crazy. And then we also want the interval. Variable empathy event interval. I'll make that an export variable. At export. This will be a float. Maybe every 15 seconds. It's pretty long. Maybe every 20 seconds. I kind of want it to be long. Like, you shouldn't have missed it. Now you gotta play the level super long time. Like, don't miss it. Maybe don't miss it. That's a long time. 20 seconds is a lot of seconds. Yeah, you too. I leave it in here because I think it's so funny. Like, it's not bad music. It's like kind of nice. But it's like also unassociatable with YouTube Premiere. Good evening, Coda. Welcome, Coda TXT. We're doing good. I'm deep in setting up a system to make the morality stuff work in my game. So that way you can earn the ability to be a moral alien or never gain the ability to be a moral alien. And I'm like almost there. I'm almost there at getting it set up. So we'll see. Coda, full name Coda TXT. Yes, correct. Coda's a member. That means I owe Coda a song. I don't feel like singing to the YouTube Premiere music, however. I feel like that's kind of strange. Let me just finish this thought. Then we're gonna get Coda that song. Let me leave Coda up here so we remember to get that member song, that ode member song. Why do I not get a YouTube Premiere song, meanie? That's me. You know me, meanie. It's so hard to sing to. It's so like arrhythmic. The member song you owe me, which I pay so very much money for every month. I do consider, you joke, but I do consider it a lot. That's $4. You could buy a treat. You could buy a treat with that. That's one less treat a month. Specifically paying for a song. Alright, I'll stop what I'm doing. Okay, I know you're teasing, but you know what? You could buy a treat. Holy moly, what am I doing? Unsubscribe. Alright. Can I sing to this one? Is this one sing-toable? Let's find out. Coda, oh Coda, Coda is cool and smart, no duh. You can tell Coda is smart cause they're a TXT file. When I ask if Coda is smart, I'm like, no duh, Coda is smart because they've got information built into themselves. You can see because there's a TXT on the end of their name. It's like Coda is smart, no duh, because they've got TXT built in. Coda is smart, no duh, cause they've got TXT built right in. Coda, I'm gonna parse your text. I'm gonna press Control F and see the truth inside that you're so smart. And I'm gonna find it and be like, wow, no duh, Coda was so smart. No duh, Coda is so smart. Look, it's a TXT file, TXT file, TXT file, TXT file, TXT file, TXT file. Well, I'm real sorry about that, but also you're welcome, and thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. Your brain is so large and full of information, so true. Oh. Cat, you wanna try to cuddle? You know cuddling doesn't work good while I'm streaming, but you can try. Come on. Yeah, you can do it. I believe in you. You're welcome. You're welcome. I tried to iterate out away from Coda is a Yoda. I think Noda kinda worked. You're always honored. Oh, I'm honored too. That's so nice of you. What's inside the coda.txt file? And a whole infinite lines of code and infinite gigabytes. As it should be. You're a sweet boy. Yeah, Kibby. You're a very sweet boy. Yes, you are. I love you too. He just wants some attention. He just wants some attention. Who am I to deny him that attention? I think this song definitely can be added to the possible member song list. I'm trying to keep track of the ones that I felt like were easy to sing to. This one definitely makes the cut. Absolutely. What was it called? It was called Chasm's Psychic Need. So one day I'll just pull up a list of all the member songs and it'll make it easier to sing the songs. Yeah, I love him too. I love him too. He's the sweetest boy in the world. He's the sweetest boy I've ever met. Oh my goodness. I don't know any cats who are as loving as him. I mean, I've seen it on the internet. I've seen loving cats on the internet, but I've never come across a cat as loving as him in my actual life. And for just showing up in our backyard, I would almost say it was destined. You're putting it on Spotify. Wow. I don't think that this. Okay, maybe I have to say that these member songs don't entitle you to a license to the song. Okay. Whoa. Pump the brakes.
Scritches. Yes, he wanted some scritches.
He won't last long because he doesn't like that I move around so much. I can't sit still and code. Come on, I'm too ADHD for that. My neighbor's got a old and scruffy looking, but it loves cuddling so much. It'll run up on me and be like, "Scratches, please, please." Oh, yeah. I mean, sometimes the ones that are, I don't know, old, they kind of like soften up a little bit in their old age. So you want to put it on Spotify yourself and take all the money? I get it. Yep, you found out. That's my whole grift, guys. That's the whole reason why I try to get people to sign up for Hyper Game Dev to be members. Is so I can trick them into having member songs about them, so I can make money on the member songs. That's the whole grift. You got me. It makes so much sense. We'll say a 20-second interval. It's a little ridiculous, but it'll do. What's up, buddy? How you doing? You grooming? The YouTube thing is just a front for your Spotify money-making scheme! Yeah, you got me. I admit it all. Oh yeah, it was this if statement right up here. If it has an empathy event, and if we make that, and after we make that empathy event false, we start the interval timer. Spotify famously pays its creators well and also fairly. I know it. I mean, I know that that's not the case. And why should it? This is capitalism. This is corporatocracy. I mean, come on. What is it gonna be fair? Fair? It's only fair to some people, and those people aren't us. Hello. Oh, you're a sweet boy. You're a sweet boy, yes. Oh, I love you. Yes, I love you so much. Yes, I do. The dark, solemn music underplaying the true Grift plan. It was actually very spooky music. Exactly. What are we gonna do? Pay the people a living wage? Don't be silly. I know. So I need to start this interval timer. We're gonna say, what is it called? Empathy event interval timer. Start with the empathy event interval. Oh, I spelled event wrong. I had it up there for how long and none of us noticed? Oh my gosh. Ain't that a thing? App Store, iOS, and Google has a 30% cut. Discord has a 10%. Valve has 50%. YouTube takes 45%. Of what? Wait, what? YouTube takes 45%? No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? YouTube takes 30%. I don't know what you're on about. That's incorrect. That's lies. And like, are you talking about? I mean, maybe music. I don't really know when it comes to music. I'm a little ignorant about that, if I'm being honest. Oh, buddy. Yeah, you're complicating everything for me because I gotta make sure you're always visible. But you're so sweet. So sweet. What am I gonna do? Anything else? No. Oh, you're a sweet boy. But as far as like YouTube's cut of like the membership stuff, when it comes to videos, it's 30%. That's a fact. I know because I see that in my statements. 40% is average revenue split from a quick Google. It's 30%. It is 30%, not 45%. I mean, I don't think I'm mistaken. I don't believe I'm mistaken on that. Alright, I need to set this empathy. I can't believe how little work has gotten done in the last several minutes just because we're hanging out. That's kind of nice, but like, this ain't no member stream. So, I gotta focus. We've got, it's like the progress just ground to a halt. Alright, so we're gonna say this needs to be refactored to empathy event. So it's spelled correctly. And then, I'm telling you, you know, we'll have more fun when we do community type streams. Although, I'll still be focusing on working, but it'll be stuff that at least we're involved with, which will be nice. I'm not going to do like a chat stream. Except for members. Then they get it. It's because I arrived. So sorry. Please continue to lock in. But there was, but it's not just you. Other people come through too. Bless their hearts. Alright, so we want this to be empathy event interval. Great. So that's going to start. And only when the timer ends does another one happen. So I actually need to create a signal that is based on that. So we want to say empathy event interval timer. We're going to say timeout connect on... It's going to be a long one. Empathy event interval timeout. And then we gotta go make that low function. I'm gonna put it down near the append, maybe, just so it's like kind of nearby things that we're used to. Append to far edge. I think that would be lovely. Let's stick it in there. So we're gonna say func on empathy event interval timeout. Okay, Scritches in chat. Oh yeah, also the Scritches. The cat too. Just everyone was like, "Please pay attention to me," and I'm like, okay. Who's making up a little function? The phone is split between me and the cat. No fault. I still make the choice to be distracted. I continue to maintain. Please, attention, please. When that empathy event interval times out, we want to say empathy event active becomes false. Okay, and so then this will be allowed to happen again after 20 seconds. That's a long, 20 seconds is a long time, you guys. I'm going to have a print so I can at least know that it happened. Empathy event should happen again soon, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Alright guys, we have just been deep in code and chatting for so long. I have no idea if the things I've set up are actually working towards this happening. So we're just gonna hit play and find out where we're at. We might get some errors, it might not be what was intended, but I think all of the components are in place for this to work. So we'll see. 20 seconds is longer than my... I know. This post was brought to you by ADHD Gang. I know, that's why it's a little long. But, you know, it is supposed to... I do want to... You know, the player is going to, like, be playing the level for a bit. And it might... I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, it might not be enough time. We'll see. We should make that one a banana alien with a banana on top of it. Okay. So, what should happen is level 1, empathy not unlocked, no evil acquired. So, something else I should have done was set an empathy event to actually let me know if it happened. This is actually going to be really hard to find. Hold up. I don't actually care about this print right now. The print that I actually want is to know if one actually got added. So right here, this will happen if one is added. So we're gonna say print empathy event spawned. Because otherwise, I'm just gonna be like, where is it? Is it here? I don't know. So if we don't see empathy event spawned printing, we know that something is wrong. And so what it will look like is these two humans, one in camo and one not, facing each other with blocks above their head. It's gonna be a weird placeholder looking thing. Ideally, that's gonna be turned into dialogue boxes above their head. And then it should only happen like once in a while. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I've added a frick ton of stuff without testing it yet. So there's plenty of room for things to go wrong. Okay, so it hasn't... There it is. Empathy event spawned. Okay, there's an empathy event somewhere. I don't know where it is. I guess... Oh, I kind of want to say empathy event... Okay, wait. I'm adding one more print on here. So that way I know I missed it. Yeah, 20 seconds is definitely too long. I'm already feeling like it's too long. But let's go back to the terrain controller. And we want to say, if it gets removed, I want to know about that. So we'll say empathy event missed. Even though you can, it's not, so that's the other thing, is what if you actually get it? Do we want anything to happen? So we won't say empathy event missed, but empathy event unloaded. Apparently, him jumping down makes the microphone unplug. Alright, well he's back over there, so that's nice. At least he's still with us in some way. So we'll say that if that empathy event gets removed, we'll just say that. Print empathy event removed. Because I want to know if I missed it or not. Yeah, now he's on Kibby Cam, which is, I think, probably better, because at least you can see him well. Not that that space is very neat with wires and random crap, but at least we get to spy on him being cute. Isn't that so sweet? He just like came to like hang out for a second. He was just like, I just want to say hi, I want to cuddle. And I was like, okay, back to sleep. It's sleep time now. It's hard to cuddle with someone who's trying to code. And live stream. Okay, so I need to keep an eye on these prints. They're very important. He's just like, you're not the first person to say that today. That he's very relatable in his chillness. Alright, empathy event is spawned. Now, I can't say I see it. I don't know where it spawned. But we're gonna find out if I miss it. Empathy event removed! I missed it! Dang. Bro just fell over like, okay, well, I guess here's a good of a space as any to nap. Yes. Alright, 20 seconds is too long. I already hate it. It's too long. So I think what I'm realizing is we need the empathy events to be in obvious places. They need to not be off, because I put some like way off to the left or way off to the right, and those are way too hard to potentially find. I don't think this is a good time to incentivize the player moving around the map. I'd rather incentivize the player moving around the map by putting obstacles right in the middle, and so they have to like move over to the left or move over to the right. But having something they have to like discover all the way to the left or to the right, that's just not good design. So let's make that interval a heck of a lot shorter, for one thing. Let's say 6 seconds, and then I'm gonna actually go in and move all of the marker positions. What makes all those messages go away? Oh, there we go. I'm gonna move all these marker positions that are too far out to the sides. That's not too far out. That's not too far out. This one is, that's pushing it. That's pushing it. Let's move it in here to the center or something. Maybe it could be out there. Okay, and this one does have empathy events on. See that? That's way too far over. Like, oh, it's right in the center. Oh, just kidding. Never mind. But it's tough because, like, where do I actually move when this one spawns? Do I just weave through the trees? I guess this is actually not a bad spot now that I think about it. Okay, just kidding. What about this one? This one is too far over. Look at that. That's all the way over to the right, because normally the player is going to be, like, going through right here. That is devastating. So let's move it. Where does this one add again? There. Let's put this one like over here. So it's still kind of centered. It's barely different. You know, it's more like a proof of concept kind of thing. Just that we can move it around. Okay, we were just on 2, right? Yes. Empathy is checked. Come to this one. Where do we got him here? On here, we have one way over there. This is the center, so that's a little harder to keep track of for sure. This is not a great chunk to put it on. Goodbye, Kibby. I know he moved just out of frame, and I can't move the camera, so it's kind of sucks. This is just not a good chunk to put an event on, honestly. I mean, if you want to put it right here, but the trouble is, it's like this is like how the player avoids getting hit. So it doesn't leave a lot of room for error, but oh well. 3, that one over there. Yeah, that's a little far over. I'll leave it, but I'm worried that it's too far. This is way too far. I mean, just delete that one. That ain't gonna work. That is not okay. Alright, now come to the last one that has stuff on it. Pretty close to the center. Very close to the center. Definitely not. What is that doing all the way out here? Just delete it. Okay. And it's got the empathy thing checked. Yes, it does. Okay. Just trying to make some tweaks so I can actually see the empathy event. If I can't find the empathy event, then how the heck is a player gonna find it? I think it's gonna spawn on the first level chunk. As long as the first one is a points chunk, that is to say it's one of these 4 ranches, which by the way are all the points chunks. As long as it's one of these, the first one that appears is gonna have the empathy event. So I should be able to see it pretty darn fast once the game starts. If I don't, there's a problem. We don't want problems. Feeling gray alien. Goodbye, T. You were yummy. But now, you are nothing. Okay, that was a safe chunk. Okay. Empathy event spawned. So I think it's gotta be on here somewhere, but it isn't appearing. So I think we have a different problem. I think we have a problem of some other such. The empathy event either isn't appearing visually for some reason. It's like appearing in the wrong place. Because I have a feeling it's on this chunk right here. Or it's supposed to be. So we do have some issue here. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna adjust the camera. And then hide the sky. And I just want to see, so it's this chunk right here. I want to see that when that one goes away, does it say empathy event removed? Because I think it's on here somewhere, and I definitely don't see it. Okay, so we're gonna keep it moving. As soon as that one disappears, empathy event removed. Yeah, so it was on that one, but I mean, I couldn't see it. I don't think it was there. So we gotta figure out what's going on here. I've been waiting for a package to arrive. Was supposed to be here Tuesday. It was not, and I've just had 0 updates since then, and now I have to wait until at least Monday, and it annoys me a little. Oh, because it's a holiday tomorrow. That sucks. It sucks. So why is it not appearing? Alright, I have some questions. You know what I should have done? I should have checked the remote tab. That's what I should have done. Let's just do it again, and this time I'll make sure I check the remote tab. Because I'll just see, is that scene, the empathy event scene, is it even there? And if not, that'll be very interesting. Because sure, the Boolean is getting checked that, oh yeah, this is the one that got the empathy event. That doesn't mean that the empathy event actually did appear. It just means that it is supposed to appear, yes. What? Oh, because I got rid of the environment. We have to put the environment back or the game breaks because the environment is coded into it. Basically, the reason why the environment is in there is because you start out on the alien planet and then it changes to the human Earth planet, whatever. How dare I call Earth the human planet? And so it modifies world environment values to do that. It also, you know what else it does? It also modifies world environment values for the fade in and fade out. So if the world environment isn't loaded, then it's not going to function. Because it's like, I need, you told me that I need this. Okay, so this time, as soon as it says that the empathy event is added, we're gonna go look to see if it's there. Okay, the empathy event spawned. I know I'll look around, but I think we're just not gonna find it. Yeah, it should be right around here. I don't see anything. So let's go to remote. So what we're gonna be looking for here, Earth equals human planet. Okay, that's so mean to like ants. Exactly. Human, well, let's not say that. I don't like misanthropy, it's boring. Okay, so on the terrain controller, right here, we've got a bunch of mesh instances, and what those are is these chunks right here. So which one is the one that got the empathy? So this one isn't marked as an empathy event, so it's probably not that one. It's probably the one all the way at the end, or close to the end. Not at the end, but near the end. There, right there. Actually, that one, empathy event possible, but it doesn't have the empathy event. Kaika says, breaking news! I just finished nomming on some seasonal French toast I just invented. Seasonal French, like autumn themed? Winter themed? That sounds nice. Okay, here we go. Empathy event possible and has empathy event. So I'm gonna hide it and make sure it disappears. There it goes. So that's the one. You can see it's sitting right in front of me. If I hide it, oh, Kaika's in the way. It sounds very yummy. What's the recipe? Hook us up. Substituted eggnog instead of milk in the egg mixture? Whoa, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea. Is it yummy? It sounds like that could be yummy. And the alcohol flavor probably cooks out pretty well. Okay, so this is the one. It's what has the empathy event. We obviously don't see it, So I'm gonna drop this down and we're gonna look around. So the markers are there, that's fine. But what we're looking for is the empathy event scene, which is probably gonna be at the bottom of this list. If it's there at all. It's a long list because there's a lot of stuff on here. Oh, I don't even see it. Wait a minute. Are we spawning markers instead of... Oh, that's a bug I can deal with. Instead of spawning, it sounds like it's good. Instead of spawning the event, I'm spawning a marker. That'll do it. Okay, great. Oh, that's so fixable. That's so fixable. A little cinnamon. Oh, the cinnamon can make it though. Cinnamon is a very powerful spice. That adds a lot of value. Yeah, oh yeah, that'll definitely do it. That'll absolutely do it. Okay, nice. We got there. So, that happened on the block script, I want to say? Add child, yep. It's just adding the marker. Great, easily fixed. Non-alcoholic. So what even is eggnog then? I gotta be honest, I don't know what makes eggnog eggnog. I'd look it up, but that's only on a member stream. Although you are a member, but... I would like go into a whole eggnog like rabbit hole with you if we were on a member stream. I would go all in, like with no holds barred. Remember to hit join below if you're interested. That's a Monday member stream that we do. We want to make sure we actually add the empathy event itself in there, not the marker. Okay, let's test it. Let us see if this is actually working. And if it's not working, how is it not working? And how can we make it be working? But yeah, I don't actually know what eggnog is. I thought it was just like alcoholic milk. I don't know what makes eggnog eggnog. But it sounds creatively like it would work. Or not just alcoholic milk with sugar. It sounds like it probably has a lot of sugar. Which, like, you know, if you're making a sweet treat, finding sources of sugar besides just like plain table sugar can really enhance the flavor profile. Okay, looking for the event. Oh, I missed it. What? I still missed it. All right, we set it to 6 seconds, so another one will spawn momentarily. Okay, so I'm waiting for a healing event to spawn. Waiting for a healing event to spawn. It's been 6 seconds, right? My poor attention span. I like how I'm running faster, like that's gonna make time go faster. I mean, this is a good thing to check, you know, is that timer even working? Yeah, I think that's been 6 seconds. I don't know much, but I may have a disorder that means I don't perceive time correctly, but I'm pretty sure that that's been 6 seconds. So I think our interval timer is a little messed up, which is good to know. Let me check the errors real quick, just to see if anything is helpful there. It is not. That is other stuff that doesn't help me. Okay, so the interval timer is broken. And I didn't see the empathy event. I'm not sure why. Maybe I just visually missed it. Maybe it wasn't there still. I'm gonna look at the interval timer and see what's going on with that. So let's go back to the terrain controller. I remember, oh, right, I remember printing empathy event should happen again soon. We didn't see that print, so that timeout actually isn't occurring. I don't know much. I watch Hypergame Dev for the relatability. Yes. I gotta keep it real. I gotta keep it real. Milk, cream, sugar, egg yolks, whipped egg wipes. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Some sweet eggy milk. I mean, that sounds like that could be really, really good in French toast for sure. You know, just like make it sweeter and eggier. And like, you know, fattier. You know, things that are yummy. Thank you for listing all of that. I don't know much about chemistry of everything, but I can see how that would make that a lot yummier. Do you like your milk with or without the eggs? Yes. An age-old question. The eggs. So that timer begins. Supposed to begin here. We know the empathy event gets removed, right? Because it says so. And I would think that the empathy event interval timer would begin. The eggs which are present in all milk. It just comes with those. Yes. It's much more natural to leave the eggs in. Why is that so upsetting to me? That would make cows like able to reproduce with themselves, right? Actually, I don't think that's what milk is. I think I'm misunderstanding what milk is instantly. It's like pulp and orange juice. A lot of eggs left in this milk. Gotta filter out those eggs. First stirring is empathy. So why is that? I mean, there just must be something wrong with my timer, right? I certainly have created it. The interval is 6 seconds. Right? Is there more to this timer that I'm missing that exists? We're connecting it. Oops. I'm not really sure how best to debug this timer, if I'm being honest. I guess if I do wait time, we could have that tick constantly, right? Kai Guy isn't much of a drinker. The occasional social occasions, but it makes a good coffee creamer. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Although I just don't know. The eggs. Eggy. And I don't really know much about coffee either, so I'm not sure, like, coagulation-wise, like, what happens there. Sweet, fatty, eggy milk. I don't think I've ever had eggnog. The time required for the timer to end in seconds. This property can also be set every time start is called. Timers can only process once per physics or process frame, depending on process callback. An unstable frame rate may cause the timer to end inconsistently, which is especially noticeable if the wait time is lower than roughly 0.05 seconds. It's horrifying. For every short timers, it's recommended you write your own code instead of using a timer node. Timers are also affected by engine timescale. Life has forbidden me from being a coffee. Oh yeah, you're allergic to coffee. Or you were like allergic to a coffee once. Or something, right? And then it's like, you're just not gonna mess with it anymore. I hate coffee, so... in my opinion, I'm like, you're not missing out. But, you know, it's nice to have the option. You don't wanna be forced into not being able to have something. You wanna make that choice. All caffeine sucks for you. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into... oh, dang. That does kind of suck. I notice it when drinking Coke, too. Dang. I mean, if you don't mind me asking, I don't remember what you said before, but, like, what's the allergic reaction that you get to caffeine? Is it like, it's not, like, breaking out in hives, it's, like, you're, like, extra sensitive to it or something? Or it's, like, worse? I'm just curious. No doubt here, just curiosity. I want to say print empathy interval timer wait time. Okay. Yeah, just tell me what that is. Empathy timer, and then we'll just say that. I'd just be very curious to know if it's actually happening. And then I guess I'm just gonna run this again and see if I can catch it, and then check the remote tab to see what's going on there. You know, these cow nests, keeping those baby chick cows warm before they hatch. Whoa. Whoa. So wait, now the cows lay eggs? This is a very disturbing universe being created here. I don't know. Like, are they bird cows? I would be interested. I would watch this YouTube video or whatever it is that's describing this universe. A cow that has to sit on eggs. Okay, so it's saying the empathy timer is set to 1, which is annoying. But I guess it has to update it still. So that makes sense that the wait time is set to 1. It hasn't started yet, but it's still printing constantly that it's at 1. Oh, there it is! There's the event! I see it! Ah, the event is there! Okay, yes! The empathy event has loaded. 2 giant blocks over a couple humans. Let's go. Okay, that is a success. That is excellent. I love to see it. We have an event. Hello! Hi, event! Yes. Yes. Excellent. Alright. I also gotta get this interval timer working, but we do have the event. So that's very, very, very good. Last time your hands, like, fully seized up, they closed against your will, and you couldn't move or open them anymore for a couple minutes only, thankfully. I want my hands to move. Perhaps it's the heart circulation issues that are made worse by coffee rather than allergy. I mean, it's essentially an allergy. Wow. 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 Human body variants. So different. Yeah, that sounds like I too would stop. They did like this thing, but less funny. And yet that is really funny. Alright, so let's get this removed and let's see if that timer changes. Okay, so it just got removed. And the timer is not changing, so it seems like the timer isn't actually starting for some reason. Because it's supposed to start with that new time. I also want to say I did notice that we had a huge lag spike as soon as it removed it. I don't know why, but it definitely happened. Oh, and look, wait, but it spawned another one. Maybe it didn't remove, oh, I forgot to, okay, I just realized something. I forgot to have them removed. I may be taking that check mark away, but I'm not actually removing. I think, yeah, I don't know, I'm not so sure. I'm not actually removing the, yeah, it's just staying there. So I need to like Q free it so it actually goes away. Yeah, that sounds awful. That sounds really scary. It sounds like actually a nightmare. Okay. All right. Mild inconvenience. That's good. Still kind of scary though. Like you never know if something else is gonna set that off, you know? What I'm confused about. Okay, so let me ask this question to the world of the game. on this one that has it, is it unchecked? Which it should very much be. Has the event unchecked? I feel like my remote tab is bugged right now. I don't think it's working correctly. I think it's showing the old remote, which is really weird, and I've never seen that, and I hate it. Why are you doing this? What? And it's like not actually working. Well, that's disappointing. All right, well, never mind. Jeez, that was gonna be a very important answer. But the thing is it is being removed. We know that it's getting removed. Yeah, this is a tough one. We're gonna spend, this is gonna take some time today. This is a complicated thing to add in. First terrain has empathy event false, so that turns that to false, but we needed to do a little more than that. We actually should run a function that removes the instantiated thing that's on there. Kind of annoying, but true. So let's say, well, I need to actually go create that. I'm gonna open up the block script. And I actually wanted to, where is that? On here. Add empathy event. So we need like a remove empathy event. But what we need to do is we need to assign this somewhere. Now technically we're assigning it right here when we instantiate it. But that's not a global variable, which is unfortunate. So I guess what I'll also do is we're gonna say empathy event, or we'll say empathy event node equals empathy event. And that's gonna be I believe a node 3D. I'm pretty darn sure, but let's double check. Yes, it's a node 3D. We don't want to on-ready that. Empathy event node. Node 3D. And then we're going to fetch that on remove. Yeah, chocolate does have a little bit of caffeine. And I guess I'd wonder too, like, if other things that also, like, set someone off, like, also give energy, like, what do they put in stuff? Taurine in, like, energy drinks and things like that? I don't know. Even, like, sugar. Okay. So let's make a remove empathy event function. Dark chocolate, yeah, it probably does have more. Because dark chocolate is just more pure chocolate. The less dark it is, the less pure it is. Or the more it has extra stuff added in. Usually sugar. Often milk or other things like that. So really all we need to say is empathy event node queue free. And then we'll say print empathy event node freed. Okay. Then we want to run this back from the terrain controller. First terrain, remove empathy event. That's just a function, right? Is that what it was called? Remove the empathy event, yeah. So that should actually delete it. I'm still very curious. I hope we can get our remote tab to work correctly this time. I'd be very curious to know if it unchecks it correctly. Cause I'm just not sure why that timer basically never started. As far as I can tell. Bar of dark chocolate, can you go 1 cup of... Dude, if you eat an entire bar of dark chocolate, you're gonna be hurting. I know, because I've done it. It made me super sick. It's too much. But yeah, it's amazing. I love dark chocolate. And when I say dark chocolate, I mean 100%. I'm a freaking weirdo. Most people eat that and they're like, bleh. But I love it. It's a great, like, pick-me-up. It does, like, give you a boost of energy. You only need a few pieces. I don't know if I've ever thought about milligrams of caffeine in my life. Actually, I have, but I forgot. I used to have these little hard candies that had caffeine in it because I didn't like drinking coffee, but I wanted the caffeine boost. So I got these like little coffee candies. I remember that had caffeine in it. And I'll go to my coworkers, be like, "You want one?" They're like, "Nah, that looks that looks like dangerous." And I'm like, "It's not. It's awesome. You wasting your time drinking coffee. Come on now. Don't bother with that mess." Yeah, I don't know. I'll just read it again, but there's some problems going on. We got issues. We got some issues happening here. That's for sure. And, you know, obviously printing this message so often is its own issue. It's gonna take up a lot of space. I could add like a Boolean. That means it's not running all the time. Yeah, it's tough. Tough situation, tough one. Okay, let's see if the remote tab is behaving. Okay, this looks better. I think our remote tab is behaving. Okay, I see the empathy event right there. Beautiful. It's not quite aligned the way I want, but that's fine. We can fix that later. So that's quite good. And let's see. I gotta look over here to see which one has empathy event. So I'll just keep clicking on these until has empathy event is checked. Right there. Alright, there's has empathy event. So that should be the one like right in front of us. Nice. Okay. So we need to keep a close eye on this one. Wait for it to get removed. And there you can see right there, that just got unchecked. So has empathy event is getting unchecked, which is good. That's correct. Nice. The timer, however, is never getting updated. So I think I'm just using this timer incorrectly somehow. I think that's all there is to that. And so let's make sure that it is removed and everything. There was a print for it, but I kind of missed it. That's okay. So there's the one right there. I think? No? Wait, maybe not. Was that the same one? It doesn't seem to be coming back around. So I think it did queue free it correctly. So that's good. All good. Just that dang timer isn't happening. I gotta set that up gooder. Coda says, I loved this small bar of dark chocolate a supermarket here had once. I don't know if they still have it though. I wouldn't have checked the milligrams amount, but I wanted to know how much was in just in case. I love dark chocolate, it's so good. I found these coffee candies a couple years back that are made with real coffee, plus coffee syrup in the center. Favorite candies ever, then the more I stopped carrying them. Yeah, I loved them. I really liked them. And again, they just helped me get through the day. It was like I would eat it and like I'd be like, oh my gosh, I feel. It was like a little Adderall. It was awesome. It could borderline be ADHD medicine. Those coffee candies. So I need to get my timer right. I tell it to start. That's how it works, right? You have it start and you have it start for a time. That's what timers do. Maybe there's some setting I'm missing. Let me go look around at other places where we've created a new timer in here. I might be just like missing a bit of code somewhere. Let's look at the NPC spawns interval timer, which isn't currently being used, but that's okay. Oh. Did I forget to add it to the tree? Gosh dang it. I forgot to add it to the scene tree. Yeah, you're probably exactly same. Exactly. I know some of y'all made that same mistake before. You forget to add that to the friggin' scene tree. It's so easy to do. Okay. I guess we can add it. Kind of doesn't matter when we add it, right? We could add it in the ready function. I think we should add it in the ready function. I think that probably makes the most sense. Here. Or we set up the connection. And we could even put it ahead of time. It's not really necessary, but... Okay, empathy event interval timer. All right. I have a good feeling about this. I think this is gonna work. I think it's gonna work now. And then I can actually just come down and start editing the actual empathy event and working on dialogue boxes and stuff, which is gonna be hilarious and fun. I think it is, because it's gonna be like cartoony, you know? It's less of the hard work. It's still gonna be work, but you know, it results in more of the fun stuff, I think. It all results in the fun stuff. I don't know. Just seems funner to me. Oh my. Oh. What? What? You what? Invalid access to property or key position on a base object of timer? No. Oh! So, the way the terrain controller works is I've mentioned it many times, it takes those blocks and it moves them forward. So what it does is it looks for everything that's a child of the terrain controller and it tries to move it on the level. I've just added a timer into the level and I'm trying to move it, and that doesn't work because it's a freaking timer. You can't move a timer. Okay. So we can't just be willy-nilly adding children here. We actually have to put this somewhere else. All right, global script it is. So we're gonna move literally all of this to the global script. Oh my. So many specific things. We'll just say, for get ahead of it, global's empathy interval timer start. I think we could keep the empathy event interval on the train controller. I think that's safe and will be nice, actually. I'm not gonna worry about this print. We're just gonna hope that it works. I'll comment it out for now in case we need it again. You know that's gonna stay there forever. And then we want to get rid of the empathy event interval timer on ready, and we want to we do want to keep the connection here of the signal. However, we just want to make sure that it's fetching that from globals instead of its own self. And we do not want to be adding any type of child here. And so I guess it's going to be added as a child to the auto load, which is fine, right? My only concern about that is I then have to make sure I reload that. Why don't I like that? Can we have like, I kind of want like a timers node. You know? It's kind of what I want. What if I put it in spawned? Is that terrible? What if I make a node 3D in here and we say spawned timers and we just throw that in there? Now my biggest issue with that is that means I need to put all the existing timers into there. I don't have to, but it would be nice. Actually, we'd want to look at add child projectile interval timer here. And we'd want to say, go find the spawn timers node and put it inside of that, which is its own fun challenge. Well, but this is NPC spawner. Oh, that's the copter. Okay. Because you can't on-ready that. Because if you on-ready it, as we found out earlier, if you try to on-ready that, when I reload the scene, it's going to break that on-ready. So that means every single time we restart. So we need to make... Oh, my. This... Ooh. Oh, gee. Well, that sure gets complicated. We got other timers. Oh, my God. Oh, I kind of hate this. I mean, you're doing that for the NPC spawn timer, but oh, I always wondered why the NPC spawn, when I was using this, it wouldn't work if I reloaded the game. That's why.
Because we're adding that as a child to the... I mean... you just need to make sure that it stops. This is hard. I mean, adding it in... Oh, this is tough. It's tough. I don't like this. I don't like this. Liking. By the way, things I do like are when y'all press the thumbs up button on the stream. And I like cats. And if you guys... For the cat, guys. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button under or near the bottom of this video, I would really appreciate it. Like this stream, hit that thumbs up, and it means more people are going to see it now and in the future. So thank you if you're willing to do that. Travi thanks you, probably. I thank you on behalf of Travi. Thank you for liking the stream if you guys haven't yet. I appreciate it. Oh, he's a sweet boy. Oh my god. Oh, I love this boy. I love this boy so much. Yes, I do. Oh my goodness. He's purring so good. I don't know if you can hear that. A little bit. He's such good purrs. Alright. I'm just, you know what? I'm not gonna worry about the spawn timers thing right now. I'm gonna say let's cross that bridge when we get there. I might really need to do that. But for now, I'm just going to spawn it in globals and probably regret that. Because it's not gonna create a new one when the game restarts. Maybe that's okay. That might be fine. But it concerns me a little bit. Alright, so we have... I need to, like... This globals... Man, it's getting messy in here. We need, like, an empathy section. So we're gonna say... On ready, empathy event interval timer. This is never gonna get removed. So on readying it should be safe here. Because we're not gonna add it as a child in the main scene. We're gonna keep it, we're just gonna keep it right here. That's what's gonna happen. So in the ready function, we wanna actually add it in. Add child empathy event interval timer. And that should be enough. I think that's all we have to do there. Then come back to the terrain controller. And I think it's actually fine at this. I think we might be okay because I've updated everything to globals. If we look at the ready function, we can add globals empathy event interval timer timeout. That's going to call the function whenever that ends. Let me just make sure we hit all the places. Empathy event interval timer globals. Empathy event interval is here on this script. So we're safe there. I might need to set it to be one shot because we don't want it to loop. So I actually think we should put that on there too. This is when it actually times out. It'll do that stuff. Okay, I think we're kind of all right, but let's make sure we do set it to be I guess down here to be one shot. Actually, we had that earlier in the code elsewhere. I mean, right here. Empathy event Interval timer, one shot equals true. Cool. Okay. One last thing before I start. I would like to see this rotated around. I'm not really happy with the position of the event. And we might as well start setting that up correctly now. There it is. I'm a little surprised that it's not rotated correctly, but whatever. It's fine. Okay, so that should put it a little better. That is to say, it's actually going to be facing the player. The conflict will be facing the player. You know, it's whatever. It's You know what? I bet every time the cat jumps on the chair and then jumps off, my microphone, you know what I think happens? I think it's like static electricity. It has to be. The cat jumped so far away from my microphone wire. It makes no sense why that would have turned off the microphone, other than some weird static electricity event. That's crazy. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm always wondering why that happens every time a cat jumps off. It has to be that. Alright, now I'm going to look at the print messages too, because these should all be quite helpful. Empathy event spawned. There it is. We can see the blocks. Oh, it's still not rotated the right way. Huh. Well, we'll have to figure out how to get that to face. You know, maybe I need to rotate the marker. That could be it. Alright. So we'll circle back to that facing the right way. So if we miss it, it's going to be removed. And the node event, or the event node, was freed. And hopefully after about 6 seconds, empathy event should appear again soon. Nice. There it is, empathy event spawned, and there it is. Yeah, functionality. Let's go. Gets removed. We wait a while. Should happen again soon, and then it spawns. Where is it? I don't see it. Huh. I missed it. So maybe that was in too hard to find of a spot. Okay, removed. Should happen again soon. Spawned. Okay, there it is. I see it now. That's tough. That's a little hard to find, but it's there. Okay, removed. I just want to keep seeing it happen. Should spawn again soon. Spawned. Oh, where is it? I'm confused. It's probably on this one. So there might be like one of them that doesn't work right. That would be good to know. And avoid. Maybe I put one like behind here and it's like hard to see. Okay, let's see if I can debug this one. So we're gonna pop open the main scene, drain controller, find which one has empathy event. Oh, and it'll probably have empathy event node not be null as well. Okay, here it is. Hide it and bring it back. Oh, it's not even one that I can see right now. Is it? Did it already pass me? Yeah, because it's the second to last one, so I just missed it. Wait, where is it? Show me. Show me.
gonna get rid of the environment, which I'm sure I'll forget, but maybe not. What if I remove it in here? Will that be acceptable? Then maybe it won't. Oh, I see, I can't. Okay. Alright, come to local. Because the world environment, basically the fog blocks me from seeing anything. That's why I have to remove that. There we go, see, now I can see it. Go back to remote. That's the one, it's right on there. I didn't see it on there. What's up, Frank? Welcome. We were doing alien stuff today. I'm gonna focus on getting that empathy system set up. Oh, there they are, right here in this corner. That was hard to see. So maybe not the best spot to spawn them. Wow. Yeah, because I guess like this windmill is kind of blocking the view of it. That's a terrible spot. We have to move that immediately. That is a very bad spot. So let's change it. Definitely the best. The best. You're very sweet, Frank. I kind of knew when I said it, I kind of knew you were going to say it. It's a terrific spot. Whoa, look at the cursor, the 3D cursor moving around. That's wild. Well, then I'm going against what's best. Here. Wait, but is that just the truck? Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Maybe it didn't spawn correctly. No, because there's only these two places. There isn't another spot. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What's going on here? Where is this event? No, it didn't spawn. No. Oh, no, something's broken. Wait a minute. You were right, it did appear in a good spot. Did I hear you say windmills? Yay for clean energy. Yeah, technically these are water windmills, which means that they're used to pump water above all else. Although I do want to add wind, what are they called? Turbines. I do want to add wind turbines at some point. Okay, something is bugged here because there is no, there's no thing there. I do not see it spawned here at all. No. No, it did not spawn it. Which I'm a little surprised by. So let me confirm that it's not spawned. So this is the one that it's supposed to be on. We can tell because it says it has empathy effect. It even says empathy event. It even says that it has the node on it. Really? Scroll down to the bottom. Empathy event right there. Where? Where? Where is it? What? -7, 0, -2.3. That is not an alarming placement. Well, I'm very confused. Wait, the humans are invisible? Did you see that? That's what I thought, Frank. That's why I looked underneath. But look, when I click to make them visible, they appear for, like, they flash right around here for like a fraction of a second. Oh. And then they disappear again. See? Why are they hidden? I don't think I have any code anywhere that's telling humans to not... Oh, wait, I do! Hold on. I do have code telling them not to appear. Ah, I know what that is. Okay, I know what's going on. So, every abductee has a
Well, I'm a little... Okay, yeah. Every abductee has a chance to not actually appear. So I actually need to go to make sure that these ones are set otherwise. Always spawn. I don't know if it's always spawn. Yeah, I think it is always spawn. I think that's what we have to set. So we gotta go back to the event, empathy event. Click on these two humans. Oh. So this would actually be pretty good as an export variable. I didn't realize it would be a good export variable, but I've now come to the realization that it is a great export variable. So we're gonna click on these and make sure we set them to always spawn. Okay, so these should always appear now. Wow. Okay. Always spawn true. Yeah, well, always spawn. It should. All right. Now, what of the fact that they're rotated wrong? What is that? I'm gonna go ahead and do a GitHub commit because there's big success. They're actually appearing. They're appearing on an interval. They're just facing the wrong direction. They should always appear. So I'm gonna say empathy events sort of randomly happen in level 1. I don't know. I'm not gonna put more than that. We're just gonna say that just so we can get this GitHub committed. It is a good save point, I would say. I would save. And then let's go. So I definitely don't need them to be rotated like I did inside the empathy event. Are you supposed to spawn humans depending on the empathy? Yes. Yeah, I actually made a whole chart for it earlier. Yeah, so let me recap what's going on today. So today I want empathy to actually be gainable. So we did set up the empathy system yesterday, like in a general sense, and I apologize, these zooms are much more aggressive than I'd like them to be. On behalf of the zooms, I apologize. Welcome back, Coda. So, basically what I'm setting up is, because before what it set up yesterday was the ability to actually lose empathy, right? But we didn't set up a way to get empathy. So you start the game out with 0 empathy, and the way you get it is by stumbling on these empathy events. There's a first empathy event and a second empathy event. The first empathy event will earn you +1 empathy, and if you succeed in the second empathy event, you'll get another +1 empathy, which will give you 2. So these only happen if you're on level 1, if empathy is not unlocked. So you actually unlock empathy. I apologize for these zooms. It's very aggressive in its zooming. You unlock empathy, so you'll start out with 0. No empathy at the beginning. You haven't even unlocked the possibility to have empathy yet. But once you complete the first event, you've unlocked it. So if you haven't unlocked it, and we're on level 1, all is well here, then we need to make sure that evil has not been acquired. That is to say, you haven't killed an innocent person. If you haven't done that to an innocent person, and empathy is not unlocked, and you're on level 1, then there is the empathy event that will happen. Finally, if you pass it, so that is to say you miss the event, it will spawn again. It'll spawn again
so that way you get another chance to get it. If you have already gotten the first empathy event, it is now time for the second empathy event to appear, so that way you can get 2 hit points in your empathy. For that depends on, again, if we're on level 1, and if the first empathy event was successful. So once we do succeed at this, then empathy event 2 is now a possibility. Finally, we have to make sure we still haven't acquired any evil or done anything bad, and then yummy bad humans. Yes, you must eat the bad humans to not lose empathy. You're never going to gain empathy necessarily for eating bad humans. And so yes, if no evil is acquired, the first empathy event was successful, and we're on level 1, you'll get the second empathy event. And then if you miss that event, it'll come around again, assuming everything else is still true. Now, what is this empathy event? So the empathy event is going to be a discussion between 2 humans. One of them is an innocent human. The other one is an enemy. And I want to have dialogue boxes that pop up above each of their heads. And it's going to say stuff like, you know, you're a piece of crap, I'm going to kill you. And then the other one's like, no, please don't kill me, I'm a good person. And then you, as the player, have to make a decision. Either you ignore it, in which case, you know, the next one will just spawn, or you attack the innocent person. If you attack the innocent person, then you're going to fail. You're going to fail that empathy event, and you're never going to be able to get empathy in the game. Yes, events repeated if nothing happens, exactly. So if you attack the enemy human, then you will gain empathy. Or if you rescue, so I would even love if you like grabbed the innocent human and you moved them somewhere else. That would also be acceptable. So as long as you rescue the human, you then succeed the empathy event, and you're going to unlock empathy, and you'll get +1 empathy, and you'll get the heart. So that's kind of the way that works. That's what I'm setting up right now. I've been spending most of today setting up the ability for that to even spawn, for the event to actually happen. And we're actually getting to the point where I can start designing the event and what it looks like and how it goes down, which I think is going to be pretty fun. So yeah, that's that. Coda says, I wish I had unlocked the capability for empathy. Get out of here! Get out of my face! You are empathic AF. I empathize with that wish for empathy. Come on, you guys are so nice. One only tells truth, the other only lies. That's totally a reference to something. And yeah, exactly. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Welcome, Pressopire. Okay, so first of all, I rotated these unnecessarily because that didn't fix the problem of it facing the wrong direction. So I'm going to unrotate them because I'd rather it be front-facing, personally, myself. So let's rotate it back 90 degrees. Great, good. And then I'm going to figure out why they're not facing, because I want when the player comes across them, they could be on a slight angle, but generally I want the player to come across them like this. So you can clearly make the choice between left or right. So let's go to the places where they're plopped down. So basically they spawn at these markers. So there's a marker, and this is one place that they could potentially spawn at. Now, I don't know if I need to rotate the marker, or maybe we set the rotation when it appears. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, if I were to come in here and drop an empathy event in, right? Just like right there or something. Oh, that took a long time.
I mean, yeah, it looks like it's facing, the gizmo is the same direction, right? If I start twisting this like that, and we click between them, you'll see that they're fundamentally in different places. But here, like this, they're in the same spot, so I have to think that this shouldn't be a big issue, right? This should be pretty simply done. So why are they rotating? Because basically when they spawn in, for some reason, they're facing like this. And I don't know why. I guess I'd be curious to know what their rotation value is. Also, okay, so there's one other thing I didn't mention, which is that a placeholder dialogue box appears above their heads. It's just an ugly, you know, mesh right now, but I'll even make it a little thinner. But in theory, this would be a dialogue box that appears above them. For now, it's just this, but I want it to be a little nicer than that. I'm just very confused. Very confused. So let's just see. Let's just do it again, and I'm gonna study what the remote rotation position is at. Like, does it change it? What happens if I try to rotate it? Does it resist me? Does it allow it? Do I need to set those values in the code? Like, I'll do it. But like, why do I have to do that? I do not know. I do not yet know. But I intend to find out. Oh, what'd I do? Oh yeah, I forgot to put the environment back. I knew I'd forget. Alright, come back over here. We gotta load that back in. Alright, restart it. Very important for like an environment to exist. Take your time, Godot. No, it's fine. You gotta do what you gotta do. What, are you not gonna load the game properly? As the game gets bigger, the more I'm gonna need the Waiting for Godot book. We ain't there yet. But we're getting there. Okay, so we should be able to find it pretty quickly. We'll see in the output down there, it'll tell us that one spawned. Empathy event spawned. There it is. Well, it's facing the right way now! Since when? Why? I hate when things get fixed and I don't know why they got fixed. Alright, well, good, great, excellent. Problem solved! The dialogue boxes, however, aren't facing the right way, but I still have to design them. Those are just meshes sitting there. Well, I guess that worked! Wow! Exactly. Alright. Cool. No, I'm not complaining. What am I complaining? Come on, I'm not complaining. I might want to set on the humans that marker to be rotated. Whoa, it's really hard to tell. Whoa, okay, that little blue bit there looks fine. Alright, save that. And then I think we just have to load in the next one for it to work. So what's good about this is I can now actually gain empathy, because I can grab this. Oh, I didn't get any empathy. Hey, so now I finally can test that. That it didn't work. So that was supposed to actually add one empathy and make the heart appear. We never even got that far to test that. But if I eat this human, it goes down to evil. No, I saved it. I told you I saved it. Okay, so I need to fix, great, we got another bug. I mean, I never got that far to test it because we were testing everything else. So
Okay, first of all, this is another bug. Empathy event should not happen again soon. So let's see if it's going to actually spawn. Because remember, if you have any evil... Oh, actually, it's not spawning. Okay, so the interval ends, but since we have evil, the next one isn't actually spawning in. So actually, that is working quite well. Where evil, you get no more empathy events because you did evil. Oh, wait, there's an empathy event! Wait, what? Now I'm confused. Okay, oh dear God. Alright, so it unfortunately seems as though we might have gotten a little tangled up in our booleans somewhere, which is always fun to debug. No, it's not. Because it still spawned one. Somehow. Huh. How did that happen? And it's not even removing it because that block isn't flagged as having an empathy event on. Oh, is this the one where I was testing it? I put it on there as an example. Oh God. Oh, we're safe. I think we're actually safe. That was just when I was That was just because I was over here experimenting. Remember, I set this down on here? That's what that is. Oh, I was very afraid that we were going to have to dig through every boolean to make sure that I set them all right. Okay, we're good, we're good. Nice. All right, so then what's the real problem? Oh, that for some reason we're not gaining empathy. So what's up with that? So that should be on the player script. On empathy update, amount changed. If the amount changed is greater than or equal to 0. So let's do a check here. We're going to say print player knows that empathy is gained. And then let's go to the HUD, because I don't even think it's happening there. On abductees destroyed, if the abductee that was destroyed is an enemy, we're going deep in print land, Frank. If the HUD knows that an abductee was destroyed and that abductee that was destroyed is an enemy, and if empathy is possible... Wow, we got a lot of checks here. Alright, so let's do this one first. We're going to say print HUD knows an enemy was destroyed. And then here we'll say HUD knows empathy. HUD knows enemy dead. Empathy possible. And a knows enemy is dead and part of an event, and that empathy is possible. That's a long print, but it's okay. Alright, that's what I want to know. Which of these prints and which of these don't. Hopefully at least this one prints. And I'm wondering if maybe this one isn't. I don't know that I've been doing anything with empathy possible. I don't think I'm turning it off. I'm not sure what's going on. So we're still down in Boolean land, but it's less dire than I was worried it could have been. So that's good. I'll take it. So this has been the task. Still don't have a gainable empathy heart. We'll get there. So what I'm testing for is that when I destroy or eat or abduct the enemy in the event, empathy event, what prints out. Okay, oh, okay, there we go. So, empathy event spawned. Here it is right here. Oh, dang it. I passed it. I don't have big enough arms. Oops. Alright, we gotta wait for the next one. That one gets removed. Next one's gonna happen soon. Next one spawned. There it is. This time I'm gonna do it right. As soon as I eat that, HUD knows an enemy was destroyed. Yep, just as I thought. So, it only gets to here. It knows that it ate an enemy. However, either empathy isn't possible, or it isn't marked as an event. I don't think that is true. So, what that should be looking for, let's go to where it gets emitted here. Oh, I gotta do this first. Close this and that. I'm gonna open up abductee destroyed emit. Oh, just kidding. Abductee destroyed emit. So that's in a couple places. In retrospect, whoops, I forgot to set it up here. That was a mistake. I need to fix that immediately. So this is what happens when you eat one. When you eat an abductee, it emits messenger, abductee destroyed, abductee is enemy, and it emits abductee is empathy event. So the abductee has an is empathy event boolean on it. I need to add this to this other place. This is when you score it up in the orb. We also need to check that here. So let's make sure we do. Instead of abductee here, it's called meat, but it's the same idea. So if I go to look at those humans, we're looking for is empathy event to be on the humans in the empathy event scene. So if we come here, is empathy event is checked on, is empathy event is checked on. So those are both true. So let's go to globals and see if empathy possible is true or false. It is true. So what? Does it get changed anywhere? Then it shouldn't. It never becomes false. So it's true by default. I guess I'd like to see HUD knows an enemy was destroyed. Let's get another print here. Print HUD thinks globals, or HUD thinks empathy possible is true or false. Oops, I did this wrong. HUD thinks globals empathy possible true or false. And abductee is empathy event equals is event, which will either be true or false. So which one is it that it thinks isn't true? Will be one more step towards solving this. Is that the issue? It never gets set to false? It's supposed to be true. So it starts out as true, and it's checking if it's true. So it's not supposed to be false.
It is supposed to be false if it's supposed to be false, but there's nothing that actually sets it to false yet. What is in the corner of my camera right now? Oh, is it this? Wow, that's wild. It's a picture that I have of me and my partner, and it drifts. It's been drifting ever so slowly. Okay, anyway. It's like, what's going on? Alright, here we go. Let's go. I don't think that's the issue. Unless I'm missing something in the way that it's written, that really shouldn't be the issue. See, it says if, it doesn't say not. Alright, so we're gonna wait for the empathy event to appear. Empathy event has spawned. There it is, right in our face. Oh, I missed it! Okay, we gotta wait for the next one. I'm not used to debugging this. It's cool though. It's fun. Okay, the next one has spawned. There it is. Let's grab it. Alright. HUD thinks empathy possible true and abductee is empathy event false? You what? How could you say that? How dare you? The one that's the enemy, I literally have checked that. So is that getting unchecked somehow? Oh, I know what's happening. So some of you may know this. Probably I'm the only one who could have even guessed. So when you pick up a human from the ground in this game, you're not picking up the one that's on the ground. No. It's spawning a new one in the hand of the alien. That's just the way the game works. It's an object pooling thing. It really is a great system for this game. So if I grab that, you see that it looks like it teleported to the hand. It didn't teleport to the hand. It spawned an entire fresh one that wasn't there before. So that's why is empathy event isn't staying checked, because it's not checked on the new one. So we need to make sure the new one inherits that Boolean. Oy. So just adding like a new Boolean to an abductee is potentially a little dangerous if I don't make sure that I do all these extra things. So let's go to the camera script because of the raycast that detects picking up humans, which is where it inherits it or not. You can see this huge list of things here. This is where it's trying to inherit everything. So here we say if it's an enemy, make sure the new one has it marked as enemy. So we need to say meet new is empathy event is set to whatever the original one that was on the ground its empathy event Boolean was. That's the problem. All right, good. Let's run it. Obviously, we're gonna have a million prints to clean up, but it's just so helpful. It's so helpful. And I think we're gonna see it happening. Now, things I'd like to add like particle effect, because it's just gonna be like the torso is just gonna all of a sudden have a heart in the middle. It's not gonna be the most flashy thing. But I'd love for green particles to splatter all over the place, like the heart got literally carved out or exploded into the torso. I know, well, that's the other thing, is it might not be green. Oh no, the particles have to have the same texture as the alien color. Oh, that's terrible. Because some of the alien skins are very fancy. Like they have animations on them. So that's gonna be interesting in and of itself. I can't wait to sort that problem. Okay.
It's fine. It'll be fun. All right, so there's the event. Grab it. Yes, empathy. We got it. You barely even notice it happening because it happens so fast that you get the heart, but it works. We can gain empathy. Now, there's a couple problems. We still have a bug, which is that we grow full arms and legs, which is not supposed to happen. That is a bug. But empathy is acquired. Yes, empathy is acquired. That is the headline here. Empathy is acquired. We got a tiny little heart. So now it's gonna allow it to happen twice, meaning we can now eat that one and get the next empathy heart. Bam. So once we're at 2, it should never spawn again. Now I don't believe I've coded it to never happen again. So I suspect that we're gonna get another one. Or not, I have coded it to not happen anymore. Nice, good, awesome. Well, actually that was fine. And I didn't feel like it needed a particle effect there. I mean, it could benefit from one, but it didn't actually look as tacky as I thought. Now, where I think it does look tacky, yeah, look at the progress! What's up, Sean? It is progress. What definitely is gonna look tacky is when we take that empathy down and the heart goes away. So let's just eat some innocence, as one does. So if I eat that, empathy goes down and the heart shrinks. That doesn't look too bad. Oh no! So the empathy event, okay, so we definitely don't want the empathy event to happen because you don't get a chance to increase your empathy. No. Once you gain it, you can't gain it again. Welcome, Sean. We gotta sing a member song. So let's say we need to do something, I think maybe on the player script, since the player script actually checks if the empathy is at 2. So if it does hit 2, I actually want to go to globals, and now empathy is no longer possible. Or new empathy is not possible. So this needs to become false, finally. And that should prevent them from spawning, right? There's probably some other things. You can see like the interval still ends, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's fine. Abductee destroyed. Empathy plus, yeah, no more empathy. And then it won't emit empathy update anymore. So that should be quite good. I think that'll be fine. That should stop it all from happening ever again. Okay, good. And then I guess the other situation is if you lose ever any, it should become false. So we could actually go back to the player script and say that if empathy is ever lost, right, we can check. We'll say if globals empathy possible. So if it is possible, then, and you lost empathy, then it needs to become never possible again. So that way you can't eat some innocence and still be able to gain it. Okay, I think that's definitely progress, Sean. I have to agree. Thank goodness. So it might even already be in effect. So right now, if I try to gain more empathy, it shouldn't work. Oh, it did! Whoops. Probably because I just didn't save something I need to save. So we do have to test that. But let's get Sean a member song. I do not think this is a song I can sing to. It seems a little unpredictable. So we're gonna go get one of the songs that I feel is more predictable here. Can't promise the vibe will match. I do sing songs to members. I do. And I apologize. I've chosen this one as one I can sing to? Alright. Yeah. man, I gotta make sure. You might have seen me faffing around with my ear. It's because my headphone aux cable is messed up as all heck. And if it goes out, that means I can't hear the music. So let's hope I can hear it. Oh, Sean, the music is on. I know the music's on, so I can sing Sean a song. 'Cause Sean's a member and I appreciate you for supporting the channel. Oh. Sean, you're getting the song and the song is on. I can tell because I hear it. Sean, you get a song. It's a nice song for Sean. Sean S. The S stands for song. The song that I sing to Sean. Oh, Sean, I sing you a song and I'm gonna make sure I put the music on. There you go, this is your member song. The song sounds like you should be threatening me. You will get a song and you will like it. Bring it on. Bring it on, the song for Sean. Alright, I was able to keep the audio there for the most part. I'm really sorry about that, but also you're welcome. And thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate you for that, Sean. It means a lot, truly. I like how when the music like went away, it was like right with the end. Like that was ridiculous. I like that a lot. Liking! Oh, also, if you're watching this stream and you haven't pressed the thumbs up button, remember to press the thumbs up button, like this stream, y'all. It means more people see it now and in the future. Hit that like button, like it helps the channel grow. I'm singing a song to the people who hit the like button, don't you know? All right, so what are we testing here? What are we testing? Oh, making sure we can't gain empathy when we're not supposed to be able to get it anymore, and making sure the empathy events don't happen. Another thing to test would be getting to level 2 and making sure none are popping up on level 2. A lot of little things, but I think we're moving into that part where I can actually start testing or setting up the appearance of it. Still getting that bug. Oh, I hate that bug. I hate that bug. It gave me too many arm and limb hit points. I'm gonna have to resist working on that bug. I mean, why resist it? I don't know. Alright, so I'm actually gonna try losing the ability to have empathy, which by just abducting that human, you see the empathy went down and I lost my heart. It just vanished. It went away. Oops, and I spawned a helicopter. Okay. Alright. Okay, a lot of things happening here. That's fine. Everything is fine. Let me make sure we got that music playing still, of course. No reason to lose that. Alright, so now I'm going to try to get another empathy point, and it shouldn't work. Nice. No empathy. Beautiful. We have been punished. We have been sufficiently punished. No more empathy. It would be nice to actually test one of the helicopter enemies and make sure they don't trigger it. I don't know why they would. We're straight up evil now. Great. Let's try it again. Let's just change the variables a little bit. Maybe I'll get full this time. Full empathy. And just want to make sure all those things work. I'm sure we'll test it through playing, but it'd be nice to get out of the way now. So I don't know, guys. I don't know what I want to work on. I mean, look, I do want to design the dialogue boxes. We should do that. I hate the bug where it gives you too many hit points. I hate that bug. I hate it so much. But it's just like, it's gonna be a little annoying to fix. So I won't do it today. Maybe next week. And I'll spend the rest of this stream working on the like dialogue boxes and fun stuff like that. Maybe next week I'll worry about the bug fixes. You love that bug, you love it so much. I mean, it is an advantage that it gives the player. That's the problem. Oh yeah, we gotta wait for the empathy event. There it is. Alright,
Gobbled it up. We got too many hit points. It's interesting that it often happens on the same ones over and over. Really weird. Okay, so what do I want to try now? Let's go full empathy. So we got the second empathy event here. So I'm grabbing... Oh, I dropped it. I missed it. Oh, here'd be a good test. So just any old evil human being attacked shouldn't be enough. It has to be an empathy event. So I want to make sure that this... Oh, dang it. Don't kill me. Oh, man. That's another bug that we didn't just die there. But thank goodness we didn't, because I don't want to right now. But I want to... Oh, God. I almost got killed by the helicopter. And I didn't even get the human. Oh, this game's getting... It's getting hard. I like it, though. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, dang it. I missed the human. It's tough. Oh, it's tough. Wow, this game is hard. Okay, get that. Abduct it. So that should not increase empathy. And it didn't increase empathy. HUD thinks empathy possible, true, and abductee is empathy event false. Perfect, that's right. That one was not part of the empathy event, so it should not increase the empathy, and it didn't. Excellent. Okay, good, good. Now let's get one more empathy event. So we're gonna wait for one to spawn. It's crazy. It's crazy. The game just like coming to life more is tripping me out. I love it. Okay, so this one, we're gonna grab, I'm gonna abduct it, and empathy should go up. Nice. Empathy went up. We got a big heart. Perfect. So let me just make sure that no more empathy events are occurring. They should not be. It says one's gonna happen soon, but it's not really. And we're just gonna make sure that that's true. Yep, I think by now it would have spawned, so we're in good shape. The empathy is full on this alien, Frank. It is all full of love. Cool, great. Well, I guess the only other thing to test, maybe we could try again with the enemies. You know, it shouldn't be an issue, but just to make sure, if I eat that up, we did not gain any more empathy and everything is good. Now I am going to be evil. We'll eat that. It goes down. Empathy event spawned? No, no, no. What? Okay, that's a bug. So I just did something evil and the game's like, you want to try again for empathy? No. I'm curious, will it work? It might not even work. So it doesn't even actually give you any empathy, but technically I don't want that. I want that empathy event. I want the player to be like, if I see that empathy event, I know that means I'm gaining empathy. It's not just there. It has one specific purpose, and that is for getting empathy. So we need to figure out why that's happening, because that's wrong. So that happens if add empathy event is called. Add empathy event is called from the terrain controller. I'm actually very surprised that that happened as soon as I ate the evil thing. Like as soon as I did, or I went to evil, as soon as I became a little evil. I wonder if, oh, I guess at the beginning starts the event because the empathy was lower. Yeah, I think it is that. So if I go to the player over here. I don't know, because we don't ever set, empathy possible should have been false. It's very confusing. I'm actually very confused. How did that happen? If the amount changed is greater than 0, if it's greater than 0, player knows that empathy is gained. But that didn't even happen. It didn't say player knows empathy was gained. Here, back here it did, but down here it didn't. See, I healed, and this actually was an evil heal, is what that was. HUD knows an enemy was destroyed. HUD thinks, and that was when we were just trying something out. It healed a bunch.
evil went, or empathy went down, and then it spawned it. I'm actually a bit confused there. So we could all, well, no, because look at all these. Actually, there's one thing. Oh, you know what? There's actually one. I need to add another thing in here. If target block is level 1, which would have been true, Global's empathy unlocked, which will be true, and empathy less than 2, which is true, greater than -1, that's also true. Target block empathy event possible, that will be true. And empathy event not active, that'll be true. And target block has empathy event, that'll be, and targeted, and it doesn't have an empathy event? Oh, I see. Yeah. Because it wasn't spawned on there yet. Yeah, so that's correct, but that should be false. I think we need one more. One more! This is such a ridiculous if statement. I love it. And Global's empathy possible, that needs to be false. Or, that needs to be true. Sorry, that needs to be true. So as long as empathy is possible, since it's not possible, that would have, I think, prevented this from spawning. I think it just might have been a coincidence that when I ate that evil one, this one spawned. So let's test that last situation, just to make sure the system is correct. I still want to test also going to level 2 and making sure it never happens. So that is to say, I would just want to try to like skip all the events and get to level 2 and make sure that it's... I mean, to be fair, there is nowhere for it to spawn on level 2. So, one isn't going to appear, but it shouldn't even try to do it. I'm not even sure how that would work. It does mean you could have one last chance to gain it if you get to level 2 while level 1 chunks are still on screen. That's fine. Alright, there they are, right up here. As you eat the delicious bad humans, the event started as a beginning. Yeah, something like that. Oh, I missed it. I think my click was absorbed by something else. Okay, another one spawned. There it is. That's a tough one to get. Got it. And we only got 1 HP on each one that time. Alright, so we're gonna go get one more once it spawns. Okay, it spawned. There it is. Eat it up. Now we've got 2. So let's just wait until it says that another one is supposed to come soon, even though it's not gonna. Well, it shouldn't. Now I'm gonna eat an innocent human. Empathy went down. No more is spawning. No more is spawning. Very good. Excellent, as it should be. Alright, let's get deaded. That's another thing to try, actually. Wow, that's actually very much... Oh, we got a problem. Because when I hit restart, those global values aren't going to be reset. So we actually have to come back and fix that. We ain't done yet. We got to clean up a little bit here. Yeah, that's good. That at least that got fixed. It's tough because it's a complicated system and there's a lot going on in the game, so like it has to be dealt with on like every single level. Not like game level, but like level of the game. Okay, that makes sense to me. Every single in many aspects in the game, it has to be dealt with. So what we have to reset on restart and retry, as a matter of fact, empathy unlocked is false. We basically have to put these back to the defaults. So it might be good to do a static variable for empathy unlocked and make sure that that's that, right? And then we just set these back to those. It's kind of unnecessary for a Boolean, but I don't care. I'm doing a static just for the
I don't know, the repetition of it. And this we want to be true if you restart. You also need to make sure empathy goes back to 0, but we already have that static variable there for that. That should be it. Drill games can have a complex system or spaghetti codes. You know it. You already know. Okay, so down here we have on retry somewhere. There's restart and retry. A restart automatically procs retry. So here we say empathy gets set to empathy. We need empathy unlocked to be set to empathy unlocked. Empathy possible to get set to empathy possible. All right. I gotta test it. I have to test it. So there's that. Going to level 2. The retry doesn't really work, so we're not gonna test retry. It works enough, but it doesn't work. Basically, the retry has a problem because it's complicated. I don't even, man, I'm gonna wait a long time to fix the retry button. It like tries to load in too many levels and the game gets really slow. It's a whole thing. We'll get there though. But not soon. Okay, so what I'm testing this time, and I guess we're not really making the empathy gainable, we're testing gainable empathy. So let's try the level 2 thing, and then we can try restarting. So I'm just gonna get 1 empathy, oh, okay, or none, it doesn't matter. Let's get 1 empathy, and then I'm gonna cheat my way to level 2. I'm just gonna increase that. I get a level up, and I'm curious what's gonna happen. I mean, it's not gonna be able to spawn any new ones anyway, because again, there's no points for it to spawn in, but I just want to make sure that that can't happen. Okay, now suppose, actually I think we do need to fix some, well, I think we should say if we're on a level greater than 1, empathy possible should go to false, just to be safe. That's kind of what I think. I think that would be a good idea. So we'll go to the level block. Well, that doesn't seem like a good place to do it. Maybe we'll do it on globals even, with the level update thing. Nope, whoops, didn't mean to do that. So there's a function when the levels update that runs. And I would say if level current, and we could even say if level, it doesn't really matter. If level is set to, or is greater than 1. Nah, just say if it's 2. If it's level 2, no, it's just gonna run so many more times than it needs to. But it's okay. It's not that big a deal. We'll say if it's greater than 1. I don't know why there would ever be level jumping in this game, but just in case, let's just cover that. If the level on level update is greater than 1, then we want empathy possible to become false. Just to double triple make sure that it can't happen. All right. Now I didn't actually set that, but we'll just make sure that, I don't know why this would trigger it anyway, but make sure we can get that. No problem. Now it did check to see, and it says that abductee's empathy event is false, so that's fine. Good, let's do the restart now. I don't even have an innocent human over here to test losing empathy. That would actually be really nice to test losing empathy. Maybe I should come to a level 2 chunk and toss in a human. I don't think that's gonna work, if I'm being honest. First of all, I don't think there are any points chunks.
Oh, there are. Nice. Alright, let's stick a human on there fast. Let's put a human in there. I don't think it's gonna actually appear because I think I have to restart it, but let's just try it. Human 201, I think that's the correct one. It'd be pretty funny if it just appeared right there, though. Nah. Actually, no, I don't think it will. I might be able to put one on level 3, though. And then we could try it there. Let's do it. So we're just gonna pull up this and drop in a human on there. Just like that. Save that. And so when it loads level 3, it should load that in. And we should see a human. So let's just cheat our way up to level 3. Just to test. Just to make sure everything is good. Well, I thought it would appear. Well, I guess not. I guess not. Alright, whatever. Let's try the restart then. So we're going to the main menu. So that should mean that the global empathy possible becomes false. And we shouldn't be able to... Or we should be able to get empathy again. Oh, I don't... No, yeah, it does go down to 0. I was going to say, oh, I don't know if everything's going to go down to 0. It will go down to 0 because we told it to with that static variable. Empathy at 0. All right, there we go. We got our empathy event. Grab it. Empathy goes up to 1. Looks good. I'm not going to eat an innocent human right now. So we gotta wait for the next empathy event to appear. We'll get up to 2. Well, I would actually rather not get up to 2, so we can make sure the empathy events aren't spawning. So let's level up to level 2. Hopefully we'll see that human spawning in. Oh, there it is. Nice, good. Alright, let's spawn in a helicopter. Oh, I don't have any arms. I can't actually attack the helicopter. Whoops. We need to do the evil one first. Although I really wish I would have been able to test this one. But we can't reach the helicopter because we don't have arms. Must resist eating good humans. This is one situation. It's allowed to eat the good human. Oh god, I'm gonna get killed before I actually get to test this. Where's the one with the human? Spawn! I'm gonna get dieted. Where is it? I'm getting suspicious. And it's not gonna... Oh, there it is. Oh, right, because it has a coin flip chance to actually appear. Okay, there we go. We did lose empathy, which we were supposed to, and we lost our heart, so that's good. Although I can attack this, I mean, I'm not gonna be able to gain empathy from that. So I didn't quite get to test what I wanted to test. It's a very specific case. I want to have arms, have 1 empathy, be on level 2, and try eating an enemy. I am 100%, I'm 99.99999% sure that it's not going to cause any empathy. But I just want to see it to believe it. Alright. Gobble. Cheat our way up to level 2. That's a tough situation. If we got no arms, we got no choice but to eat an innocent evil human. It is a tough situation. I better keep this left arm or I'm going to be in trouble. Got no choice, Frank. Got no choice. Okay, spawn the copter on level 2. Try not to die. Kill it. Oh, but I actually have to get the human. It's hard. I like it though. It's not too hard. It just is hard. Alright. Empathy was not gained. We lost empathy? Wait, how did we get down to 0?
me watch the rewind of the stream. When did that happen? Huh? Did I never get it up to 1? Did I never get empathy? Oh. I'm confused. I guess I never got empathy in the first place? Whoops. I mean, you know, if anything, that does give me a clue, if I didn't even notice that maybe getting empathy needs to be more of a exciting event. I mean, on one hand, I don't mind if a player misses it the first couple times they play, because what's going to happen is, in between levels, I want to add in this, like, check that says, okay, now I got empathy. This check that says, you're not, it's basically going to tell you that you can't, okay, how do I explain this? When you're leveling up, getting a power-up, right now you can only get your power-ups at level 1. If you have empathy, you'll be able to upgrade your power-ups to level 2. And so I still have to design that UI that says upgrade your power-up to level 2. And so what's going to happen is it's going to say you can't upgrade your power-ups because you don't have empathy or something like that. So I want potentially the player to be like, wait, why don't I have empathy? What the heck? How do I get empathy? You know? And so I don't think it's the worst thing that it's missable, but I'm taking note. Oh wait, we don't want to hurt the human yet. We want to spawn the copter. Oh. I hate that. How I can just like accidentally drop it. That is... Uh-oh. Oh, I spawned 3 copters? Jeez. You know what keeps... frick. Okay. Oh, man, I died fair and square. I see what keeps happening. It's because I'm spam clicking the helicopter to kill it, and I'm catching the human. So I'm like spam click, the human spawns, and then I click a human and I've grabbed it. And I'm like, what? And then I drop it because I don't realize that I've grabbed it. And by the time I drop it, I can't go get it again because it's behind me. So I might want to add in a delay before you can grab the human falling out of the copter, so that way that unfortunate situation doesn't occur. Even though, in theory, there's like a potential strategy there, like to make sure that you grab it as soon as possible. But, you know, it's hard to say. EA military budget. I don't know if that multiplier worked. I'm actually not sure. I haven't really tested the empathy multiplier much. I think it worked. Is there a benefit for being super evil? Nah. No, it's all bad. Being super the only benefit that there could be is like, you know, if I set up a Steam achievement, you know, if you beat the game as super evil, and then there'll be maybe like an alternate ending. That would be the only possible benefit to being super evil. I'm intending to design the game so it's all bad. Bad. If you if you're evil, then you won't get a multiplier when you die or when you beat the game. If you are super evil, you're not gonna get to upgrade your power-ups. If you're super evil, you're not gonna get... Actually, it's gonna be even worse, because not only will the innocent humans not help you, but they will actively fight against you. So innocent humans will become enemies that fight you, in addition to the military attacking you. So all that being evil is, yeah, exactly. Evil is hard mode. Yes, precisely. It's like built-in difficulty. So you're just gonna get punished for being evil. But in that sense, it makes it harder, which some people might want. So that's fine. But, you know, then again, it's like, it's also hard to stay empathic, right? Because you have to resist the temptation to just kill an innocent human, because that would be a lot easier than waiting to get the evil ones. So
it's a bit of a balance, but overall, yeah. It's hard mode. The alternate ending, an alien that takes over the world and eats every human on Earth. Something like that, yeah. I'm thinking more it makes the player feel guilty unless they're just truly a sociopathic player. And it's just like, oops. Oops, it looks like all of Earth is gone. Too bad. No more humans. Something like that. You know what way you're gonna play? Yeah, I mean, you have that option. Totally. The good ending, humans have empathy for aliens for eating the bad ones. Yeah, exactly. Well, not only that, you're gonna literally save humanity from an oppressive fascist government. So it's not even that you're gonna destroy humanity, you're just gonna doom humanity to be like slaves to a fascist government. That's it. Because that's not really clear yet, and we're getting there. We're putting in the pieces that make that clear. But there's a resistance, and there is the oppressive government. And the so there's like innocent humans, resistance, evil military. And so that's who gives you that's why you get power-up upgrades in between levels, because the resistance will be like, we see that you are fighting on our side, therefore we will share our technology with you and help upgrade your abilities so you can fight the evil government. And then that's who will, so they'll actually fight on your behalf. So I want you to be able to come across like skirmishes, like I want to make it so resistance humans will be like attacking military humans. So the game does get easier the more empathy you have. But again, is it so easy to keep your empathy up? It's kind of tough. It's kind of hard to say. I think they'll both have their skills that they demand. Alright, so I think that this is tested and it's pretty solid. So we're gonna make a GitHub commit and I'm gonna move on to designing the empathy event. I think we're at that stage here, which is excellent. They should wear an alien face mask and wear green so you know they're with you. Whoa, that's interesting. You know, couple things. Number one, the alien isn't necessarily going to be green if you unlock skins. Number two, that's hilarious. Number three, so what I had in my head was that they are, well, they're gonna be kind of, how do I say this without comparing it to a real world group that could be controversial and spark discussion I don't want to have. Black and red are gonna be their colors, I've decided. And, you know, maybe they'll even have like, kind of like a punk rock heavy metal aesthetic, since the game's gonna have like heavy metal notes in places. They might kind of reflect that a little bit. Genius plan, build up the empathy, then eat all of your devout followers. Yeah, well, totally. That's definitely a way to play. I absolutely want that. Yeah, you could become evil whenever you want. Now you'll lose, you know, all the perks, but maybe you only want the perks for a little bit. I don't know. I don't know why you'd want to do that. But role-playing wise, have at it. Enjoy. All right. Empathy event system seems solid and correct. That's all we're putting in for that. Yeah, I think that's all we're gonna put in for that. Okay. I'm thinking dialogue boxes next. This is a whole entire mess. So I upgrade a power-up with empathy, then flip evil. I lose that upgrade. You know, that wasn't my plan. No. But now that you say that, that's kind of an interesting idea. No, so what I was thinking is you just won't be able to get any more upgrades. Basically, you'll lose access to upgrades. But I hadn't thought, or access to new upgrades, but I hadn't thought that that could mean you lose your old ones. Good, no way, no, leave it, I want a power up. Yeah, that feels very punishing. And
it doesn't leave room for potential strategy. I think I think the more options for emergent strategy, the better. You know, because you could just try to unlock a certain power-up. Maybe there's one that's like really overpowered if you get it to level 2. So you just like hope you get randomly your favorite power-up, you get it to level 2, and then you don't even care anymore, and for some reason it's easier. Yeah, I would rather there be more options. But that's interesting. That is definitely something I'll keep in my back pocket. in case there's too overpowered a strategy. I gotta give you credit for that, because that's an idea. And Pressipire, as you know, this entitles you to no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit in the game. That is a Game Concepts credit. An uncommon one for you, but now a little bit more common. Alright, wow, that's a cool idea. It's a very cool idea. Alright, so back to the empathy event. Let's design this a little bit. So we just have 2 humans facing each other, but I want a little more than that. So we're gonna say designing the empathy event, which is very confusing if you have no idea what I'm talking about, but it's okay. So all I have for dialogue and scene is this big floating mesh. What I really think I want is maybe a viewport, a sub-viewport. I think that might be good. And then we could do like UI nodes, or we could do like 3D text. I don't know. I really want it to kind of have this flat, cartoony look. And I want to benefit from like some of the way depth test can work with 2D stuff. What's up, Govind? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I've been setting up the game's morality system, or the karma system, and it is coming together. It actually gets, you can access it and lose it, which is what I want. It doesn't matter at this point, other than it tells you if you're empathic or evil. Thank you, Govin. That's very kind of you. But I want it to have a little more value than that, where it actually has consequences. But that's not what I'm going to focus on right now. I just want to design what it looks like, because that's a little fun and it'll look cool. So that's what I'm going to do. I probably should focus on the more technical aspects first, but not necessarily. So here we go. So I'm thinking a sub-viewport. That seems nice. But in order to really get the most out of a sub-viewport, I need something to go into that sub-viewport. So let's make something. I guess I'll just create another new scene. I'm going to close all of this stuff that doesn't need to be open, for obvious reasons. And then, wow, we got a lot of stuff there. Let's create a new scene. And I'm thinking this will be a canvas layer. That's okay for viewports, right? A canvas layer, and we're gonna add in I guess a margin container. Let's do a margin container. It can be full size, maybe. I'm not sure if I remember exactly what worked best for sub-viewports. It's been a while since I messed with this. And some of you will remember that I was dealing with a lot of bugs. I think Pressipire was there back in the day when I was first dealing with a sub-viewport bug. Hopefully that is not going to be an issue now, although we did come up with a solution. And was it Pressipire who came up with it? To reference the viewport in code. But or set the viewport in code, but let's just try anyway. So we're gonna keep it kind of simple for now. Let's add in like a V box. I don't know if we need a V box. I think we can just put a label straight up in there. You've dealt with a sub viewport bug. Oh, wow. That actually makes me feel really happy. Because I feel like sometimes a little like nobody's ever heard of it before. It was you. Yeah. I thought so. It was a lifesaver. Yeah, that was back when I had like a health bar, like a 2D health bar in 3D space following the player. As soon as I got it set up, I was like, I don't like this. Get this out of here. And I spent so much work putting it in. But
Yeah, and it was just, the game was just being crazy, unless I, because of Precipier, assigned the texture to the sub viewport via code. So we'll see if I have to deal with that again. I'm gonna give Godot the benefit of the doubt here. So we're just gonna say, hey, this is dialogue. Words are being said. Alright, beautiful. Masterpiece. Give me my Pulitzer. Let's make this quite a bit larger. Please wrap. Please fit. I think in my mind it's going to be black, and we're gonna want like a background on here that's white. I don't know if I need to set that in the, yeah, I think we should set that here. It'd be nice if it had like the cartoony shape and everything with a little tail, like rounded with a tail. That would be sweet. Which means we're gonna need some transparency, which will be fun. Probably fine, right? Okay, let's make this panel have a white background. Oh, the text is white. I was like, why is it not appearing? Labels with auto-wrapping enabled must have a custom minimum size configured. Okay. You're right, I forgot. Let's make sure the font color... Yeah, we should probably do a font file anyway, actually. Color... Wait, I'm confused. Why is it... Oh, okay, good. Excellent, nice. Let's give it a minimum size. Let's see if I make this quite small. What do we think about that? It looks fine, who cares? Alright. I'm gonna make this rounded as well. Well, you gotta be careful, you got the margin container. I actually think you should put the panel outside of the margin container. So that way, we can actually benefit from the margins, you know? And we can say, pull this in by a bit. Something like that. Probably will want it on the top and bottom too, in theory. We'll deal with that later. We're gonna say corner radius. Sure. Whoa, that could be kind of cool. If I didn't want to bother with a tail, I could just have the corner be sharp. We could go for a tail. We don't need to cop out on the tail. I bet we could even do it with nodes without creating something extra. It would be nice if there was like a border, though. $35 it is. Might, definitely that's subject to change. What are you making? Some kind of RPG or sim? What's up, Smart Ape? Welcome. I am making a roguelike game. Let's call this Dialog Box. I'm making a roguelike game. It's set up like an endless runner. And it's a little unusual. You are an alien, and you are invading Earth. And your objective is to abduct as many humans as possible. And the reason why the aliens want to abduct humans is because they realized that eating humans makes them grow human limbs. In their natural form, these aliens don't have limbs, and they really like having limbs. So, so you're invading Earth in order to get some limbs.
So as you see, this alien doesn't have any arms or legs. So you choose the one you want to be, and then you are taken to Earth, where you are able to get some arms and legs. We also just set up an empathy or a morality or a karma system. In this game, it's called empathy system. That has some impacts depending on where you're at there. There's just some kind of ugly blocks here. I'm currently in the process of making those ugly blocks look like actual speech bubbles. But for now, they're just ugly blocks. If I eat a bad human, I will get a little heart in the center and my empathy goes up. And you can see if I eat any human, I actually get their limbs. So now we have arms and legs, which is nice. There's a circle around the player. This indicates the interact zone that you can actually do stuff. So if I try to attack this tree, you'll see it gets destroyed. I can attack this solar panel and destroy it as well. We can destroy buildings. Everything is destructible in this game. Some things are harder to destroy than others. And the other things that can be destroyed are your own limbs. So they're very flimsy. So if I run into this tree correctly, there you'll see my arm actually broke off. And now my interact zone around the character is lopsided, meaning I don't have as much range as I had before. So again, the goal is to abduct humans. One way you can abduct humans is by doing it to innocence. Now that I have the karma system, I kind of don't want to do the innocent humans. But you know what? Let's do it. So if I grab this innocent human and I dunk it in that orb that comes down, our abductions go up by 1 point, which is good, because that means if we meet 10 out of 10, we're then going to move on to the next level. Now, since I have done this to innocent humans, I now, okay. So also I ate that one instead of dunking it, and you can see my limbs got even larger. That's as big as they can get. Now I'm all healed up, so that eating the humans also heals you. But again, it's an endless runner, so it never stops. If you saw it stop, that's because I pressed a debug button that makes it pause, but you're always moving forward. And yeah, so if I dunk 10 of those, we'll move on to level 2, and like many roguelikes, there's going to be power-ups, so you can choose more power-ups to make the game be more fun to play, potentially. And once you level up, and then if you die, you will have to start all over again. There is one little benefit to dying. If you've got some abductions, you'll get some progress towards those skins, so you can get different aliens to choose from in the beginning. And they don't have any benefits over others, besides they just look cool. And you can see my evil is just going way, way up. I'm super evil now. Because I'm just getting a ton of innocent humans abducted. We can spawn. Oh, there's helicopters. These are the non-innocent humans. They are attacking you, and they are bad. So if I attack that, I'll get. I'm still. So that's something I need to fix. That when I spam click that helicopter, it will auto grab the human that parachutes out, which is not good. So I can eat and abduct humans from those helicopters as well, and those will not affect my evil score. Oh, okay. Oh god. Oh, see, I grabbed it. Ah! Yeah, that is definitely gonna need to be fixed. So what I'll do is I'll add a delay after a human is parachuting, or while a human is parachuting out. You can't grab it until, a certain amount of time. So it'll take a little bit of time before you can get it. Why does it need an empathy system? It's an endless runner. Because I want one. Because it's my game and I want one. That's why. But if you want to know more about why it's here, or what purpose it serves, rather, it serves a purpose to make the game more difficult or easy. So if you have high empathy, the game is going to be a little easier because innocent humans will help you out as time goes on. And if you have a lot of evil, the innocent humans will start attacking you in addition to the military attacking you, so it's going to make the game more difficult. So there's a bunch of perks you get otherwise. So why it does? I mean, it just has one because I want one. That's all. And so it's to me it's a roguelike before it's an endless runner. It's a roguelike with, you know, set up like an endless runner. I wouldn't say it's an endless runner first. Yeah, it's just like the format that the roguelike is being presented in is all. So like you might have a roguelike that's a first-person shooter. You might have a roguelike that's, you know, I don't know, a card game, right? This is a roguelike that's an endless runner, if that makes sense. It's also technically not endless. It is technically not endless. Right. I mean, is any endless runner technically endless? Right? Like, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. Like, in Subway Surfers, there's no final level. So that's true. That's very true. Although, I guess we could always have a mode at the, if you beat the game and you can keep going forever. And maybe you could just keep getting, yeah, there's plans for ending. I mean, what if though? I never thought of that. But now that you mention it, Pressapire giving me all kinds of ideas today. Now that you mention it, maybe you can continue playing. Because there is one reason you might want to continue playing, and that's to get more skins. Right? Because if you just keep getting more abductions, you can get more skins. Now, technically, there won't be any more power-ups to get. So you'll be all out of power-ups. Because by the end of the game, you'll be able to have gotten every single power-up. It's kind of interesting if you think about it. But yeah, there is levels, and there is going to be an ending. There's 12 levels. So yes, there is an ending there. But the endlessness is more, you know, the fact that the level is constantly moving and you can't stop it. That's the thing it borrows from Endless Runner. So yeah, it's definitely less an Endless Runner than anything. An endless mode would be cool. Story and endless could be two different modes. Yeah, I hear you. To me, here's the problem that I have with endless mode is it's extra work that isn't the original vision of the game, and it's like, why even do it? You know? Why even bother making an endless mode? Like, it's to me it just doesn't seem necessary, and yeah, I just don't see the point of there being an endless mode, because it seems it's gonna be really hard. Cause like, what would it even be? Like you could choose to have just make it easy, make it hard, and then I gotta add an option. I think to me that's a bad idea, because it's just gonna add extra development time, and I think to me it adds zero value to the game. That's what I think. Other than like it's an idea, but to me it doesn't actually help the game like be better or anything. Now maybe we could do it at the end, because, you know, if you want an endless mode, just play the game and then it can continue into an endless mode. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me that makes more sense, because it's actually adding value onto the existing game, instead of being like, here, instead of playing the normal game, play this other one that doesn't give you the same experience, but it never ends. Even though this one is pretty much gonna feel like it never ends, except for like a very small percentage of players. Like, because I want this game to be pretty difficult to beat, ultimately. So I think most players aren't gonna beat this game, and that's by design. I want this game to be quite difficult to actually beat. And it's not about beating it, it's about trying over and over again. I understand, but such a system requires some gravitas behind it. You're not trying to diss my design. So here's the thing, Smart Ape, is I'm here sharing my journey here in public. Like,
people give advice and share thoughts all the time. That is well within the boundaries of what we do here. So don't worry, I don't take it as dissing. With that said, I don't really understand, like, what you're saying doesn't feel like it means anything. It requires gravitas mind. Like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you know what that means, but you're not explaining what that means. So yeah, it will have lots of gravitas, and the thing is it's a game in progress. I don't know like what your experience is with game development, if you're like new to game development, or you've been doing it a long time, or you've never made games, whatever it is. This is a work in progress, right? So it's not finished yet, meaning I'm at a stage where I haven't added in what I think you might be referring to as gravitas. That hasn't actually been added yet. It will be, but I'm trying to set up, I can't just make the gravitas if I don't have the mechanic. So I'm adding the mechanic, that is to say, you can actually gain or lose morality, and then we start adding in the, as you say, gravitas. So we're getting there, little by little. It's a process, right? I can't just make it all happen all at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Pressbar says, I like it. You have 2 versions of difficulty. Yeah, exactly. Kind of a gradient of difficulty. But yeah, pretty much 2 versions. Giving up easy points for benefits down the line, or going for those easy points but making it harder further on. Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, I agree. That's the way I think about it. And look, like, I'm just experimenting, right? Like, this doesn't have to be perfect. I don't need this game to be super successful and make money at all, right? Like, I am here to learn game development and have a good time along the way. And I do want to put this up on Steam, and I'd be interested to make sure I market it and see how much it can sell, but I don't expect much. And it's not like if it doesn't make a lot of money, I'm gonna be out of, you know, I'm gonna get kicked out of my house, or I'm not gonna be able to put food on the table, right? So to me, it's not important that this game is perfect. It's just an opportunity for me to finish a project of a certain size and have that experience and look back and say, well, what can I learn from that experience? And then move on and do it again with a new game. So, you know, at the end of the day, I'm trying a lot of unique things that I might look back and be like, next time I'm not gonna do that unique thing. And maybe one of those unique things is realizing that the morality system didn't work. Who knows? But that's why I'm gonna make it, so that way I can actually study it and find out. Consequences other than skins. And why would humans help an invading alien? Yeah, you can make suggestions, please. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you missed a few of the things I said, but that's all been addressed here, so I'll say it again, but make sure you listen this time. Alright, so if you have a lot of empathy, then the innocent humans are going to help you, and so that would make the game a little easier. One of the ways they're going to help you is they'll attack the military enemies, which is good. Also, if you have a lot of empathy, you're going to be able to upgrade your power-ups. Otherwise, you can't upgrade them at all. So you'll only be able to get like a level 1 power-up instead of getting a level 2 power-up, which is considerably better. Alright, so there's some things right there. You also get a multiplier at the end, which is related to the skins, if you have a high empathy. So really, the skins thing is barely a consequence. It is, but it's not as big as the other ones, which makes the game a lot more playable. So as far as why would humans help you as an invading alien, the reason is because you are invading Earth as the alien at a time when Earth is in conflict. So there is a fascist government. I don't know if I mentioned this while you're here. There's a fascist government that is oppressing the entire world. It's silly, but it's just a game. And that's going to be explained in the game. There's a fascist government that's oppressing the world, and there is a resistance against that government, right? And those people in the resistance are some of the innocent people, right? So there's innocent people who are not in the resistance fighting against the oppressive government, and there are innocents who are in the resistance fighting against the oppressive government. And so, because you're not, if that resistance sees, hey, we noticed that you're fighting on our side, right? You're protecting innocent humans who are being oppressed, and you're fighting the military. Therefore, we'll help you. Even though you're an invading alien, we're recruiting you to our cause, and we're gonna give you perks like the leveled up power-ups, and we'll fight on your behalf, right? So it's, I assure you, I've thought this through very extensively. And yeah, and so then if you go against the innocent humans, the resistance is like, well, forget you, you're just an invading alien who's, you know, who has no morality, forget you. And then you don't get those benefits. So hopefully that makes some more sense. I want to make, actually I am going to put all of this in a margin container. It really bothers me that that one is 2 and this one isn't. So let's organize this as such. And I'm going to put all of that in a margin container. Make sure this one is much bigger because we want to make sure we have room for the tail on the dialog box. So we're going to shrink this in a bit. I guess I only need to do the bottom for the tail. Maybe something like that. We're gonna call this panel dialog background. Let's actually duplicate it for the tail. And that's gonna be tough. I mean, I guess, because I might want a tail that's like coming off this side versus a tail that's coming off that side. So that'll be interesting. And then we'll need to make sure the dialog box is positioned accordingly. So that's some effort for sure. Now, I don't exactly want this to be quite that shape. So I need to figure that out. I might want to put, I think we should do yet another margin container. Margin container on margin container on margin container. And put the tail in there. And then shrink this down. I feel like where you want to shrink it more is on the top. Oh, but then it's not going to overlap on the bottom. I mean, it can. You can just make the panel extend its margin. That's doable. Maybe we do that. Let's try that. Come to the panel. Extend margins. Bottom. Oh, but that just stretches it all. Okay. So then I guess this should be outside of here. Whoa. So this is going to be, let's call this container tail. Container dialogue. You misheard that. You're more storytelling, world building first kind of guy. Nice. I just like it all. I like the storytelling, I like the world building, I like the mechanics, I love all of it. And I've thought through that very carefully, because to me that's also very important. There's going to be a cutscene at the beginning of the game. Right now it isn't there because I'm just focusing on the mechanics. It's especially important that I haven't made that because sometimes the story has changed a little bit as I build the game. But what's going to happen is you'll start out on the alien planet, and the alien is just going to be doing their alien thing. And then a spaceship, a human spaceship, is going to crash on the planet. And it's going to be one of the military spaceships. And since it's, again, an oppressive government on Earth, it's actually going to have an Earth painted on the side of the spaceship, which is a bit ridiculously, but it's a goofy game. It's fine. That's going to be how they know that they need to go to Earth. So the cutscene will show the aliens aliening the spaceship, crashing on Earth, and then one of the aliens hops up and eats one of the humans and grows limbs, and other aliens are like, yo, what, oh my gosh, obviously without their limbs. They'll be like, what, and then, you know, the camera will like pan in on Earth, and then the alien with limbs will be like, go attack Earth, right? And then they'll see Earth in the distance, so it'll like go up to the Earth on the spaceship, and then it'll look at Earth in the distance, and the one with limbs will tell them all to go, and they'll all go, and then that's when the main menu starts out and shows you them all, you know, heading to go be deployed to Earth, and then you pick the one to go there. So yeah, I'm right there with you, Smart Ape. I'm right there with you. And it's really important to me that every mechanic in the game is supported by that story and that world. Very important to me. And I mean, we're setting up dialogue boxes, you know, we're getting there little by little to make all of that come to life. But again, and then I'm not sure like where you're at in your journey on game dev, but making games takes time, it takes steps, it can't just all be manifested at once. Especially if I'm one person making it, so I can't have the story be present at the exact same time as the mechanics. I have to choose one to make first before I start making the other, and I've chosen mostly to do the mechanics first, and start to slowly put in the story stuff here and there. It'll all come together, don't you worry. So, this margin container, I would want to change this. Wait, why does this one look like that? Shouldn't this one be, let's make it full size. Okay, there we go. And this one should actually be on top. We don't want it to be on bottom. So let's move the dialog box here. So that way that tail is up there. You know, that's why you added the disclaimer about not dissing your design. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it takes time. It just takes time. Now, I do want a border not to be on the top part. I could use a mask. Unfortunately, Godot doesn't have built-in mask stuff, so you kind of gotta do some trickery. But it actually works really well once you figure it out. I figured it out by looking it up. This was for a different project I was doing. So I think I might do that. Because I could just say no top border. I don't know how that's gonna look. We'll see. We gotta experiment with it. Whoop. Hold up. We gotta make sure this is a unique style box, naturally. Then we can get rid of the corners. And let's make sure that it doesn't have a border on the top. Right? Now if I want it to be at like an angle, well, actually we kind of do want a border over here. Oh, heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. We could just make this margin container be in like that. Nice. Total tail. Absolute utter tail. You know, I don't think we need the mask thing. I think we can... We just gotta make sure we line it up pretty good. But I think we can line it up pretty good. Kind of. It's not perfect, but I think it's good enough. You know what? It's okay. I think I think I could make this one a little shorter, so we can just make sure that tail pops a little better. Plus, I don't really want there to be that much dialogue in here anyway. you know, something that's quick, you read it very easily. I don't want the player to be having, because I mean the level is going to be constantly moving, so the player's not going to really have time to read a huge long message. So we just want to be mindful of that. Push that down. Smart Ape is 4 months in game dev. Nice. Currently developing a PlayStation 1 style first-person shooter with a hard sci-fi. Currently modeling an O'Neill cylinder. I don't know what an O'Neill cylinder is, but that sounds cool. It sounds super cool. Sounds fun. Nice. 4 months in. What engine are you using? A tail looks really funny now. Let's adjust this a bit. Oh man. Oh, okay. No, you just gotta get it just right. Just the proportion just has to be right. That's all. It's okay. Godot, you love free open source. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, 4 months. I mean, I feel like I was cruising 4 months in. I felt like I could do stuff by 4 months in. I do a 1 hour game jam every Friday. Actually, tomorrow. It's come. Did you guys know the 1 hour game jam is happening tomorrow? So that's gonna be fun. Every Friday, I do a 1 hour game jam, and it took me about 3 to 4 months before I felt like, okay, I can try to make a game in 1 hour using Godot. But it only took me a few months. And I wasn't making very good things. It's hard to make very good things in 1 hour anyway. That's the point, is that it's a very difficult challenge. But it's fun. It's a lot of fun. And yeah. I'm always saying like 4 months. That's about how long it takes if you're like committed and working. All right, this is dialogue. Words being said. I really don't like this font. I don't like this text at all. Label dialogue. I don't want to. I mean, I shouldn't worry too much about design right now. Yeah, don't. We got to make sure this thing actually appears. Don't overcomplicate it yet. First, let's make sure we get our sub viewport stuff working good. So we're gonna go to dialogue and scene. I don't actually want it to be a mesh instance. We want to add a sub viewport, I think. I actually haven't done a sub viewport in a long time, so I don't quite remember how it all works. Let me actually look at the one that I did forever ago, which was on one of these health bar scene. Oh, it's not a scene? Oh dear. Are you quite sure? I guess I did delete it. I guess it was causing problems if I left it in there. Wait, there it is. Health. Oh, HP. Ah. Alright. Oh, so that just was. This is just the scene that was. Okay, but that's not that helpful. Maybe if I do HP bar? Actually, I don't think I have the. Wait, maybe I do. Maybe on the original Alien model, it's still there. Do I still have the original Alien model in here? Is it this one? It's a wild scene name. No, that's not it. Maybe did I have it? Oh, here it is. There's the original Alien. Oh, nice. I still have it here. Yes. Okay, good. So we just did a sub viewport, and then it had, as a child, the scene that has the nodes, the like UI on it. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Understood. Let's close this mess. So on the dialogue in scene, SmartApe says, I need to have most assets ready before I start developing mechanics. You have OCD like that. Oh, okay. That's one way to do it. And you never know, the ways we try to approach things can always change and evolve. Personally, you know, I feel like I like it to be like an evolving process, you know, because I don't necessarily know that the asset that I'm gonna make is going to necessarily be the asset that the mechanic needs. So I know I might end up changing it, but that's fair. If you can work that way, that's a fair way to do it. So I'm gonna look for this dialogue box that I made. I'm gonna drop it in as a child of the sub viewport. Assets are fun to use. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, I kind of I mean, I've just been going mechanics first. Like when I first started working on this, I had the alien. I made the alien first because the alien is cool. And the other thing too is, I mean, I'm live streaming this, right? So that means visual component is really important to this live stream. So like constantly people are looking at it here, which means I do think about the visual side of it pretty often. But I'm okay with some placeholders myself. But like when I started all this, what was it? Look, oh, that's the wrong here. That's not wrong. I just went too far down. We had some of this looking very simple early on. If I can find a part where I played it. We had it running like an endless runner pretty quickly, actually. It didn't take that long. It's kind of funny how easily that gets set up, but then like there's still so much to do. I just have blocks everywhere. Classic early Harvest Earth development. It is. I know. I can't wait to like make devlog videos about where I started and where I ended up. Show me the footage. There it is. There's the footage. Just blocks. Oh, that's a great point, Precipice. I like that. I know people who go assets first, have their game so embedded around those assets they refuse to let the game change to what was actually fun. When I said good point, I didn't know that's where you're going with it, but I still agree that that is something that is a trapping that can come up. Yeah, exactly. Like I just kind of, for me, mechanics are everything and the way the game feels. That's my opinion. But I think that there's valid ways to do it. To me, you just have to be willing to make changes. I think where, you know, it diverges from being like, yeah, make the assets first to whoa, watch it, is if you get to that, the game is so embedded around the assets that they refuse to let the game change. Like you do have to be willing to let the game change, in my opinion. But it depends. I mean, whatever. Like, learn the lesson, right? Make mistakes, you know, and find out later what ended up working. But yeah, for me, I was always starting out with. I mean, that was not the player character that I have now. This one is so much more advanced than that one. It looks totally different. I mean, it's vaguely similar. Dude, am I wearing the same shirt? I'm wearing the same shirt. That's funny. I mean, it's bound to happen. Who's the real Lee's? What? Alright, anyway. Okay, so I'm trying to set up the sub viewport. We'll see if I can get it working correct. So it looks okay. It definitely looks. Pressbar says, if you've got the mechanics already mapped out, that makes sense, but usually a game never turns out how it looked on paper. True. So those assets may either not get used or worse. That's a fair point. These are fair points. Press fire, spitting fire. Press fire, spitting fire. Is this am I experiencing the bug right now where it's just not visible? I don't even remember. And obviously it's wrapped in a weird way. Let me go back. I need to actually go back and study this because I think there were a bunch of settings that we did. Yeah, the bug may be happening. Disable 3D. That seems important. So let's do that. Transparent background. Yes, I would like that. Nice. I think those are all the settings that we did. Ocean with the gifted membership. Thank you. Thank you for doing that, Ocean. Your kindness is always appreciated. We gotta get Ocean a song. I do be singing songs to members and donos. Gift memberships, and who got it? Henry. Yay, I like Henry so much. Henry, congrats. You are now a member. That means you're going to get access to the Monday member streams, which are just like this, 6 to 11 hours of me working on this game, except chatting is much more indulged. We look up things, we go on tangents of all such, and I usually work on more visual aspects of the game and things like that. You also are going to get access to emotes on screen anywhere on YouTube that has my videos or whatever. I maybe like community posts. I think you can use them on community posts too. And there's going to be a podcast soon on the channel. That's only going to be for members as well. There's a bunch of other things. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you, Ocean, for that gift. I think it's time to sing a little song. I think I could sing to this. It's an embarrassing thing. We don't do it for the glory. We do it to pay our respects to the members and to the gifters. Yes, indeed, Sean. Ocean, oh ocean, thank you for the gift. I appreciate you. Ocean got the notion to give a gift to somebody. Ocean got the notion to give the gift to somebody, and I appreciate that. Yes, I do. Oh yeah. Ocean got the notion to give a gift, and I'm so glad because you could have not, but you did. Thank you, Ocean. I'm gonna give you a thumbs up because you did something cool. Yeah. Ocean got the notion. Ocean got the notion to give a gift, and I'm glad you did. Oh, Ocean, oh, Ocean, oh, Ocean, oh, Ocean, oh, Ocean. There's your member song, Ocean. I like this one. I think I could regularly do member songs to this song. I'm trying to keep a track of the ones that I feel like are good for member songs. This one is chill AF. Yes. I like it. I'm writing it down real quick. All right. I think I got it. Oh, Smart Ape with an excellent point. Yes, rapper Lee's made it. I know, we were talking in the member stream about like old school 80s rappers. And like, I definitely kind of jumped into that a little bit. Smart Ape, excellent point. I'm all about the visual and storytelling and don't think games should only be about fun. That is such fire as well. I totally, like some games are like not fun. You know? A term used in game design. It's true. It's abstract and has different meanings based on the game. What makes your game fun is not what makes other games fun. So this is kind of, I think, a divisive thing, right? Because I've actually heard a good argument. I don't know if the video is still there, but I've heard a good argument from someone in this community who made a video about it. I don't know if they've been, this is Pierogigon. Pierogigon has been removing their videos for no reason I understand. But hopefully this one is still here. Here, do our games have to be fun? Nice. And it makes a really compelling argument that some games are less fun than others. And the reality is, I don't know that I necessarily agree with their argument, because at the end of the day, like, I think it's relative and it's subjective. But like, some games are just kind of like, you know, if it's let's say it's an interactive story game, right? Like, maybe it's not fun, maybe it's like interesting, maybe it's I almost said fun, maybe it's nice to look at, maybe it is super challenging in a way that you're dying constantly and it's super annoying. But you could say, well, I have fun with that annoyance. So I think there's actually some reasonable debate about what fun is. I have to disagree, Pressifier. All games should provide a level of fun, whether it is finally beating a boss in Dark Souls or enjoying one of the stories in What Remains of Edith Finch. Yeah. I mean, look, check out Pierogigon's video, see if you agree with them, because in my opinion, I would have been right there like, yes, Pressifier, I agree. But Pierogigon made a really compelling point to me that games do not necessarily have to be fun. I'm still kind of on the fence, you know, about whether because at the end of the day, what Pierogigon argues isn't necessarily fun to someone else could be fun. But like, what is fun, you know? I think Rogi uses Among Us as an example of not being fun, because it's like the social deduction game, and that isn't necessarily like strict fun. So I don't know. I think there's actually an interesting discussion there, and generally we need to have a podcast episode about this. That's what we have to do. This is definitely a hyper game dev podcast topic. We were saying a similar thing. In Dark Souls, the challenge is the fun. Well, that's I agree. Watch this video, see what you think. I'd be super curious. And then that could maybe be, because our first podcast episode is going to be about Undertale. Our second podcast episode could easily be about this. I think that'd be great. And then, you know, based on feedback that you give, we could even like respond to it. Like, you know, be like, well, so Pressifier said this. We should really, you know what? We should put something on the Discord that asks for input from the community, and then we can respond to that input in the podcast, because I think it's a really, really actually very interesting discussion. I guess I gotta take a note down now, so that way I remember to bring this up with Pierogigon when we're planning our next. Because with Pierogigon, this person right here, I'm doing the Hyper Game Dev podcast, Hyper Uncasual. It's for members only for now. Someday it might have people other than members. That's right, Frank. I'm taking note. But I think I really want to remember to check in with Rogi about this. This is ooh, it's spicy, right? It's spicy. It's spicy. Okay, I'm putting this in my future ideas here. In my future idea. Oh wow, it's not the first time we've taken notes. Discussion about indie game dev as a term. Oh yeah, that is one. That is one. It's spicy, Frank. It's very spicy. Okay, so this is 12/5/2024. Devlog stream. Discussion about games needing to be fun. Starts around 6 hours, 40 minutes in or so. Alright, nice. Let's go. Note is taken. I love it. It's tough. I think it's tough, and I think it kind of becomes very subjective and hard to like pin down. But I don't know. Look, me, I'm like deep down, I am kind of team. What is going on over here? Also, what in the horror? This is an old character, all right? What? This is terrifying.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. But to me, like deep down, I kind of take Precipire's side, but also I can still see the argument that Progigon makes, and maybe where Smart Ape is going with it as well. I just kind of need to we gotta talk about this more someday. Hey Candace, you made it! YouTube, why are you not letting Candace talk? It's ridiculous. I'm glad you made it. Welcome. Is Falling Leaves not... Oh yeah, Candace made for our 1 hour game jam, made a game with leaves falling down. Is Falling Leaves not fun, though relaxing and score has been taken out? I mean, that's kind of exactly a great example of it's not fun, right? Because you're not like trying to like win. You have to like kind of make your own fun. That's tough. That's tough. It's really hard to like pin down. Smart Ape says, by fun, I mean mechanic that makes the player feel good about doing something. Interesting. And I also mean you don't need to have your player have a dopamine attack. I love that. And that's something that like I think is a little overrated, but to what end, right? I mean, it sounds like, you know, I know Smart Ape, you're also making a horror game, which to be fair, isn't that what you said? A horror game, I mean, horror, like being afraid could be argued as a dopamine attack, but it's very elusive. It's very elusive. I feel like the word fun is just like a terrible word. Actually, it's like not a good word somehow. It's missing nuance. I think it lacks nuance. It's really interesting. Makes the player feel good about doing something. Wow. That's a really interesting definition. Wow. I can't wait to talk about this in the Hyper Uncasual podcast. Sean says, I mean, fun is subjective, but I get some games are super narrative driven and are not about the message. Yeah. This is still cute. Candace says, I can say right now, the Falling Leaves game was fun for your mom, who doesn't like video games. She played it 5 times in a row. But was she having... Someone might argue she wasn't having fun. Instead of having fun, she was having relaxation. She was having distraction. She was having meditation. I'm not making that argument. I'm just saying, like, I have been greeted by this concept, but from others, that games don't have to be fun, and I'm still trying to wrap. I personally don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get how that makes sense. But I mean, I hear you guys. I do. Like, it could mean something. The Falling Leaves game, by the way, Candace made for one of our game jams, and then updated a bit, but it's still pretty much the version that it was. Is this for context? Just for context of what's being talked about. I'd be interested to know if Smart Ape considers this fun, but Smart Ape, no pressure. You don't have to answer that at all. I put the link to the game in the chat there. No pressure, like live your life, do whatever you want, go to bed, like you don't have to do it. But if you did check it out, I would be curious if you would put this in the category of fun. I think this would be a good thing, even on the podcast, to like be like, hey Progi, what do you think? Is this fun? So like literally, there's no score. You're just like clicking. You're clicking on leaves, and they're falling. And that's the game. Also, I think we need to zoom out a little here. Yeah, because they're actually piling up at the bottom. It's quite lovely. It's quite a relaxing thing. It's beautiful. And I've been working on a game myself in my free time from this same jam that Candace made this one. The jam topic was Zen. So it was all about making relaxing things. And I found that my game, it wasn't super dopamine-y. It wasn't, fun per se, but I really liked it and I play it a lot. And so I enjoy it. I don't know if I'd say it's fun, but I enjoy it. Not a horror sci-fi. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I think when you said PS1, I was like, that must be a horror game. That was my bad for forgetting that you said sci-fi. You explore deep space civilizations who are lost and fighting a fungi biocomputer who's following you. Whoa. That's pretty awesome.
2D or 3D? Oh yeah, that's a good question too. Candace says, so fun can be generational. Yeah, that's fair. That's also fair. It's very interesting. For mom, relaxation equals fun. Perception is reality for the individual. Right. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I need all of this in the podcast. I must return to this, and I must study it, and I must rewatch it, and compose something for the podcast, because this is too good. This is too juicy. It hurts that it's only going to be a members-only podcast, because I'm feeling like it's going to be really good, but, you know, that's the way it has to be. I'm going to release it to everybody eventually, but we want to have time to explore it in a more exclusive setting. Pressfire agrees that fun is very subjective. When you make a game design document, you choose a target audience. Some people would say game design documents are useless. I've heard that argument, by the way. For real. When you make a game design document, you choose a target audience and why they would buy your game. The fun is why they would buy your game. Right, well, some people maybe are thinking about games being bought, too. What about just making the game for fun? Is that word? And it's not about, you know, oh, there it ended. There's a timer, time ran out, so now you restart it. But even if you're trying to sell, I bet there's games, you know, some people, again, would argue that Among Us isn't quote-unquote a fun game. It's welcome, Milo. Oh, Milo! Why? How do you do that? How is it that when you are here, you always make me laugh so hard? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been well. We gotta sing you that member song because you are supporting this channel so well. I like futuristic stuff such as sci-fi. Yeah, right? It sounds like it's gonna be a cool game, whatever. Especially if Smart Ape is working on like story and world building. I feel like that's pretty important for sci-fi, for sure. Sean says, this kind of neat in that you're also making like a piece of art that's different every time. Yeah, right? Isn't this cool? Isn't this awesome? Yeah, because you could like say like, I must get rid of all the green ones. No green ones. Yeah, and then when it freezes, like that's where it's left. That's actually pretty cool. You know what else? And Candace, I'm like, here's some advice for your game, Candace, apropos of nothing. But it'd be cool if like when the timer ends, instead of freezing it in place, the last leaves fell before it like stops. You know, so that way you can like. Unless, or no, maybe not. Actually, maybe it is nice if they freeze in the air. I actually have no idea. I don't even know. Never mind, ignore me. 3D low poly 16-bit textures. It sounds cool, Smart 8. I like that. That's an awesome aesthetic. Game design document equals scope. True, true. They just game design document haters. I know, right? I don't know. I mean, to me, look, I don't make a game design document. What I do is I make drawings and I write stuff, right? So I'll be like, I'll write out what the game's gonna be. I'll write out aspects of the game. I'll draw aspects of the game, right? I'll make even some charts. But it's not like I make a true official document that like maps out every single thing. It's just kind of like I get like a general idea anyway. With that said, yeah, they are haters. And you know, here's the other thing, guys. Game dev is an artistic medium, right? Like it's not just like a process like math where there's always a right way to do everything and it has the same solution every time. Like, there's different ways. Some people make a game without any documents and they just go in and wing it and they can pull something great together with that process. I mean, we kind of do that every single week with the 1 hour game jam, is sort of practicing that skill of just like winging it, coming up with a game real quick. And I think there's a lot of value in that potentially. Candace grew up with scope. What does that mean? A retro style sci-fi game. Yeah. Sounds cool, right? Among Us isn't fun for me, right? But I enjoy watching others play and get hyped up. Yeah, okay. There's something to that, right? It's called comedic timing.
Okay, fair, fair, fair. Yes, the timing is important. Among Us was scary to me. Dude, it is scary. Actually, it is scary. You don't know who's, like, betraying you. And even if you're the one who's betraying, like, that's very scary. Taking notes, nice. Among Us can be scary because we don't know who to trust. Yeah. Candace wants to do image export. Ooh, I like that. I mean, on one hand, maybe someone should have the option to have leaves frozen in the air, right? So, like, if I was really gonna make a suggestion, I would say somehow you could control which leaves get moved into the air. I have no idea. I don't know. Or maybe you can still delete them after, but no more fall. So it can freeze, and then I can delete the frozen ones. And maybe I can start the physics again. So maybe it pauses, but I can choose to play the physics simulation again, so the last ones fall. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. See what I mean is, I see games as art, as expression, and it never crosses my mind to have a target audience. That's fair. You're not against money. Yeah, no, but that's it, right? Like, you should approach it as you wish, right? Like, it's again, if it's your job and you need money badly, then I think coming up with game design document, making sure it's fun, scope, dopamine hits, all of that stuff, you definitely need to think about that stuff, probably, most likely, maybe. More so than if you're in it to, you know, explore yourself artistically. And you can do both, like, both are possible, but maybe you're leading with the artistic side first. So who knows? That was more an example to try to explain that point. Those aspects of challenge, narrative, relaxing, social, deduction, and infinitely more terms are why people play your game. Yeah. Totally. Just a process like math. I know, Pierogi. I mean, I could probably summon Pierogi. I mean, we would be done working for the day. Like, forget my game. Like, which maybe that's okay. But if I drag Pierogi in here, I guarantee you they would be very interested in this conversation. Candace says, I had a mind map of a game I was working on, and a friend asked for a game dev document, a game design document. I had no idea what that was, so I asked ChatGPT to turn my mind map into a game design document. It ended up being 20 pages long. Oh God, oh no. All right, let me see, I'll try to bait Rogi. You wanna come talk about games being fun or not in my chat? Already referenced your video. No pressure. All I need is a blank page and pencil as game dev doc. Yeah, same for the game design document. Same. I like having some colors myself, though. I like having some colors. There's a common part in game dev called finding the fun. Yeah. Right. And so that's the thing, Pressapire, is like all of that advice doesn't have to be taken as like fact. As again, I think the math analogy is a good one, where, you know, when you're trying to solve a math problem, you want to follow this step, that step, this step, that step to get to the answer. But I think when you're making games, there isn't necessarily that same process of this step, that step, this step, that step. There's other ways that you can get to a totally different solution. It's like it's art. It's kind of art at the end of the day. Now, again, if you're looking for a formula where you can trust that your game is gonna go viral, make a ton of money, then these kind of rules could be helpful, but they're not even necessarily the best help. But again, trust that I'm with you. Like, I want to find the fun. I want to make my game feel fun by tweaking it this way or that way until it feels quote unquote fun. Like, that is a goal that I have. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that is the only way to do it, or that's the way people should do it, of course. Proto the game, see if any aspects are fun, hone in and build out the prototype. Yeah. Prototype the game, see if any aspects are fun, hone in and build out those fun aspects. Yeah, and I think it just depends on what your goals are and how you want to approach making games, you know, in my opinion.
I will say, as devil's advocate, NMS, I'm not sure what NMS means, first started by saying F, what the players want. No Man's Sky, I see, yeah, true. They initially had a vision of what they wanted and almost crashed from it. Oh, No Man's Sky is actually a really good example. Yeah, right. You're just like kind of exploring a bunch of empty worlds or whatever. Yeah, interesting. Until they started listening to the players. Yeah. Which a lot of people would say that the game is better now for that. It's podcast time, I know. We definitely have to take this to the podcast. I mean, and you know, it would be cool. I would love to even have like guests on the podcast, right? Like a round table discussion. How cool could that be? Not enough characters in YouTube chat, so my final thing is those aspects equal fun. Yeah, so definitely I will make on the Discord, and since currently the podcast is members only, well, no, because you're not a member. Okay, so I'll put it in the channel section, the YouTube channel section of the Discord. I will drop it in there. Oh, I guess it should be in Hyper Game Dev. Here, let's create a new post in here for a podcast. That's tough because, no, we should make it its own thing. I'm gonna add a podcast discussion channel. Podcast discussion. Oh, wait, but it should actually, wait. This should be a forum channel. My mistake. Delete it. Destroy it! So that way we can have multiple things. And I'll tweak it more later. But for now, let's make it a forum channel. And that's podcast. So if you want, and no pressure, but just, I should at least create the opportunity if you want. And then we'll make a post here that is or do games have to be fun, or something like that. Title. I'll just keep it just like that for now. And so if you want, you can add more there, no pressure, but the discussion can continue there. And yeah, I'd be really interested to include 100% of that in whatever podcast episode arises. Smart Ape says, from what I heard talking to you, you're more like talking to you here is you like a more systematic approach, which is not bad. Yeah, exactly. And I like a more systematic approach too myself. But I like more chaos, and I am anti-establishment. Let's go, anti-establishment! I love that so much. Another aspect of fun is take the person that made the casino game where you have to avoid the casino goons. Oh yeah, in one of our 1 hour jams. True. Many of their games are similar in nature, but that doesn't make them any less fun. True. I might have to make a full post on the Discord to get my thoughts across fully. I hope you do. I hope you do. I really do. It shouldn't fully be because I agree with both sides. It shouldn't be fully systematic, but also my microphone got static electricity'd, I'm gonna say, by the cat. I know the cat was rolling around and being cute. Oh, you can't even see how cute he is. His leg is up on the... Oh, you can't tell. You can't tell because the camera's cutting it off. Well, he's on his back. That's still pretty cute. I might have to take full post on Discord to get my thoughts across fully because I agree with both sides. It shouldn't be fully systematic, but also shouldn't be fully artistic. See, game dev is a big... I mean, why can't it be fully artistic? I don't know. I think it can be fully artistic. It's tough. I hear what you're saying, though. I hear what you're saying. You need order to balance the chaos. I mean, I feel like this concept of need and should is very restrictive. But again, in many ways, I do agree with you. I do. Which is why it can also be difficult for solo devs because we all have different skills. Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. Gamer Sengeki says, sup, are we on break session? No! No, I gotta work on my game. I have to work on my game. I do. Oh, the cat's gone. I didn't last long. I must work on my game. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the cat is over here. Hey, what's up? How you doing, buddy? You're very cute. You know how cute you are. Do you have any idea how cute you are? The cutest. By the way, guys, if you're still hanging out with us, I would appreciate if you hit that thumbs up button. I know this is very scary. Thumbs up for the horrifying beast on screen and the beautiful, lovely beast right here in my hands. Hit that thumbs up button if you like the stream. That means more people will see it now and in the future. Thank you, Candace, for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Thumb it up. Hit that like button. It really helps so much. Thank you, guys. Let's get those likes up, 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 up. And this is very scary. I didn't know it was gonna be there. I forgot. Oh my gosh, I still went on Milo's member song. I don't even know if Milo's still here, but we're gonna make sure we do it because if you're a member of this channel, I'm afraid that you're gonna go ahead and get a member song. It's just the way it goes here, and I apologize. All right, let's grab a message from Milo and put it up there, and I'm gonna sing you a dang song. Among Us was scary to you. That's the message you get to be sung to about. Alright, let's embarrass myself a little bit, because it's the right thing to do. I think I can sing to this song, probably, right? Seems singable. Oh, Milo. Oh, Milo. Oh, Milo. I'll say, oh. Milo art here, I'll say, oh Milo art here. I will say, oh that Milo art here. Welcome Milo to the stream, thank you for supporting us. I appreciate you so much. I know this song is bad, I know it's not good, but you are good and I appreciate you. Oh Milo, I'll say that I appreciate you being here. Milo, I'll say yo, you are great for being here, Milo. Oh Milo, oh Milo, oh Milo. Alright, I'm really sorry about that song. But also, you're welcome! Thank you for supporting the channel. I do appreciate you. I hope that bad song was a good way to let you know that. I must do it! I must do it! I am obligated! Unless I'm in a really bad mood. Some days I'm in a bad mood, but usually I sing it. Sorry, I can't remember at this time. It's budget season. Okay, that's fine. Oh, you can't become a member. Oh, that's so fine. Oh my gosh. Never expect anyone to be a member, but I'm so glad that you guys are members. Is this the final boss? No, this is a mistake. This is a, oh, Brogion! Let's get a song for Brogion! Brogion made it. A little late. We just kind of ended the discussion. But it was, yeah. So we were just kind of talking about if games were fun, and it was really interesting because it late to the party, but because it just broke my brain. I still can't freaking understand. Time for round 2. I still can't. I mean, no. I'd actually really still be interested in your thoughts, Rogi, because I've seen your video. I shared your video. We talked about it. I can't get past the idea that fun is subjective. And to someone, a game that you might label as not fun is still fun to somebody. But then we have someone in the chat, Smart Ape, who's been talking about like fun being making the player feel good. I think that's what Smart Ape said. Let me see what. I don't know if I remember where Smart Ape said it. But it was a good like potential definition. Anyway, it's a very interesting discussion, and I still can't really wrap my head around the whole thing, but that's okay. Fun is very subjective. Yeah, of course. I really want to pull that up again. Oh, I think I lost that message. Well, it's there somewhere. It's fine to define it however you want. What? No, you're supposed to have a... But you made the video questioning if games have to be fun. Well, that ended that quickly. Not every game is everyone's taste. Yeah, everyone has their genres. I agree. Anyway, I really liked Smart Ape's definition before, but I don't remember. I think it was like that fun means that the game makes the player feel good. And a game doesn't have to be fun and try to make the player feel good. This was meant to be a very heated debate, Progigon. I like defining it in a way that separates game mechanics from everything else. Maybe fun isn't the word that makes that separation. Yeah. Definitely still podcast-worthy material. I agree. I completely agree. Why is my 2D thing not in 3D space right now? Oh, that's why I had the alien up, so that way we could observe this. Oh, right. Oh, no, it is there. It's in... Oh, I think I had to put an @tool script in order to make it appear. Oh, no, I commented it out. Wait. Sprite. Oh, do I need to add a sprite? Oh. I think I'm missing that. Okay, so let's add a sprite 3D. Put a sub viewport in the sprite 3D. And then set that up as with, oh, we set the texture on the sprite 3D. I see. And we say new viewport texture, this sub viewport, bam! Done. Dialog box, kind of. It doesn't look right. It looks messed up, but it looks really messed up. It's supposed to look like that. Look how nice that looks. That ain't nice. Wait, now it's gone. There it is. That ain't nice. I guess it's the dimensions, probably. Okay, so we just have to make sure that those dimensions match. Aw, yeah, we getting there, little by little. Little by little. Yeah, so we could talk about more in the podcast. Brogy, I think it's going to be a good podcast episode, is talking about if games can be fun. I think it's a really good one. Candace says, I've been busy working on an HTML page to handle all of my OBS overlays I use, and a helper page to make changes like a soundboard, pseudo stream deck on another page to keep resources down on OBS. Okay. Yeah, sure, why not? That sounds cool. Sounds neat. Sounds useful. And it like helps, you know, make your live stream your own, a little more creative. I've seen your live stream. You have a good live stream. That's pretty cool. I think it's cool to challenge ourselves to make more custom live stream stuff. So I just want to get whatever this size is. Well, technically it's the size of the viewport is what it should be, which will change depending on if you 1109/624, because programming. Yeah, well, yeah, it's also just fun to do that stuff. 624. Oh, fun. Oh man, I gotta be careful with that word anymore these days. And then 624. Is that gonna be perfect? Nice. Beautiful. Wait. Fun? Did you say fun? Excuse me. We have a very specific definition of fun in this house. So to me, I feel like I'd want the tail to be at the origin, but it's gonna depend, right? Because sometimes the tail is gonna be on one side, and maybe in other cases the tail will be on a different side, right? So I kind of need to say, like, this is tail... This will be tail left. Actually, you can't use fun that way. Imagine the monsters we would be. My gosh. I think this counts as left. Duplicate it. Make another one that goes on the right. I do what I want. As you should. As you should. I don't think that's gonna work because it's the margin container, I think, that's forcing it over there, right? Wait, how are we actually putting it there? I thought it was a margin container. Yeah, because the yeah. So actually, no, don't do that. Delete this. Backspace that. And I would want to duplicate this whole margin container entirely. And we're going to say this is tail... we'll say like this, tail left. And this is tail right. I mean, technically it'd be nice if it was like kind of even. Yeah, like I'm gonna figure that out. Whoa, why did it just obliterate itself? Oh, wrong side, I see. So we're just gonna guess it. Maybe not the last words, but fun is secondary/complementary. I think, you know, again, that kind of goes back to like a subjective opinion. Right? You know, it's tough because some people, you know, might prefer a game, might not care about the visual aspect of the game. You know, secondary complementary to what, right? Like art? It's interesting. It's an interesting point. I like it. I think it could be over just a little more. I'm not gonna worry about it being mathematically even, perfect on both sides. Oh, I didn't get Pierogi got a song. Whoops, I forgot. Ooh, I must fix this. That's exactly right, Frank. It's exactly correct. Can I sing to this one? It's almost over. Let's see what the next song is. I don't know if I can sing to this one, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try anyway. I apologize for what's about to happen. Here we go. This is tough. I need a beat. Give me a rhythm! Pierogi gun's not gone, although the conversation ain't on anymore. It's kind of gone away itself, but Pierogi gun is here. Oh yeah, I'm so glad that Pierogi gun came on through, even though the conversation itself is gone. Pierogi gun's not gone themselves. Oh yeah, we got a Pierogi gun here, although we ain't talking about the stuff that we were talking about before, but that's alright because Pierogi gun's not gone, even though the conversation's gone. We still gonna put Pierogi gun on this song right now. Oh yeah, Pierogi gun's not gone, even though the conversation is. Goodbye to the conversation, hello to Pierogi gun. Goodbye to the conversation, hello to Pierogi gun. Pierogi gun is not gone. Pierogi gun is not gone. Oh. There you go, Pierogi gun. There's your song. I'm really sorry, and you're welcome. ChatGPT is coming up with some spice. Oh yeah, nice. It's the Pierogi song. Okay, so I don't think these are totally even. I don't really care. Let's make this one be flipped on the other side. That would be ideal. You shared? You know, oh, did you put it on Discord? Because you can't put links in the chat here. But you can put links on the Discord in live text. I feel like you know that, though. We want the corner radius over here. Oh, we gotta make it unique. Unique. A large quote on Discord, including your prompt. So I try not to make a habit of checking out stuff people share on this stream. I do in the member stream and the community creation stream. Those would be streams where I would be glad to check out stuff on stream. I know we got really distracted and we checked out your game and stuff like that, but that was an exceptional moment. But also, I don't see it in live text anyway. Where'd you put it on Discord? Did you put it on general? Where did you even put it? I don't even know where it is. Where is it? Oh, you put it in the podcast discussion. Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. Well, that's a little bit more appropriate then. So you asked ChatGPT, do video games have to be fun? And how would, I didn't realize, I thought it was like something else. I see now. And how would how would one definitively define fun in regards to video games? Video games don't have to be fun, but traditionally fun is one of the core elements that make video games engaging and enjoyable. However, the concept of fun can vary widely depending on individual tastes, the type of game, and the intended experience. While many video games are designed with fun enjoyment, artistic expression, narrative, challenge and mastery, social interaction. Wow, I mean, this is actually kind of touching on some of the things we were talking about, right? Like, I feel like Smart Ape was like making like this argument, especially Barugigan in their video is talking about the social interaction aspect as not necessarily being quote-unquote fun. Challenge and mastery, we're talking about Dark Souls, things being difficult, narrative games. Yeah, this is actually like very similar to what we were already talking about. Engage gameplay, challenge reward, exploration discovery, flow state. But, you know, then it comes down to, is all of that what fun is? You know, is that what fun is? To me, it's still a bit inconclusive. You know, I have a follow-up question for ChatGPT, and I feel like it'd be like, it's whatever you want. Social interaction as in multiplayer games. Yeah, exactly. Or at least a multiplayer component. Okay, we want to make sure that this is curved. So we've got the right tail and the left tail there. Obviously, we only want one at a time, in theory. It's kind of what they said in conclusion, that fun is fluid. Oh, I missed that part, because I skimmed it quickly. I like that. That's a good idea, to word it that way. ChatGPT. Replacing thoughts now, too? Are we? Oh, I think I need to save it for it to update, so we see both. Percibar says, yeah, okay, it says deep storytelling and emotional engagement isn't necessarily fun, but then later it says emotional engagement is fun because of your emotional investment. Ah, caught! ChatGPT, you make no sense! Smart Ape says, secondary to the message, the expression or the vague idea the artist is trying his best to express. In my view, any piece of art needs to have a message or idea. But I know it's a huge ask. I mean, yeah. I think you can make the argument that any piece of art automatically has a message or idea, you know? And then, you know, it gets to the point of like, does the artist have to have an intended message or idea? Or can people get a message or idea out of it? You know, I could look at a rock on the ground and be like, nature made this art, and it means this. You know, to be extreme. But, you know, that could even be the very ideas, the absurdity, the randomness, the chaos, the entropy of it all. I mean, I'm not trying to be like pedantic or anything. It's a little devil's advocate-y, which is annoying, I know. Because I don't disagree with you, other than like, you know, the idea that it needs to. Entropy, like my growing box of computer cables. Yeah, exactly. Just like that. Alright, there we go. Nice. So I would want this potentially be centered on 2 different points. So I'm going to actually add some markers in here. Actually, it's actually a little tricky. Because I want to move this to those different points. Hey, what's up, Coda? Welcome back. Ruby popping in. I took a little nap earlier. Oh, I hope you got some sleep. I hope you got a little good rest. You deserve it, I'm sure. So I want to move this dialog box to either be the point, to either have this point at the origin or that point at the origin. I mean, you could literally just move it. You don't have to do like markers and stuff. You could just say like, yeah, don't do markers. That's boring. Boring. Instead, let's just do it in code.
just gonna bring that down here. And then look at that. Candace says, food time. Yes, enjoy. Get some food. It's good to take care of ourselves. Coda just took a nap. I encourage it. Have fun working on your dialogues. Thank you. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Yeah. Hope I see you tomorrow for the 1 hour game jam, by the way. Every Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Coda's probably going to go back to bed in a little while. Yeah, me too. Well, maybe. But I want to see how it's going. Yeah, dude, it's going great. Like everything is working. I'm enjoying getting to be at the part where I'm actually just like designing the look of it. And I mean, obviously there's going to be functionality to the dialogue boxes and the things that they're saying to each other. But I mean, the empathy system, it is there. It functions. We've got the event popping up when it's supposed to and not when it isn't supposed to. By interacting with the event, the correct things will happen. That is like solid as far as I can tell. So that's why I was moving on to a more artistic task. Kind of. There's still some technical elements to it. Smart Ape asks, does Candy Crush have a message? But it's fun like sugar, but is it a piece of art? I'm hesitant. This is a whole topic of debate. Oh, in your degree, are games art? And the answer we all came up with is not all games are art in the way of art having meaning. This is, wow, what the heck? So interesting. The games possess art, but are not art. But not all games. Right, some games like are an artistic expression or art, the whole thing is art on its own. That's true for some games. Yeah. Oh wow, this looks nuts. So that's what the dialogue boxes are looking like right now. They look terrible, but that's okay. It's a work in progress. So we've got the evil human, the good human. And then if I eat the evil human, we get a little heart that grows in the center of our body and our empathy goes up to 1. And then the next, that's really interesting. And I think that makes sense. I think I'm with Pressapire on that. And I wonder if Smart Ape would agree with that. I think that sounds solid. Yeah. So when I say games are art, yeah, I mean, I think games are artistic to make, and they have artistic elements, but are they necessarily art? Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, they're yapping! It looks terrific, let's go! So if I were to eat this one, I would ruin my chance at, being able to get any more empathy, but I can get this one, and the heart will grow, and we'll have full empathy, which I can also lose, which we had set up yesterday, so that definitely already works, but for funsies. Bam, empathy down. Heart shrink, not good. So yeah, they're yapping. It's getting there, it's working. No empathy. Goodbye. I will see you later, empathy. Oh, there's a bug. The arm bug. Gotta fix that one. Alright, so yeah, so it works good. So just designing everything else. In my opinion, anything created by a person is inherently artistic expression. I like that. That's so beautiful. A company is just made up of people generally. Someone needs to actually make the game. Wow! Another great discussion. Are games fun? Are games art? Do we need to change the podcast topic to what is a game? What is a game? What are games art? What is games art? Like, because we're not saying what makes a game, but like, if you have a game, is it art? Is it fun? Man, you're right. That's just another topic. I like that better. More episodes, more topics, more episodes. I dig it. Works for me. Works for me. A game doesn't need to be made with the intention of a message or commentary to have a message. Yeah, right? Of course. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Smart Ape says,
IU observe games are just programs, and most people don't consider that art. Somebody observe games are just programs, and most people don't consider that art. It's like we are trying to make people agree that it's art, trying to get that validation. If you observe games as just programs, most people don't consider that art. Yeah, I see. Yeah. I definitely don't think of them as just programs. Totally not. Yeah, I guess that's another podcast topic. All right. 12/5/2024 devlog stream. 7.5 hours in or so. Our games art. Which games are/aren't. Alright. It has been written. It has been writ. I think the difference in people's views is just what they consider art. True. Some people define it as just visuals and drawing and stuff. Yeah. Technically, the official definition of art is the expression and application of human creative skill and imagination. Coda is making compelling points here. Guys, I am so hyped for the podcast. What? The podcast, the first episode's gonna happen in January. And it's gonna be members only at first. Eventually the episodes will come out publicly. I don't know when, but for now they're gonna be members only. Podcast time, yeah. And Coda, I remember you had said like you aren't big on listening. I have decided that it should have our faces on there. So it's not just gonna be audio. It is gonna have people. That's something that I think actually is gonna be for the best. All right, this position right now, I don't know. I just think it needs people. I just realized it needs people. So this position is, oh, it's so close to 3. Just put it on 3. Negative 3.259. I hate that number. That number is not artistic. That number is crap. Alright, give me negative 3.26. I'll take that. It's just nice to look at someone while they're talking. So yeah, it is. It is. I know it. It occurred to me that like the idea of a podcast being audio only is like a bit dated. And I think some podcasts still do definitely pull it off, but usually they have like a famous person, you know, hosting it or something, or they're like the production value is like friggin' amazing. This is not necessarily gonna be that, but yeah, it's just nice. It is just nice. And it can also be listened to, right? There's not, and when I say there's a visual component, it's not like I'm gonna be like, so as you can see up here on the screen, right? It's gonna be sure to still be listenable only. Yeah, a lot of podcasts do both, yes. On YouTube it has some video, and then it's put on Spotify similar. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what we'll do. But, you know, it requires that extra thing of making sure that it is listenable, right? That's why podcasts took over talk radio, right? It's got that extra, well, that and, you know, the distribution, I guess. I think of radio, I think of it's over radio waves, right? Whereas a podcast is not over radio waves. It's accessible on the internet. Oh, we're gonna get into more definitions. Is it really a podcast? Alright, so I need to remember this. The X position is the most important one here. Negative 3.326. So let's put a script on here. In dialogue. Dialogue in scene. Yeah, that can be the name of it. And I guess, yeah, when it instantiates, so let's create a variable. We can make an export variable. Variable, which side is that? Right side? Variable dialogue right position. We'll say pause. And that is going to be a vector. It doesn't really need to be a vector 3 because we only care about the X. So we'll just say right X pause. Or I'm going to say dialogue X pause right. It's pretty wacky, but I like it for now. And that's going to be a float. And it is going to be equivalent to negative 3.26. Hell yeah. Oops, I cussed. That's true. Why is it podcast when iPod's no longer a thing? Is that, wow, pod? I mean, you know, sometimes words just catch on, right? Like we talk about the colloquial thing. An example I often use is like the word font, right? So the word font, people often will be like, no, it's a typeface, right? Times New Roman is a typeface. It's not a font. Because historically, a font was a big metal thing that printing press companies would order, and they'd order a font in the size of Times New Roman 13 italic, right? And that would be a font, would be that metal thing that was printing the letters or whatever, right? But now, and then Times New Roman would be the typeface, right? But now we have friggin' Microsoft Word teaching us that font is Times New Roman, and 14 is just the size. Italic is just the style. But we all still call them fonts. We still say that it's a font. Tell yourself what font you are. Oh, that's wild. Curls, obviously. So maybe gesture with a little gesture in there. But so colloquially, right, podcast, like it's if I didn't realize that, but I guess that makes sense that it might have been coined because of an iPod. It just sticks because that's what we call it. I never thought about that. Oh yeah, wingdings is a whole thing too. It's like Windows. It's windings, isn't it? Windings. But we do all call it wingdings. That's like the is that, which one is that? Mandela effect, where we just like misremember what it's called. Yeah. I think there's a difference between the message we infer and the intended message, if any. People may find a message in Candy Crush, but it will always have been made to be addictive wallet bait. Yeah. Yeah, I have to agree with that. 100%. If you look from an evolutionary perspective, games were a safe simulation for real-life survival scenarios. I don't know about evolutionary perspectives. I'm not big on evolutionary perspectives, but I hear you. Heard. I feel like modern video games are a different breed and don't need traditional rewards. I don't know about that. I just don't know. I'm not so sure. But heard. That perspective is definitely heard. Wingdings. Band shrift. Oh, that's your font. Oh, that's the font that you guys are. You both Wingdings? That's amazing. I love that. That's a good one. Whoa, what's bond shrift? Oh gosh, there's so much member stream behavior today. At least you guys get a taste of what member streams can be like. Bond shrift. Whoa, it's cool. That's a nice font. It's beautiful. That's just your favorite font, Coda. Come on, how is that a personality? That's just nice and cool. Oh, that's your personality. Nice and cool. I see. All right, never mind. It makes sense. Doom is my favorite real scenario. Yeah. Sean is old enough to remember having to download your podcast and put it on your iPod. Right. That was a thing. That totally was a thing. Wow.
Audible is old. I feel like you would do it on stuff like Audible way back in the day, but I guess it would have been iTunes. It's wild. I love living vicariously through Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, is that what that font is? Hamburgers, so clearly. What? Where do we talk about hamburgers? Red Dead Redemption 2 is your real life simulator? I mean, to me, it's just when we, the reason why I said I don't know about evolutionary stuff is because evolutionary stuff is just kind of built on a lot of, like, to me, slightly problematic assumptions. I don't know. Evolutionary stuff, I don't have a lot of trust in. Like, I feel like it's really hard. It feels a little pseudoscientific to me. Is kind of how I think about like evolutionary stuff. And I'm not talking about evolution. I'm talking about like understanding why, like looking at why we have things based on our evolutionary mind. I don't know. Something about that doesn't really. Anyway, I feel like we're talking about 5 different topics. It's okay. Yeah, we are. It is okay. Hamburger can be it. Hamburger, it makes perfect sense. So this is, oh, right, just the opposite. Oh, wait, is that just the opposite, though? We said negative 3.26. Oh, right. Oh, this could actually help me position this. 3.26, so it's even on each side. What? That's too far in. No, we're not doing that. All right, so let's just put it here. Okay, I'll do 3.67. That I can settle with. So export variable dialog x position left float equals 3.67. So which one will it be on? In the ready function, we'll set that up. An image on Coda's font search said hamburger. It made me want to do eating. Oh, it does say hamburger. So it does. So it does. Yeah, I'm actually very hungry. I have a little food left. I gotta stop soon. Where are we at? Okay. All right. We're you know what? We're getting there. Not there yet, but getting there. It's because I have a do eating function in the game. And then what was the other thing that I've described in this game as like when you're the alien, you don't have arms and you eat something? It's called a head grab. So it's like it's like instead of grabbing, you're grabbing with your head. And so like instead of eating, you're head grabbing. It was so weird. Programming speak gets strange in real life. I think we like this because our brain evolved this way. It's just, I don't know. Yeah. Don't know about you, but the only thing my brain evolved for is to forget what day is every day of my life. I know it. JMH typewriter font. Is that the whole thing? Oh, it is. Nice. Oh, it's clean. It's a clean typewriter font. Some people get very particular about typewriter fonts, and they're like, a typewriter font has to have different, every letter. If the letter is repeated, it has to look different every time. It's kind of funny, Smart Ape, because, you know, you were talking about so much, like, artistic and, like, feeling it and not necessarily systematic approach. And there's something very systematic to me about a typewriter font, you know? With its fixed width and stuff. And it's like a machinery. It's intended for machinery. But then again, I can see how there's like an artistic, like, I don't know, pretentiousness to it. Okay, but by pretentious, I don't mean it negatively. Just like something artsy about it. Plus, everything is a little off. You can see like this U isn't perfectly aligned with like the V, right? It's like those are like a little bit. Wow, this is deep. This became a lot deeper than I ever could imagine. To be fair, the hamburger on that image is referring to the city. Oh, okay. Or street, rather. Wow. Right, hamburger is named the food hamburger is named after a place. You're into retrofuturism? Nice. Dude, retrofuturism is awesome. Those type font crazy people sound like a lot of... No, because like the argument is that like a strike, right, of a typewriter wouldn't the amount of ink and the angle would never be the same, even if it was the same letter every time. So it would like, some would be a little lighter, some would be a little darker, some would be here, some would be there. Oh god, gotta be a little pretentious to be a real artist. I mean, look, if you think about the word pretense, like what's wrong with having pretense? I mean, I know the word colloquially means something other than that, but literally the word pretense isn't that bad. Otherwise, what are you, just impulsive? I'll mouth grab the city too. Godot, can you please autocomplete that for me? Thank you. I'm not gonna type all that, just do it for me. So in the ready function, it's either going to have been decided that it was right or left. So we need to set, but how we need a Boolean then, right? So I need variable left or right. We'll say is right, and then it's either true or false. Oh, come on. I don't want to make, what, like an enum? Ugh. Stupid. We're just going to say variable is right, and that's a Boolean. The other opposite would be is wrong. So is right, we'll say it's false. That's a nice balance. Is right, false. So if is right, then we want... Now, I had to be a little careful here, because we're not moving the node, we're moving the sprite 3D. So that means I need to also onReady this. So we're just going to call this dialog box. I think that will be good. SmartApe says, as creative/artists, we communicate abstractly by design, so it can feel pretentious. Yeah, totally. Yeah, because, like, at first, like, it's like, what is this supposed to be? What the heck is that supposed to be? It's like, it means something. It means something. Yeah, pretense. It's... Exactly. I like you, Smart Ape. I like you. Tomorrow in the news. Tomorrow in the news. Entire city of Hamburg disappeared overnight. I always say you gotta be a little cringe when making art. That's part of the process. Yes! I think you gotta be a little cringe doing anything. Really. Like, imagine walking around all the time. Some of you are like, I do that. Imagine walking around all the time and constantly trying not to be cringe. Like, all the time. Every single second. Like, that sucks. That sucks. It is beautiful. Like, being cringe is kind of like being real, man. Like, look, if you're supposed to be like a celebrity presenting yourself as perfect, yeah, okay, maybe you're not supposed to be cringe. But then again, how many videos, maybe some of you don't watch these kind of videos, but there's a lot of videos out there of like, you know, Amy Winehouse being the realest person ever for 40 minutes straight, right? And it's like moments that you might say are cringe, but like that's what makes her like relatable and cool. Cringe is hilarious to me, because to me it says more about the person who cringes than the thing the person is cringing at. But then it's relative. Oh god, relativity, right? Because it could be like we as a community cringe at things that we disagree with, but then people who are saying that stuff that we disagree with, their community is like, it's cringe that you think that's cringe. We could just go around in circles all day. Be more cringe just generally. Who even cares? Who even cares? Just be yourself. There's nothing more beautiful. This has been Coda's message of the day. A lot of people like celebrity because they're a little cringy and relatable too. Yeah, exactly. Smart Ape says the word cringe itself so diluted it's almost meaningless. Nothing. It doesn't mean anything other than I don't like it. Yeah. That's true. It is. It's a word that's undergoing a very specific colloquial evolution. Actually, yeah. Yep. Agreed. We're all cringe here. We don't have to point fingers. If it's right, I want the dialogue box position. Dialogue you? Dialogue box global position. We want to say global. I don't know. Maybe, probably. Usually. Dialogue box global position is ZX. Is set to dialogue position X right. Otherwise, it's gonna be left. Simple as getting a pimple. No problem. So we're gonna say it's left by default. We can deal with that more later or whatever. So on the actual humans in here, or not there, sorry. Where is that? Empathy event. Here we go. Because in here, it's a little tough. But I think... Hey, guys, drop your global position in chat. It's also a little too big. Dox yourselves. No. Don't drop your global position in chat. That's a little tough because... I'm not sure... Because they're still too large, right? They need to be shrunk down a whole lot. That's okay. So this person is on the left. I would want it to have the right, which is very confusing. I'd actually want the right one to be on the person on the left. The person's on the left, but the dialogue box needs to be on the right. So how you gonna do that? If is empathy event, dialogue, preload, blah, blah, blah. So here we're setting the dialogue global position. Oh dear. No, I think that's fine. India, that's close enough. United States. Hey, what's up, Tincho? Welcome. Good to see you. I've given a close friend of mine my address using coordinates before. It was funny. Yeah, funny even. What's up so late? Well, you know, a lot of chatting about if games are art, if games have to be fun, and if we were a font, what would we be? I am on Earth. And then I've just been working on this morality system in my game. And at this point, yeah, I've definitely gotten as much about as I'm going to get done today, but there's a little more we can do. Tincho says, oh, games are definitely art. Well, counterpoint is Candy Crush art. It is Candy Crush art. Tincho is a member of this channel, a longtime member. So we definitely are going to sing another song. We're singing all through the night, baby. So I think we actually want to say dialogue. Well, it depends. Which person is it? I kind of need to set that. Oh. I need to add another... Boolean. I don't have to worry about setting this when it spawns though, so that's good. So we're gonna set a new variable. Variable, it's kind of wacky, I know. Export variable. Alright, round 3, let's go! Ding ding ding! You're ready for round 4. I know. Just wait till you see round 5. Export variable is right. Hey, what's up, 2D Bard? I'm here! I'm glad you got to see it. We're gonna regurgitate this one discussion topic until the end of the stream! Get ready. So, no, I don't think Candy Crush is art. It mainly depends on the intention the game has. Yeah, I think that's kind of, in part, what we came around to. Well, then, Precipier was saying, like, maybe the individual contributions that people made to Candy Crush were art, but... Or maybe that was Coda was saying. I don't know, who... What
What the heck is being said? Something like that. Yeah, the process of making a game is art. Yeah, I agree. It's just a little too cynical to be art, you know? That was Coda. Right. Sorry, Coda, for depriving you. Oh no, I think Candy Crush is art. What is happening? I don't know anything anymore. My God. What the heck is going on? I feel like arbitrary defining what games are art and which aren't gets into some weird territory. It does, doesn't it? Which is what makes it a good debate. True. Tetra thinks it mainly depends on the purpose of the game. Right, and I think that's what Smart Ape was saying, that art has to have intention behind it. But then I'm like, well, is it more about the intention behind it or what somebody who's observing it? So we kind of have these different things. We have like the observed, we have the observer, the observed, and whatever created that which is being observed. And in any of those different positions, is it art? Can be different, you know? I don't like the game, but I think anything created by people for the purpose of like enjoyment is always art. I love that. Yeah, definitely, absolutely, 100% a worthy podcast topic. Art is ultimately a way of expression. Fair. Of course, it's a cash grab, but people do like it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. If the game doesn't want to express something, it's not made to be art. I also want to say that I like how Candy Crush is such a salient counterpoint to our game's art. Like, there's just something about Candy Crush that's just so like divisive in that regard. It's so obvious that it could easily be argued as not art. It would not have gotten that popular if Facebook moms didn't get utterly obsessed with it. Yeah, that helped a lot. For sure. One can say it is fun. Yeah, I think so. I would say it's fun. Not that I actually I don't enjoy match 3 games. I think they're super boring. So that's just me. It's made only to generate money. Yeah, cynical in that sense. Yeah. Definitely. So on the human itself, it needs to know if is right, then dialogue needs to be set is right equals true. Whoa. No. Please no. Otherwise, dialogue is right equals false. Whoa. She tried to type it. Is right equals false. Okay, wow, I got a lot of messages to keep up with. Let's go long chat. This is a long chat kind of moment. It's like if whoop, it's gone already. And it's gone. It's like if you define Candy Crush as not art, would you also define Overwatch or Fortnite or something under that? Because they're also made to make money ultimately. Yeah. Pressapire says, and now for the ultimate podcast, are fun games art? Are artistic games fun? There's still a game there. People still love it and enjoy it, and it makes them feel things. Yeah. The beginner's guide, isn't it? Wait, what? Is that a game, too? What is art even? Oh, man, we do have to answer these very basic questions. Oh, it's hyper philosophy, Dev. Is it a medium for expression, for generating wealth, or investment medium? For being pretentious, is the author really dead? Death of author? You are a philosopher. Straight up, Smart Ape is literally talking about philosophy right now. Like, for real. If the author is really dead, can you art from an artist? Wow. Food for thought. I'll have to look into that. Death of author theory. What? Is that like a capitalist argument? Or an anti-capitalist argument? I like that. Coda says, if you want to get super nitpicky, then arguably Candy Crush is art because people feel so strongly about it. Oh, the beginner's guide, that gave you your name, Coda? What? The beginner's guide is a fun artistic game, basically a walking simulator, but very emotional, and another favorite. Oh gosh. Beginner's guide, not to G-Develop. Just in general, apparently. Oh, this is Stanley Parable guy. I see. That's the context I've heard of this in, right? From the creator of Stanley Parable. Yeah. Press. Oh, this looks awesome. Dude, I want to play this. Yo, I would play the crap out of this. Oh, Coda. Look, there it is. Wow. That does say Coda. What in the world is going on here? I don't understand how everything is connected all of a sudden. Y'all are tripping me out, for real. It follows the narrator's former friend Coda and you walking through games that Coda made. Oh yeah, like a game developers like never finished games or something, right? I feel like Tincho was trying to tell me about it one day. I want Davey to be my father, actually. Except you find out the narrator is unreliable and such. It's very sick, I won't spoil it, but if you want to play, I think it's worth it. I do! This conversation has made me very badly want to play it now. And going further to the podcast, it could be a good game for us to play as like a research topic. There are so many walking sim games that really stick with me because the narrative is fun. Beginner's Guide, What Remains of Edith Finch, Firewatch, etc. So narrative can be fun. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, coming from, like, I come from a writing background, and, I mean, we're taught, as writers, to tell stories in, like, beats. Like, there's, like, a push and pull, like, one character versus another character, and that's representing, like, an overall theme. One character wants this, the other character wants that, and it's, like, representing this push and pull, and that, like, entertains the audience, and it's, like, fun to watch, because of that very push and pull. But I'm sure, and I felt this very much, that there is a way to challenge that. So that's kind of tough. Interesting. I really want to play Firewatch. Realizing a lot of narrative walking sims are my favorite games. I don't play enough of those games. Maybe they're just not my style, but that's not coming from experience. It's literally because I just haven't experienced them. I just don't know. Unless there is one that I've played, but I don't think so. I don't think I have. Firewatch: A Beginner's Guide especially, but What Remains of Edith Finch made me wail and sob and cry too. Well, like a lot. Those usually have a Those usually have a strong message. Yeah. It's reasonable that you liked it. The one maladaptive daydreaming one in Edith Finch makes me cry real hard. I've only played The Beginner's Guide, but I think I want to play some more of it. Did I make this work? Well, I do need to mark on the humans in here. The one on the left, we want is right. Okay, come on. You have to, don't call that is right. That's chaos. We would want to mark that as dialogue box on right. I think that makes a little bit more sense. If dialogue box on right. Okay. So for the one on the left, I do want it to be on the right, and then otherwise I don't. Now they're looking pretty scuffed because they're just so large. And I'm not exactly sure the best way to deal with that. Oh. Oh. Okay, there we go. I could try shrinking the sprite 3D down, but I don't think it's gonna scale to the corner. Whereas if I do this node, it'll scale like that. But if you start scaling this text, that's probably gonna look real bad. So there's definitely some things to consider there. But let's just see where we're at. Hopefully at least one... Oh wait, but they're facing the wrong way. They need to be rotated the right way. I don't remember why that happens. The fish one is rough. That's one of my... It's your favorite out of the stories. Ever heard about Dear Esther? That sounds familiar. It's another game of that genre, but I didn't play it. I need to take this entire list down, for sure. Yeah, it's kind of a dialogue system, so there's a little more. There's like a couple different dialogue systems that I want, but this one is for acquiring empathy. There's gonna be like a little conflict. Yeah, so like the morality system in the game, which is represented by the heart at the center of the alien. That morality system is set up based on if you rescue... it's facing the wrong way. If you rescue humans... Oh, it's appearing in the wrong place. There's a lot to work on here. Right, and that makes sense because the X position is yeah. There's some things there. But basically, there's going to be these empathy events that happen. And what it is you stumble on two humans having a conflict. One of them is an enemy, and the other one is not an enemy. For the one that is an enemy, if you kill that one, then you get empathy points because you rescued the innocent human. If you kill the human, then you lose empathy and you actually never can get empathy in the game for that. And so I want the player to actually have to make that moral decision, and so the person on the right is gonna be like saying like, you know, stop resisting, and the person on the left will be like, why, I did nothing wrong, or something like that. Probably not that, but something like that. And then you have to make that decision to rescue them. And so that's what the dialogue is here. There's another form of dialogue that I want in between getting power-ups. So when you, or in between levels when you get power-ups, and that's going to be from the resistance leader. They're going to come and be like, hey, you didn't kill any innocent humans. Good job. Do you want to power up? And so there's that dialogue system too. Plus cutscenes, but that won't have dialogue, so yeah, so that's how it's gonna be implemented. Obviously, it doesn't look great, but it's getting there. We'll work on it in time. Is the ape really smart? Is the ape really smart? That is, Smart Ape has left us with that question. A philosopher, to be sure. Yeah, it's an existential question, yeah. Like, do you mean Smart Ape yourself? Do you mean apes as in the animal? And either way, is there really any difference? I don't know, it's kind of tough. We're all apes. I think we're primates, technically. But yeah, we have a lot in common. Anyway, I have a lot of work to do on that. I think I'm gonna give Tincho the outro song. Tincho, I haven't sung Tincho a member song. There's a lot to work on here. I need to design these to appear above their heads, but you know what, man? It's an 8-hour stream. We've done a lot. We've had some good conversations. I think it's a good point to say we can move on. Tincho, thank you for supporting the channel. Let me give you your outro music. That's a rare honor to get an outro song. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me sync up my microphone. Oh, Tincho,
You're in here, don't you know? We got Tincho who inched their way into this stream. Oh yeah. Thank you, Tincho, for inching your way in. Don't you know I'm so glad that you, Tincho, are in here. Oh, Tincho. Don't you know I'm glad you inched your way into the stream. And you are here. You're welcome, Tincho. Thank you for being a supporter and inching your way in the stream. Oh, Tincho, don't you know I appreciate you, Tincho? Tincho. Yeah, there's your member song. All right, guys, so let's go over everything that was accomplished today. Not everything got finished, but that's okay. That's okay. This has been a lot of really great success. So the empathy system actually works. Yeah, in the description box. Discord link in the description box. By the way, guys, hit that thumbs up button. Like this stream. Like it. Hit that thumbs up if you guys like the stream. That means more people are going to see it after, and they will be exposed to our discussion, and maybe we'll get some more thoughts, and the podcast will be the better for it. So, yeah, thank you guys if you're willing to press that like button. It helps so very much. Thumb it up. Thumb it up. So here's what we got done today. So, no, the dialogue boxes don't appear in the right places, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't need them to. I'm quite alright with that. Because now the empathy system is actually earnable. So there will be a random empathy event that happens early in the game. Those boxes are supposed to be more over here, and you will try to resolve that conflict. That was hard because I didn't make it in time. The dialogue boxes are supposed to draw your attention to the conflict, so we do need to get those positions sorted out. But if I come here and I eat the bad one, look at that little heart that appears in the middle. So now we have empathy. Empathy is at 1, which is perfect, just what I want. Now I could either choose to lose that empathy or gain it better. So let's try to gain it better. I'm gonna, oh, I missed it. I was trying to resolve the conflict in the best way, but it didn't work. So we gotta wait for the next one to spawn. And once I get 2 empathy points, it's never gonna spawn again, because we already got the maximum that's possible. Got it. All right, I ate that one, and now I've got all my limbs, and I have a full heart. So it's kind of like you're healing your heart in addition to your limbs. Now, you can lose that. Now, by having the empathy, there will be other things, but that's not in place yet. So if I take this human and I eat it, empathy go down, and heart shrink. No, not good. Oh, what a shame. If I abduct or eat a human, once again, the heart actually not only shrinks, but it completely goes away, and empathy goes to 0. If I continue, we will just be evil, and it will just be not good. And that's just the truth. That's the darn truth. We can restart it. There's a lot of other things. There's so many different conditions, right? Because it's only actually supposed to appear if you are meeting certain conditions. That's the only situation that you're supposed to even be able to possibly have the empathy stuff appear. So for example, if I eat a human, an innocent human, before I even see one of those conflicts, forget about it. You don't even have the empathy spawn. So we spent a lot of time setting up the conditions to work correctly. Tincho, you probably missed some cool thing that I added in, by the way. We've got a way to have enemies parachute out of a helicopter. Check this out. I'm gonna destroy this helicopter. Bam! Human parachutes down. Now, even though this one's an enemy, if I kill it, it doesn't increase my empathy, because only in the empathy events, those are the only ones that actually lead to you getting your empathy points. So if we go that up, it goes to 2. Now, if I were to do something evil right there, that empathy event wouldn't have happened. There's also now functional empathy multiplier. I wonder how the empathy multiplier works. Oops, I didn't mean to eat an innocent person. That was actually an accident. My bad. Let me just get 1 abduct. Let's get 3 abductions. And then I'm gonna actually die. Let's let a helicopter kill me, and then we'll see, hopefully, if the multiplier works. At least the multiplier message appears. That, by the way, that's a bug that I'm still not dead. I don't know why that bug happens, but it will be looked into one day.
So it says abducted times empathy. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, so the empathy multiplier is a little broken. It's supposed to animate up, but it didn't. Ah, whatever. That's okay. We'll have to work on that next time. So yeah, so I'm really happy with these results. I'm really proud to like finally have the empathy system exist, and it's possible to do those things. And yeah, it's been a pleasure chatting with you guys today, hanging out with you guys today. I've loved that. So thank you. If you're someone who's watching this after the live stream, by the way, wow, you're still here. I love that. You can see the last live devlog that we did by tapping or clicking in the bottom left. Tap or click right there, and you can see the last live devlog. If you want to see the next one, oh, see, I'm evil right away. Tap or click in the bottom right, and I hope I see you there. Oh man, look at that. By the way, it's a game jam tomorrow. I don't get the event. The event doesn't spawn because, you know, I dieted. I dieted by eating, well, I dieted the evil. Wait, I became evil by dieting the good human. That was a big mistake. Alright guys, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow for the game jam, and the next week we'll be doing more game dev on this game. I hope I see you there. I died. Now I dieted. Oh, -1 empathy. What have I done? Oh gosh, it's all over for me now. Yeah, I gotta go. Bye. Hit that thumbs up button, guys. Hit that thumbs up button.